Hello, everybody, and welcome to the ESL PUBG Masters North America Group Stage Final Day. My name is Porsaurus. Joining me once again is Clover, and I gotta say, Clover, it is good to be back in this chair.
Absolutely. I mean, you and I have taken a break. This is our first time casting. In fact, I think the last time I casted with you was during some PCS finals where there might have been an earthquake or something happening.
We were shook.
Hopefully, Texas will be a little kind to us today. We won't have one.
Yeah, I don't think any fault lines have grown under here recently. Well, other than the balconies. Well, that's neither here nor there. But so far, so good for some of our favorite teams. But we still have one day left to play. So let's take a look at the format and see how we got from all the way back there to where we are now in the final day of play. Clover, top 10 teams are going on to the finals.
This is a huge cutoff point because we're also bringing in teams from LATAM. You guys can see that row there on the bottom. Latin America has been playing through their group stages, every round that they have had for the qualifiers as well. And so we're going to have the best of the best from both North and South America represented at the grand finals next week. But before we can get there, obviously, we have to watch the final 6 matches today.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the PGC qualification points that will be distributed to the teams based on their placement in these grand finals. Now, Clover, not a lot of points. You can see it ramps up as we go along, as the year has, is tradition. But 200 points, 120 points, every single point seems to matter.
Yeah, and even still, I mean, that is better than what you could accomplish even in 4th place for PCS 6. So if you win really big this ESL event, that's going to help you out throughout the year. And we saw how close PGC points came down to for so many teams at the end of the year last year. So I have a feeling we might see some similarities for the North American region this year as well.
Sure will. And here we go. This is our grand finals prize pool. First place will be taking home the largest chunk of that, $12,500, but we will be paying down all the way through 16th. And man, it's still up in the air as to who could take first, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a bit of a run for this week, right, just to get to qualifiers. But that said, I mean, we've got some fantastic teams already shown up for this event. A couple of roster changes, some new teams forming, but I'm really excited to see how the day plans out.
I mean, this is how it is every January, isn't it? I mean, after every major event, every international event, it seems like we see a little bit of a roster shuffle, maybe some familiar faces wearing some new shirts, playing with some new teams. But again, it's a lot of the same guys that we've known and loved. But maybe this time around, it'll be a little bit of a switch up. Can we get that elusive 4th or 5th even, fingers crossed, big player in North American PUBG?
I'm really excited, and I even kind of want to follow that for a bit because when you say like North American player, we've had a lot of Oceania players show up on rosters. I know we've joked in the past about Luke 12, even gone as far as talk about Nephor and Nikus coming out of Australia and New Zealand, but it looks like now, especially with the inclusion of Flood and some more shifts, almost all of the top teams have at least one Oceania player. But that said, I mean, we have seen what happens when teams play their first 6 games. It might not go their way. Moving forward to day 2, which is for all of the teams in the lobby today, having an explosive day. And there's a couple on my mind right now that really need that kind of performance.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at those overall standings right now to see where everybody sits. Now, you're not going to get to see the groups that everybody's in so far, but let it be known, there's 5 teams that are playing today that have only played 6 games, Clover, 5 teams that are already above that 10th place cut line.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling fairly comfortable today. They would have to really, really screw up, and some of those other teams below that cut point would have to be really well for them to be in any danger. But that said, when you look at the competitiveness of the teams just outside of the cut line, it gets really close, down to even just one game's amount of points. One big team obviously standing out, I know we're going to talk quite a lot about today, is Shoot to Kill right now, sitting with a total of 37 points, only 7 of which are placement. So they're really struggling to find the late game. I hope to see if they can figure that out today.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a tough sled so far for the Shoot to Kill boys through 6 games. But again, just one day of play, just 6 games. But when you only have 12, 6 games could make all the difference in the world. So here are your groups. Remember, this is A and C. that we will be seeing today, and that means that we are going to get to see 6 more games from the new look E United squad, Clover.
I'm loving what I'm seeing so far for them. Obviously,
How could you
previously,
not?
the Oath roster in the past have always been a person to take the Oath. Really loving what I'm seeing from this. I know there's a lot of conversations on how this team was going to fare without Balefrost, and I think so far they've shown that it's still a good group of players. But with that in mind, What a Rush over there in Group C has also been flourishing, so it's been really exciting to see that roster is absolutely filled up with PUBG veterans doing fairly well, and now they about 40 points behind where United ended on their first day of play, but especially coming out of the previous groups, I think What a Rush could have an explosive finish to this weekend.
It should be exciting to watch. Well, let's talk about who our predictions are. Who do you have your eyes on? I will go first. Actually, it's going to be me. It's got to be Shoot to Kill, doesn't it? I mean, 4th place finish, highest placing North American squad, America's squad at PGC. And now, so far through 6 games, it's been a little bit of a slow start for them. As you said, only 7 placement points. But I am really interested to see how this team responds going into this final day of play. I just can't imagine, Clover, a grand finals without STK.
No, I can't think of the last time we had a grand finals where this team, or in some form or fashion, hasn't been present. It's been years. That said, I mean, I do agree with you. They have a lot to prove. I think we're just going to see E United finish strong. This is always a team that has a really great last day anytime they play in a group round. So I expect to see them maybe even potentially break 140, 150 points, depending on how this lobby goes, because we also have teams like Gas Cans and Sonics sitting out today, and those were some big point sponges earlier this weekend. So I'm going to be curious to see how the points fare for all the teams in the lobby today.
It'll be interesting to see if the group stage curse comes back to bite E United here, as we know that to be a trend from 2021. But we got an opportunity to sit down with not one, but 2 of the top North American players today, and that is going to be Purdy Curdy and Kickstart. Let's take a look at the interview that we had with those gentlemen just a short time ago. Hello, everybody. We are here today to interview 2 of the biggest names in North American PUBG, representing 2 of the biggest teams, although, according to some, maybe not the best team in North America, but that's just me being brutally honest. I'm Source with Clover, and we are going to be talking to Purdy Curdy and Kickstart today. How you doing, gentlemen?
Doing good.
I'm good.
So, all right, we're 6 games through, and you guys still have 6 more to play. E United with 94 points in one day. Shoot to Kill a little bit less. So you're sitting there at 34, Kurt. Obviously, one day of play, not the end of the world, but I guess there's some adjustments needing to be made after that first day.
Yeah, there's always adjustments to be made. Even I'm sure United has some adjustments to make, but obviously we have a lot more. Just adjusting to the bad teams mostly, and kind of giving too much respect. It's a problem I've always had, and it's treating every team like they're a world's team, and these teams definitely aren't there.
So you're not expecting anybody from Stuckers to just peek out and 3-tap you with a mini like Ming from hey, it is what it is. But obviously not the same issues being had there on E United Kickstart. You guys brought in Flood. Was that a move made with international competition on the line?
Yeah, I think it was mostly focused on international competition. I think we would have been fine the rest of the year and still would have been like top 2, but I think Flood brings like a thing that we needed to the team for international play only. I mean, obviously he's helped a lot in the NA, but I think it's mainly just for the PGC plays.
There you go. Add an Australian forehead. That's all you need to do. Clover, take it away.
Yeah, obviously, as we got new rosters that formed here in North America this year. Has there been any team that's come out here for ESL in the 2022 season that you guys have your eyes on that obviously are not each other, that you think might be a big player, a big threat for y'all this year?
Why don't you take it away, Kick?
I think gas cans are like a little bit better, but I don't think they're nearly as good as like SDK, us, or Sonics yet. So I think they might be like maybe the fourth best team. They might not be. I don't really know, but I think it's just normal roster shuffling. I don't think there's any new teams that are going to be crazy good that we aren't expecting to be good. I think Gaskins maybe, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, similar to Kick. Same thing, except What a Rush is kind of going to be up there a little bit. I don't think they're going to be as consistent as Gas Cans, but I think they'll have more pop-off games. But yeah.
You have anything else, Clover?
Yeah. I guess we'll ask a follow-up question to that. You guys have talked about some of the players that have shifted rosters. We talked about Waterrush, obviously, having a couple of veterans as well as Balefrost. Is there been maybe a player that you think has stuck out that has been maybe something, I don't want to say that to necessarily aspire to, but a player that has maybe caught y'all's eye even more? Because we've asked you guys over and over again about yourselves. I think we've had y'all up here so much to talk about yourselves, but I want to hear your thoughts on other players today.
You can go ahead.
I'll probably go with Nico's. He's like the new and up and coming OS player, the little ping abuser. Instead of the old boomers, Tig and Luke, it's Nico's now. He's trying to get his time to shine. So I think him and Greg on Gas are the players to watch.
I was gonna say Nikus as well because I don't really know anyone else that's like been insanely improved or anything like that. So I don't really have anyone else to say other than Nikus.
Well, thank you, boys, so much for the interview. You got a big day ahead of you, some a little bit bigger than others, Kurt. But, that's just the drunk uncle talking. What am I supposed to say? So you guys have a great day, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
We might pull a honey
it.
badger and forget where SDK drop. I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Oh.
That'll be fun.
Good luck, boys.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
See
Thanks.
ya.
Yeah, so a little bit of spicy banter there between the boys, but as we were saying, Shoot to Kill, they've got some work to do. Now, it is top 10, Clover, so I think that they've probably got a pretty good grasp on it. What do you think?
It could be close, but I'm feeling pretty hopeful because what is the finals without Shoot to Kill, like you said before, right?
Don't exist, do they? I don't think I've ever seen one, or at least not till it had to be a couple of years, wouldn't it? I mean,
Yeah, I think we'd have to go back to 2018, maybe?
probably
How
something
far
like
do we
that.
have to go back?
I've got a long memory, but I'm also a boomer, so I can't even remember. I'm thinking pre-MPL. But look, hey, we've got 6 maps today, which we can see there at the bottom what we're going to be playing through and rotating through here today, and plenty of time for these guys to kind of get things squared away and figured out. But that being said, is it going to be a benefit or a hindrance to these to teams like Shoot to Kill, to any of those teams that are trying to make a climb into the top 10, that you have point sponges like United, possibly What a Rush, possibly not Spicy Fish, they're not playing today, but Bing Bang Boom, Veritas even could pop off. So is that going to help or hurt some of these teams that are trying to play catch up?
You even kind of heard Kurt say a little bit about respect for teams and needing to treat all of them like they're at an international. I know he kind of gave a little bit of a smart answer to that, but I think that's the problem, right? Is that they do need to give a little bit more of respect to some teams and know that obviously they're not making it to the late game, so they're not able to find those late game scoring chances, and they haven't really been coming out popping in as many situations. Now, given the first day that they did play, there was a lot of really chaotic circles and some situations that would have been hard for any team. I mean, my eyes especially go to that circle that centered up on Cube, right? That was a really rough Erangel game for so many teams. So starting out strong on Erangel today, it's definitely going to be something that I'm looking forward to see how well they can control some of those rotations early on and see if they can maybe clean out their late game a little.
Yeah, well, I think Kurt was saying that they were respecting teams too much, and that was the issue that they felt that they were primarily having. One of the things that kind of stuck out to me is it seems like the other teams that are on the up and come, they're not giving the STK the same respect that they used to give them. Which is one of the reasons why you're seeing so many early game fights. I mean, you saw, first game in, they were getting crashed at the plane crash. I mean, they were team fighting Circle 1. So it's maybe a little bit of both. I think that there is definitely some hangover left from PGC. I mean, that international play is just so different than what you're going to find here in, America's even is different than North American lobbies. So, I think Kurt brings up a great point with that, they're playing it like they just played PGC. They can get away with a lot more here in North America. And the same, I would say, goes for Sonics. There were times in the last couple of days where I saw Sonics playing like they were playing in an international event when I'm used to them doing the thing that they do in North America, which is just W keying and just wiping an entire team. So it seems like United has kind of already gotten to that stage that we're ready to play in an America's lobby stage again. The other teams, maybe a little bit more catch up to play, but we are ready to get into game number 1, and I'm excited to see what the difference is going to be here in playstyle from teams like Shoot to Kill.
Absolutely. And I mean, as you say, we're kind of keeping an eye out on any of those teams that might be W King. With Sonics being out today, obviously, there's a lot of center area that's open and available to play from. A couple of drop spots for the teams that are sitting out today that are free to grab as well. So I'm going to be curious to see if any of the teams that maybe took a different drop spot than what they're used to on day 1 get to play from a position that they're a little more comfortable with here on day 2. And I mean, additionally, almost too, I kind of want to double back real quick about that statement you made of Shoot to Kill and the fact that they're being bullied a bit. As you can see here, we've got a very nice flight path starting at the 12 o'clock, ending at the 6. This would put most everything into play. Georgia Pole, Zarky, Primor's going to be a little bit of a stretch for some of those teams, but my eyes kind of think back to one of the first mixed international events that we had last year, Shoot to Kill. Kurt, I mean, you even heard it here. He really loves to stir up some drama between some of the teams. He says what he believes is a brutally honest opinion, and sometimes that can rub teams the wrong way. And we actually saw a big LATAM presence bullying Shoot to Kill during the first PCS and ESL events for some comments that were made, and they made sure that that team couldn't get out of Georgia Pole, couldn't get out of Primorsk or any of their dropping spots. And sometimes that punishment, teams will take the loss if it means they get their point across. So I'd hate to see something like that obviously happen again today. But I mean, as you talked about, Shoot to Kill's been bullied in some of their drop spots already. So we'll see if that continues through today.
Yeah, we see him right off the bat just going for that South Millie drop. I've kind of got my eyes on Shinboy there from Yahoo, getting real close to Rumblers, going for that vehicle drop, but it looks like Rumblers took it away. Shinboy going to be able to dip out of that, and I think he should be safe. But yeah, I mean, look, hey, I love it. I love the fact that Kurt is making these videos. I'm loving to see the spiciness. I'm loving to see the pomp, the coming out and flexing a little bit. And my thoughts on this has always been, if you're going to talk it, you better be able to back it up. And throughout their history, STK has been able to back it up. 1 day, 6 games, not really enough to make a judgment call off of. If you want to say that STK is washed after 1 day, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, watch a little bit more PUBG, I guess. But, I'm fully expecting them to turn things around here. But the big question for me is, what is the point sponges, right? Like, United has just been rolling. I mean, they have looked so comfortable.
Well, and this is a great circle for United, right? We've got a nice center just to the west of Shelter, which is where Yahoo has dropped. So Yahoo really will have plenty of time to loot. We'll probably see them center up back on that Shelter, even those houses just to the west of Shelter, but they'll want to move to that position earlier on. Meanwhile, United can just continue to sit on the eastern edge, maybe take up some of that high ground right around prison area, and typically we'll probably see them play through that as the circles will potentially continue sitting up in that position. But Shoot to Kill coming down to the south, they're going to have to cross the water at some point. With 2 teams already being on the island, I'm going to kind of question if they can avoid an early conflict or even get a position they want in this next circle comfortably, because they're going to have to make sure that they scout out that information as well and not get caught early on. But that said, I mean, this is a team that we definitely believe can make it work. And traditionally in group stages, Shoot to Kill's a little bit slow to start. They really take their time to feel out the lobby, to kind of get some of that information on teams, do a lot of their homework with their coach Gunner, and then kind of finish out strong in the group. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on here.
Sure. And you can kind of keep an eye on that leaderboard on the left, the numbers on the left showing where they currently sit in the overall standings. Remember, once again, it's top 10 that moves on to the grand finals. Now, we have been talking a lot about Shoot to Kill, touched on United as well, but there's other teams in the lobby that we need to pay attention to as well. And one of those being this team right here, Black Sheep Office, looting up in shooting range, getting a little bit close to Snow Patrol. Black Sheep Office, you can see currently sitting in 15th place. They're within reach of the top 10. And, a few new names on that squad, but they've been playing pretty well so far.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying their performance. Obviously, Black Sheep Office, formerly Any Trolls in Chat, which I've always said is one of my favorite teams, my favorite team logos. But, Aguila, Melon have played together for quite a long time. I think Aguila has always been a player that has done really well. The question now, obviously, you see Mercy sitting kind of waiting, I think, to see what Snow is going to be doing here. And I'm not sure if Chachi Boy knows how close he is to Mercy. It just kind of looks like he's casually looting without a care in the world right now.
Yeah, Chachi, not lacking in confidence. That is one thing I can always say about Mitchy Boy, ever since back in the collegiate days. But he might come back to bite him right here as Mercy will get the free knock and the free flush. And it does not look like anybody from Snow Patrol is anywhere near to reciprocate this energy. So Mercy and BSO get a free point right off the bat.
I just put 2 and 2 together. That's Mitchy Boy, isn't it?
It sure is.
Oh, Mitch.
But he's a Chad now. He's a Chad.
When was he ever not a Chad? Oh, I'm just kidding.
That's been rare.
We talk about some of those teams that have been around for a little bit while. Orion, another one that we've seen through various PCSs and some of the previous, Challenger series. They've been able to play at this level a lot. They're always around in scrims, but throughout this event, they've also been struggling a bit to get kills. You can see them all the way down, kind of near the bottom right now, sitting on 20 points. So they've gotten a little bit in terms of placement, but what we really need to see from them is also taking some of these aggressions. I mean, they've got a great position to start this game, but I want to make sure that they're also not playing too conservatively because, as we said, there's so many teams that are going to get cut after today. So, take every chance you've got.
Absolutely. We see kind of how things are shaping up here. A number of teams still looting off to the north, taking their time to get in, and that's perfectly fine. STK still hanging around on Millie. Looks like they might have snuffed out Nightly. And, Nightly Esports sitting there in 23rd place. That could be... this is something that STK was known to do to Any Trolls in the Chat back in the day in North George, where they would, if the circle was far away, they would do a little bit of camping, try to see if they can maybe pick up a couple of kills. Might be doing that to Nightly here as we see Bing Bang Boom, funnest team name to say repeatedly and over. They've taken over Volcano. They've got Orion just off to their north.
It's a good spot to have early on. I just kind of, I worry if the circle continues to be in this area, they are going to have to approach and bully out Orion for that position earlier than later. But, Keenan, Roth, Oldless, Sharpshot, these are 4 top scoring, top damage dealers from the region on a roster. Obviously, right now I see them in 8th place, 4th for the groups today, but 8th overall. They're in a very comfortable position-ish, as long as any of the teams below them don't kind of have a run past them. So I really want to see, again, all those teams, sponge away, and that's kind of been the thing that we're looking for today. And here you go, Poro, you called it here with Nightly. Vexel is going to get caught out, but Luke wastes no time to get that flush.
Oof. Mini still on point for the lad. As, we talked to Kurt coming into this. He said that they feel that they have been giving these teams too much respect, and this is not necessarily a disrespectful move, but this is definitely a move that you would expect a team like STK to take here in this America's lobby. They have points available to them if they want to go and try to take them, so they pick up 1 right off the bat. Luke going to do a little scouting, make sure the bridge is clear. As you can see from the eye in the sky, it is, and that's going to be Nightly down 1. The other bridge, though, looks like What a Rush. That's your 1-1-2 team tag. Might have an eye on that with Vegas.
Ooh, it's something that's been really exciting since we've had the bridge update in PUBG is kind of been the return of bridge camping. In a way, we've seen
A little
teams
bit, yeah.
have more fights in this area. I know you're kind of, I think I've heard you even make fun of the gas cans for sitting and grabbing meds and
No,
looting out that
it's
area.
a
but-
valid strat. I mean, the bridges are just chock full with meds. I mean, if you're looting up and you find yourself lying a little bit short, yeah, no harm in stopping on the bridge to do that.
I think a little bit of peacocking even there from Vegas. He knows that there's teams across the water and just kind of trying to let them know, hey, this is our spot, this is our position to take. But, given what Nightly has, I mean, the other option is to either go to the coast and swim, which is not a great idea, or kind of follow along shoot to kill and hope that shoot to kill doesn't camp the other side of the bridge. But until we see that phase 2 pop, most of this is superficial. We really shouldn't see too much infighting because teams have plenty of space to move around. In fact, I know we saw the map a second ago. Shoot to kill has the entire western side of the zone to pretty much rotate into.
And they know it. I mean, they've been scouting that bridge. They know that they're fine. You can see Honey Badger, the infamous Honey Badger, has been a subject of a lot of conversation lately for What a Rush. We'll see Spicy Fish not in the lobby here today, so we don't have to worry about any GG's. Glad you made it. But he will take a few shots over towards Dodge. And I think it was mostly at tires more than anything. But this is a nice little split for What a Rush, 1-1-2. As they have, complete control over the bridge. They know everything that's coming south. They know everything that's kind of going on to the northwest. So this is a good split for them.
I actually really like that we're starting to see more North American teams play from this area too. Traditionally, I think when we've got our mixed lobbies, especially, this tends to be a position that goes to a lot of the LATAM teams. United really liking that Milta power area, but we haven't had teams kind of sit here in the Sharkfin Milta to start off this early. And you can see with Dodge centering there at Farm. Now the circle is going to find itself right there on Death Road. And almost everybody's in, so it's just going to be a little bit of edge fighting for a handful of teams that haven't yet found that position. BSO, shoot to kill, Nightly still not in the circle, and that could be where we see some of these first fights pop out.
Yeah, quite a few teams that are just going to be collapsing onto one of their better locations. See shoot to kill already on the move. They're going to eat a little bit of blue damage, but it wouldn't be shoot to kill if it was a game where they didn't take some blue damage. Interested to see how far north they decide to rotate on this, as they have plenty of room to go as far north as they'd like. Circles like this typically do get a little bit stacked in the south side. Los gonna find Pizza Daddy. A Snow Patrol gonna lose another one as they try to make their way into the north side. So the Rumblers, nice little lockdown. The pickup of Corsac has been fantastic for this squad so far. We'll see if they can keep this success that they had in day one going and make that top 10.
Yeah, this is I think as well, when you just look at the style of the way that these teams play, a good mix-up of not only just personalities, but the way that they play. And so Corsac obviously making that return, it's really good to see. Waldo, even, we haven't really seen I think a good matchup for him in a while. So I'm loving this roster. But as we say that, we start to see that some of the kill feed it looks like somebody got run over, actually.
Yeah, it looks like Stuckers tried to make a wrap or a rotation into another squad. And yeah, I actually just found them there north. They're going kind of around the dip, and they ended up finding LA. And boy, they're paying the price for it too, as Snakers has the Alm in hand. He's going to find Finna as Valiate. Looks like he's found a spot for Rumblers. Now, the question is, do they really feel like collapsing on this, or they just kind of keep him out there? I mean, having Valiate play on an island is pretty much on brand for that guy. It tracks as, is Keenan? Keenan wants this.
I think he does. Keenan's, I think, scoping out the area to see if it's safe enough to move on this just yet. They do have the Rumblers out to their north, but, just south of that position here is E United that did manage to take over Shelter, backfilling the position for, I believe it was 1-1-2, it was Yahoo that had landed here in Shelter. So Yahoo did in fact take that compound just to the west of that, taking center circle, and so that gives United still the strength to play for the east. But now coming into the west is shoot to kill. They're just barely on the edge. They want to start to, I think they're looking to bully that position there on the high ground, but are aren't quite comfortable quite yet with taking it from this angle. You can see Alo starting to scout out to the north and seeing if that's any other viable options. But they do need to be careful outside of this fight. We also have Veritas. So it's still, as you said, with circles like this, can be a little bit stacked to the south.
STK electing not to wrap around to the north, instead pulling in here. You can see they were scouting out Death Road just above Colton and the 2-2 split from Newt. And you do have What a Rush. They've sent Honey Badger and Vegas to Death Road, but Balefrost and Hikerman still hanging around farm, so that could be something to keep an eye on. A very, very aggressive split coming in from What a Rush. STK, meanwhile, on the move yet again. Nightly has finally made their way over to the mainland. They're going to eat a little bit of blue damage as they come in late, and the circle will pop, and it's going to favor Yahoo once again as they have that, I mean, basically a god compound in this circle, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, they've got great line of sight to the hillside just to the, north of 112, right? Because there's just a little bit of a ledge. Once you crest that hill, which is the hill that we're seeing Shoot to Kill just start to stop short from, they have full line of sight of that. So team's going to have to be really careful how high they push onto this. And speaking of pushing, here we go. Bing, bang, boom.
Bing, bang, boom. Taking the push from Orion. Now, Orion not having everybody here as they are getting absolutely lit from all angles here. The grenades coming through, the shots coming out from range. Deland is going to make it into the compound, but immediately gets roasted by Oldest. You can see Lift still off to the north, so Orion's still in the game. But I mean, they're down to one, and they're just going to be playing for position at this point.
Yeah, now Keenan did take a little bit of damage from that because the first aid kit is already quick to come out, and Bing Bang Boom's going to have plenty of time to recover from this fight. Yahoo's compound is fantastically center in this circle, but this is another really strong position to play from, again, with a lot of line of sight, the ability to catch teams on rotation, and Veritas right now trying to catch in E on rotation, who's been keeping their head down. They've been trying to avoid shoot to kill in most early conflicts and fights, but there's really not going to be, I think, a lot of low drama areas for them to put down in this game. So Veritas is just going to go for this a little bit because Loeb's pushing that car down and keeping an eye on this wrap.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse for Nightly here, actually. I mean, Lucid ends up losing some tires onto that buggy, but they still managed to get in, and they're on the hill. They have some cover to work with, but as you said, Veritas, Loeb's, his spidey senses are tingling. He would love to try to get some line of sight onto this and take a few shots. In fact, that's what he's going to do. Nightly does have a nice little ridge line to work with, so that's probably not going to pay off for Veritas. As it looks like Show is on potato, still kind of keeping an eye down to the south. He might be calling the rest of the boys back. Veritas, so far, pretty decent day. You can see they're above the cut line or right around the cut line with 51 points. This is a very new look Veritas.
It's fun to see it back, though. I think that's the exciting thing is obviously we see a lot of team names and orgs kind of returning to PUBG, but the rosters that's playing with them has shifted around. And what's always, as you say, it's exciting when we get the new year, we get the new rosters, and kind of get a little bit of a new vibe to see how those teams gel together, how they perform, and whether or not they've got that longevity throughout the year, right? Because we might see continual shifts for next events coming up. But Nightly Esports, I mean, Cray Show, Sneak Attack, Vexel, these are all players that on previous rosters have done a decent job in scoring and fragging out, but I don't know, I'm not sensing as much confidence from this team as I would have expected. But now, that is a strong shift, Poro, and that's a lot of open area that is not going to be playable. I mean, that whole space between 112, What a Rush, and Yahoo, that's all open and vulnerable area. You don't want to play there.
Yeah, it's about to get a little bit nasty. You can see the dip is still free. LA trying to send it there. They're going to lose one in the process. NLA are going to go down to Stuckers, but they have to make that move before Stuckers does. And now Stuckers kind of behind the eight ball. The only option they really have is to take the dip on the other side of the street and hope that they don't get shot. The problem for them then is that E United is in a perfect place to kind of overlook all of this. And judging by that scope, it looks like he knows it. As Nightly is now going to try to make a move. They've got BSO shooting at him from the north. They got Veritas shooting from the south, but they are staying alive for now.
I mean, there's so many teams for them to rotate right now. You see Shoot to Kill's got their eyes on the minimap. Snow Patrol right in front of them. They're going to be driving right through Lister. Oh, they're a little bit slow to get those guns out, but actually are going to get a knock and flush. One player left, but Boy for Yahoo actually has line of sight on this, so it's dangerous for everybody all around.
That's great news for Yahoo. I mean, they've got the God compound, but they've got the compound that unless they get pushed, they're not very likely to get too many kills. I mean, everybody's going to be avoiding that compound that Yahoo is kind of sitting in. I haven't seen them take a shot at anything other than Snow Patrol there in the past like 10 minutes. So, everybody's just kind of figuring out a way to play around that. Meanwhile, STK, you can see very widely split. Purdy Curdy finding himself a little bit separated from the rest of the boys, but Alo will find one. Kurt's going to find the second, and now Veritas is getting picked apart.
And you can see, I mean, Alo really not taking any breaths, trying to push on to sneak attack, sees in the kill feed that he's been taken out, and now being a little bit careful to push. Kurt, meanwhile, has been caught out by Danny, and now shoot to kill, starting to try and rethink this strategy. Luke 12 nowhere close to Alo to help out. Meanwhile, Black Sheep Office also eliminated by Rumblers, who still don't get to take a break. Bing, bang, boom, up here to the north, keeping that pressure.
Big fight here between Bing Bang Boom and Rumblers. These are two of your top 10 squads right now. You also have the fight going on the west side is Veritas. They had that split going for quite some time, but Newt is able to push up right underneath their very noses. And now it is just down to Danny as J-Sank bleeds out. He's got some company around him. Again, STK, I mean, they were very wide split as well. It was just a bunch of single players just kind of running into each other on that southwestern side. But meanwhile, here the fight between Bing Bang Boom and Rumblers will finally come to a head.
Yeah, you can even see right now as the zone's closing in, it is phase 4, and they're being really mindful of it, trying to stay up ahead. Roth, though, is going to tank just a little bit of this, is trying to see if they could spot out the remaining members of Rumblers. Waldo being one of them, wrapping in behind this, but now healthy and inside the zone. They're going to be able to continue to gatekeep. I just don't see Waldo making it, but it doesn't matter. Valiate with the nade is going to return some of this damage, but Bing Bang Boom right now looking to have a little bit more of that comfortable advantage here in this dominant position from the north. If they can clear out the Rumblers, this will be such a strong place to play for the late game.
Oh, Waldo trying to do some damage from the blue. He's going to get spotted out by Oldless. Unfortunately, he had a sneaky little wrap there. I don't think it was intentional, but his grenades just didn't land, unfortunately. Bing Bang Boom will keep everybody up, and now it's just down to Valiate, the solo player. Snake in the grass will try to push around, see if he can maybe survive a little bit longer, but I feel like he's not much longer for this world. He will find Roth, but immediately gets traded out. Bing Bang Boom should be able to get that res. Meanwhile, STK, it's down to just Alo.
And he's struggling just a bit. You can see really having to take those breaks to continue to heal out. Throwables out for rest of 300. They've got the high ground. Richie seeing if he could spot him from a side angle, but they're being a little bit careful. I mean, 300 can't overextend to the west too far without putting themselves vulnerable as the Blues closing in, but Neferhori landing some nice shots there onto Alo. You can see his helmet is badly damaged. Should just take one more shot to the head, one more maybe even out to the shoulder, and that could be enough. Alo, though, he's got to take another healing break. Smoke's starting to run out. You got to wonder how much utility he has left here.
Oh, man. I mean, it's shoot to kill. He's got 1,000 utility probably. Well, only one smoke left, but he is doing a fantastic job of playing around the edge of the smoke. He is just praying that What a Rush tries to push out here and maybe third party 300. That's the only shot he really has. What a Rush has not bit yet, though, but finally, it looks like, of course, who else would it be? Honey Badger starting to creep out there to see if he can maybe land some shots into the backside of 300.
You know, I used to think that this was the worst habit of maybe Roth, but I think Honey Badger has taken the cake for the player that really overextends himself in scouting, and in a scouting that's like an action engagement there. But as you say as well, E United finally moving in from the east, trying to take over a little bit on take onto LA here, right? Playing that dip. We know that's such a strong position, but getting across the street here is going to be a feat. As you can see, the smoke wall starting to be set up there.
Yeah, and meanwhile, what did we say? The only thing that could save Alo was if 112 decided to push out and take out 300, and that is exactly what they did, and they are feasting right now. And now Alo gets to stay alive. He can come in third party, maybe try to pick up one of these kills, but no. Honey Badger and the rest of the What a Rush squad will clean that up, and now Alo did take a shot, though, so now What a Rush should be aware that he is over here, and he's got no utility left, nothing left to play with, a busted helmet, and I think he might be realizing, hey, I can probably survive here a little bit longer if I just play quiet.
Now you can see, Kickstart does have this hard cover that's been created by the vehicles right now, and the smokes that LA threw out also lending him a bit of a hand. He's see as well, just kind of waiting for one of those members to peek out. But it's also getting a bit of help. Yahoo and 112 taking shots out there. So Kickstart a bit safe from those teams. The ridge line that he's got just to his south. We can see to his back currently. But the only safe play that he has is to push in this dip against Grant Lantis and the rest of LA.
Well, down to 6 teams, 16 alive. And Yahoo still gets to hang out in their compound. Absolutely nothing that they need to do right now. Bing Bang Boom has the north side. They did take a knock there. I'm not sure if that was from Alo or from one of the Bing Bang or from one of the Yahoo boys, but Alo still alive. It looks like Roth is fully aware. You need a reload though, as Alo. 1 HP. Okay, there it is.
You know, you tried your best, but he had no vest, no helmet, no. He's pretty much on his last meds there. The smokes were all gone. Even if he was able to get that last first aid off, there wasn't going to be much else that Alo could do from that position. But a good distraction because that also allowed Kickstart to take that vehicle that I actually thought was damaged beyond repair. It was actually still in good health and get it just along the edge, waiting to see if LA rotates this way or if they continue to play the north side of the road. Now, Yahoo in this compound, we talked about it when they took it earlier on as they left shelter. It's got line of sight up the hill, and so as 112 take this rotation, they've really got no choice but to crash this compound. That's what we're seeing here, but Shinboy, good control, keeping them from coming in the door.
Oh, this is huge for both of these teams, but it's also huge for Bing Bang Boom, who's on the north side and can third party all of this. Yahoo is going to be the one picking up the kills so far, though, but you can see Balefrost will find Shinboy. Poonage going to go down now as well. It's down to just Sparking and Haruzen. They will clean it up, but is that going to be the dinner bell ringing for Bing Bang Boom on the north side? They are hopping in vehicles. It looks like they might be sending it over. Here it comes.
Ooh. I mean, there's no time. You saw Poonage tried to pop off a first aid kit, heard the car coming, instead opted to throw whatever he had at this point. It was a flash bang, but Bing Bang Boom keeping that pressure on them. Roth is going to get knocked down. But you can see Hyruzen is going to trade out mollies. He's going to pop off that first aid kit. So he did catch on fire from one of the BBB mollies.
Oh, sharp shot. Staying on the other side of the road, keeping an eye on the north side. They will find the knock on a Sparking, but fortunately they were able to get that res on a Poonage, so both 2 players up now for Yahoo. And look at this, Kickstart manages to escape the watchful eyes of Grant Landis and Hooligan, and now he has joined this party in the compound. Will stay alive for the time being. United not out of it yet.
United already, I mean, a bit of a strong start. You can see that even losing on those players early, still sitting on quite a few kills. This could be a good point runner for them for this game. But BBB also able to recover. All 4 still back up and standing. And here comes round 2 of the push. You got to wonder what Yahoo's got left because they didn't really run around looting Poro. They went from their starting looting position to these buildings, and that's all they've been all game.
Oh, they went in for the trade. Haruzen had the shotty, but wasn't able to get the knock. His Oldless will go down, but he will immediately get traded out. Poonage is here, though. He can go for the res back on Haruzen. They can get back up to 2. Sparking, I believe is knocked or is out. Yep, there he is. Sorry, couldn't see over the overall leaderboard. Kickstart though is still in that other building. A nice shot from Sharp Shot will take down Haruzen. That's why you leave the man on the north side. And there you go. Yahoo gets cleaned up, and Bing Bang Boom is cleaning up in this lobby. It is all down to 4v2v1 for this first place victory in game number 1.
Yeah, and you see already Sharp Shot sent across the street to try to investigate who might be out to the north. Kickstart, though, still alive, and if he can take care of Sharp Shot, then that really turns this to a 3v3. The 2 members of LA, Grant Lantis, up there, could potentially take out BBB. Obviously, though, we got to see where that Phase 8 circle can take us. If it completely cuts out this compound, that's really going to shake things up.
Everything is kind of calming down for the time being. Lethal Association could find a way to win this, but it really, like you said, it depends. What damage can Kickstart do? Can Bing Bang Boom take care of him without taking any losses here? That is the question. They are not in a hurry to make any moves just yet. Sharp Shot will just hold the fort on the north side of the road, listening for footsteps, making sure that Lethal Association does not creep around. They will just kind of hang out, and wait for this circle to collapse. Kickstart, meanwhile, he's got all the freedom in the world to play this as aggressively as he wants. I mean, he's the solo player. He's got a whole house to himself. He knows exactly where everyone else on the map is. He just kind of has to wait for a push from Bing Bang Boom here, or just kind of see what he can find from range.
Yeah, and now here we go. The circle is going to shift. It still stays here, so Kickstart can continue to play one of the buildings in this compound. And I mean, if Kickstart falls, you're going to see one of these two teams, Bing Bang Boom or LA, just immediately snap up and pop and go on the attack. Right now, these teams are being careful. They're being quiet because they know that there are currently 3 teams out here, and they're being really careful, right? Because you don't want to make yourself vulnerable, turn your back, or, as we saw, right? Sharp Shot went across the street, tried to see what he could scout for LA, and he was punished by Kickstart. And so Bing Bang Boom pulled back, Sharp Shot back, and kind of sat on this. Now, that said, it looks like Oldlist does have a good idea for LA. Great connection on the shots, but it's just not enough to find that knock.
Now, Lethal Association just playing this slow. Honestly, that's their best opportunity to win here, is if Kickstart can do some damage to Bing Bang Boom, and kind of and Lethal Association can just kind of come in third party the fight. But as you see, I mean, they have a little bit of cover to work behind with the Dacia. There's the hills off to the north, but with Oldless on the top of the roof, they're pretty much pinned down. Kickstart now has Shoddy in hand. This could be bad news. He's going to go in for the push.
Oh, the
but
vault.
Keenan's ready.
Oh, I think that was an accidental vault. I'm not sure if that's what he meant to do, but as you saw, Keenan absolutely ready for it. Quick out for Kickstart, and there you go. The car is starting to move. Lethal Association wasting no time on that reposition. Sharp Shot also ran across the street, but it's going to be Oldless that gets that opening knock. One player down, that's it. They are gone. Bing Bang Boom with 17 kills take game number 1 today.
It has been a weekend of big kill totals, as these North American teams seem to be really liking the switch back to the old format here. And it has just been opening things up. Bing Bang Boom, they played from the north side. It started off with fights against Rumblers, and they just cleaned up going down south. I mean, you really thought that Yahoo had that compound. You knew it was going to come down to a compound crash, didn't you? And they did their best to hold it off, but in the end, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, given how that positioning is for the circle, it being a primo location right there on that phase 1 pop, we saw Yahoo leave their location from shelter and sit there, and I think that hurt them a little bit because they just didn't have as many resources to use in that late game. When we started to see them run out of throwables to keep those pushes coming, Bing Bang Boom able to completely recover and take that position out and away from them. But that said, we did see a couple teams that we talked about needing to look for those points and those scorings start to show up today. So it's going to be, I think, a really interesting leaderboard by the time we get through the end of the day. But before we get to the end of the day, Poro, we've got a replay.
Yeah, let's take a look and see how we got to that Bing Bang Boom victory, as it started off there with that push from Orion. Look at the shot from Pooface and Land. We knew Lethal Association lost one in rotation, but wow, those are some nasty shots there. Kurt, meanwhile, does clean up lows. Shoot to kill, having a decent game here. I think they finished 6th overall with 4 kills. Not a bad start.
Yeah, talking about starts, Kickstart, right? There was a time where I didn't even think he was going to get out of this position. This fight with LA drew on for a really long time, but for him to be able to make it into the top 3 all the way into the late game, I think just shows not only that his gun game's is on point, but his ability to kind of, survive throughout some crazy situations as well.
Has a hell of a hold from Yahoo on that What a Rush push, but unfortunately, Bing Bang Boom was right on top of it. Came in with the third party at the perfect time, and in the end, Kickstart's solo snake plays weren't enough to cause a problem for Bing Bang Boom. As they clean it up, they keep 4 alive in the process. Not a bad start for that squad.
Absolutely. And, we talked about what we think that a team might look like at the end of the day. For E United, definitely a good game to help them with 5 more to go. Curious to see where E United's going to end at the end of the day, but also Bing Bang Boom could have quite a big jump on the leaderboard for them as well, especially with that chicken dinner. Beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner.
Yeah, we like it. There you go. Your match standings from game number 1. 17 kills and 10 placement points for Bing Bang Boom for a total of 27. That's going to do wonders for their overall leaderboard standing. But as you said, what a rush. United, both teams that were already doing well, and they continue to do well. Yahoo even up there with another 9 points. But Lethal Association, Shoot to Kill, Rumblers, these are teams that also needed to do a little bit more to climb, and that's a pretty decent start so far. Obviously, you hope for better, but 6 points, you come out of a game with 6 points, you're feeling okay.
Absolutely. I mean, it's already putting Rumblers ahead of 303 Esports. So we take a look at the overall standings. You can see the jump, Shoot to Kill going from 17th place into 12th. So they're just outside the top 10 cusp. You can see they really only need about 6 points to kind of jump ahead comfortably. Wildcard Gaming, another team that is out today. So Rumblers and Shoot to Kill shouldn't have any problem getting ahead of them. Spicy Fish in 61. Could also be maybe a little bit in trouble depending on how many teams continue that climb in the next 5 matches.
Yeah, Uncivil didn't seem to be too confident in Spicy Fish current positioning, but we will see how it plays out as we still have 5 games left to go. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, we told you that 2022 was going to be jam-packed with PUBG esports action, and while you're watching the ESL PUBG Masters go down, take notes, because your next chance of showing off your skills is right now. Registration is open for the PCS 6 America's Open qualifiers. Round 1 starts on March 9th and registration closes on the 7th. So make sure you sign up now. More details can be found over at PUBGesports.com. So get your team ready to go. But we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will be ready for game number 2, guys. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. We are back again with your ESL North America Grandmasters group stage finals. This is the final day. We have one game in the books. It is a bing, bang, boom victory in game number 1. Clover. That was a pretty exciting stuff to start off the day.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw, I think, some crazy Erangel circles so far this weekend. I wouldn't say that's the craziest. It's probably up there.
That was basic. That was vanilla as you get.
I mean, I say basic, but there's so much open area. We saw Yahoo in that compound taken pretty quickly by both Kickstart and Bing Bang Boom, and that really pushed a lot of teams out on the edge. So we saw some of that early mid-game fighting that sometimes we don't often get to see. But that said, we've got 2 more Erangel matches to go, and I'm curious, we gonna get any more crazy circles? Maybe some Millie? I don't know.
Hey man, we're like 5 years into Erangel at this point. Every circle should be vanilla, right? I mean, how crazy can it get? I guess the shifts. We'll throw the shifts in there. We'll say that those could be crazy, but everybody should be ready to go. But as we said, we've seen a little bit more of the same, right? United kind of finishing towards the top there with a nice little stack of kills, getting themselves some points. Water Rush, same deal. We saw a couple of teams starting to kind of climb here. Bing Bang Boom, obviously trying to make that run to secure themselves that top 10 spot. And I think this first place victory, they might be feeling pretty comfortable after this one and open things up a bit.
Yeah, and you give that team a sense of confidence, and we're definitely going to see them run away with the lobby. We haven't even moved over to Miramar, which is, I think, a map that roster is also pretty good at. 4 of some of the best players that you really even have in PUBG. It'd be Balefrost, Vegas is back, Honey Badger, Hikerman. That is a good excuse me. That's for What a Rush. We're talking about Bing Bang Boom. No, Bing Bang Boom, Oldest, Sharpshot, Keenan, and Roth. Excuse me. All phenomenal players. But I mean, also, What a Rush, Point Sponged, United, Point Sponged, all the teams that we were really expecting to pop off in the lobby, showing what they had there in that first match.
There you go. You can see your overall leaderboard there on the left side as we try to see who is going to make the top 10. That cut line is going to be, it's going to be shifting up and down all day long, I got to feel like. But, I mean, there are so many teams, Clover. I mean, you look at Veritas all the way down to Dodge. They are just within one game of each other. And that's kind of what we've gotten used to seeing here in North America.
Yeah, and I mean, Wildcard Gaming right now at that current cutoff spot with 45 points. So with Rumblers, Shoot to Kill, Black Sheep Office all still playing. I think no doubt we should see them jump across. But Spicy Fish sitting out today, Tactical 8 sitting out today. And so my question is going to be, are any of those points right now that are in the run going to get enough points today that we'll see quite a few of them move forward into the lobby? Because it's that midpoint, that cutoff that we're really curious about. And Poro, the hard shifts, crazy circles. Look at this start. EU United, this is their circle.
Yeah, I mean, this has always been in the United Circle, hasn't it? You look at teams that also kind of usually kind of perform well in circles like this. STK, but given the plane was so far to the east, Clover, that STK had to do that military drop again. Now, if this was them coming from North George, I might like it a little bit more.
Yeah, especially, right, as you say, that rotation from North George, they could take it across the bridge, cut out closer towards shooting range. We'd see them go across the river and then come down to the eastern side. That would be their rotation in a circle like this. But given where they are, that would take quite a long time. And so we really need to see how they play this one out if they want to challenge in E. We saw them wrap around on the western bridge last game. They might try and fight for the eastern. These are the same 3 teams that were on Millie Island game number 1 as well. So they should have a general understanding of who might be around them right now.
Yeah, really interested to see how United decide to play this because, this is obviously it's a circle that we've gotten used to seeing them do really well on, but they've also adjusted how they've played it over the past year or so. It used to be where they would kind of take it, they would do a little 2-2 split between Milton Mini and the Yellows just at the like intersection just to the north, but they've kind of altered that and switched it up several times over the past year or so. So I'm kind of interested to see how they're playing it coming into 2022. Now that they've got Flood, do they take that a little bit more of an aggressive stance, or do they kind of do what they've been doing and maybe kind of switch it up a little bit more?
And I think, too, another thing to keep in mind with these types of circles is that you're going to see teams crash early on. They're going to try to take Peninsula, going to try to take some of the houses that are just to the east of Milta. along both the north and south roads. And we've already even seen Stuck sent a couple to the houses just outside Milta Power. So people are already starting to encroach and in a way kind of take some of those opportunities away from United. So they're going to have to act quickly. And speaking of acting quickly, What a Rush and NE both rotating on the Eastern Bridge at the same time.
Got to make the push early. And yeah, we were talking about it a little bit already. Our favorite for the circle, obviously United with that central circle position. But there's also an underdog in this circle. And then there's also a wild card, which we'll touch on here a little bit after we see how this rotation plays out. As What a Rush, they sent Honey Badger first, not shockingly. Vegas right behind it. But they still have 2 left on the military island with Balefrost and Hikerman kind of bringing up the rear.
You know, there's also, I always think that a lot of times we don't see it as much, but teams will take boats and rotate out of Nova across it. It's still a good thing to do. So right there, Lucid getting taken down by Honey Badger. Sneak attack slowed down just for a second, trying to figure out where that shooting was coming from. Honey Badger connecting, but now already focusing here on Krayshow, seeing which member of NE he can continue to catch out. Vexel last in tow, and usually it's the last player in these rotations that is the most vulnerable, but Honey Badger doesn't care. He's shooting at all of them.
There you go. Looks like they'll probably make it through. Honey Badger will be fine. But yep, United with that favorable circle position. Now, unfavorable, I have to say, is going to be Snow Patrol. They are up in Severny, and they've got a long wrap to make. And they're, you know, probably the farthest north on this north side of the circle, where it can be very, very contentious, to say the least.
Sure. I mean, that's really going to force them to come in and play Edge for this circle and maybe potentially even be stuck on Edge for a while. As you can see, the more teams working their way here into Milta. You know, and another thing as well, I think the biggest thing that we talked about a moment ago was Shoot to Kill being a potential wild card for this zone, because they can take that western rotation, go for a really long wrap, play the route that we know they typically like to with these Milta circles, or they can try something new, rotate through the Eastern Bridge and crash into Milta. But that is going to make things a little bit spicy because there are so many teams right now in that town.
Yes, indeed it will. All right, you can see Yahoo has already found their spot, but they're kind of scrapping back and forth with Stuckers here. Puthe's in the building just off to the side. The throwables are coming through, nothing landing, but you can see United has sent 2. They're going back to the old school. They've got 2 in Milta Minor, and they've actually sent 2 to Monkey, which is off to the south. So a little bit of a different split here coming out from United, but this is kind of an aggro split for sure. This is one that allows them to kind of open fire on everything around them, and that is exactly what they're doing. Snakers and Flood. I can't think of a more terrifying duo from range there, Clover.
No, you know, typically in phase 1, we just see a little bit of this kind of superficial fighting, you know, what we like to call peacocking, which is where teams will make a lot of noise, try to claim a compound, but they're not really looking for a strong engagement. But with a circle like this, with so much water in what we would consider unplayable area, so every part of the island, for Milta Island, even in a way, is already being considered unplayable by IGLs, because they're anticipating that as we get into those later shifts, we have that water shift during phase 4 where we pull away from the water. Everybody's saying, okay, this is going to go main island. So with that in mind, currently only about 40 to 45% of this circle in phase 1 is playable, and that's putting everybody right on top of each other because they're looking for those prio compounds to play from, not only for this phase, but moving forward. They want to make sure that they have that safety for whatever comes next.
Yeah. Waiting to see what that circle 2 is going to do. What's going to get cut off? Where is it going to go? And obviously everybody kind of picking this spot right here. I mean, this is the spot that you would want to pick, isn't it? And but that circle 2, if it decides to cut hard to the south, if it cuts off a major portion of any of this spot, it's going to be pretty violent right off the bat. I mean, this is every good spot has already been taken. I mean, you can see the skills are just right on top of each other. STK, slow playing it from the south. BSO and Snow Patrol also doing the same as they come in from the northwest. As I mean, that's pretty much what they should be doing, right? I mean,
Ooh,
you know,
I think
it's the farthest
STK might
away.
actually be going to the top of the tower, trying to see what they can scout out into Milta from that high ground.
It's not a bad idea. Mostly just kind of keep an eye on that bridge, I'd imagine. But there are ways for them to make it over. I guess they're kind of spotting out what is occupied, what isn't. The problem is everything's occupied here. Stuckers is finding out as they are running into Yahoo, or actually, is that Yahoo running into them? I think the Yahoo decided to make the push, and boy, it paid off well. Head Shakur, company man, Skask, all down as Pooface is well suddenly all by himself, and Spark and Haruzen know exactly where he is.
Yeah, I mean, going to get a res on Skaska is probably not going to happen at this point. Getting across the street to that tower is a bit of a suicide. But this split that Yahoo have, I mean, this is probably one of the strongest positions you can have in this circle. And oh no, he swam for a crate. It's all for a crate. Come on, Honey Badger.
How thirsty can you possibly be?
What did you get?
I mean, look, hey, I'm all for going to get for the crates, but in this circle, when you know that everybody is going to be surrounding them, I mean, that is aggro. Okay, all right. Well, you know what? He's got level 3 gear, so if he gets shot in the head a couple of times, at least he'll be fine. He's going to swim underwater.
I think it's safe to say he has more chutzpah than anybody else in the entire North American region at this point.
Why not? You know, I mean, he's got Hikerman. He's got the rest of the boys are covering him. You know, you can see just off to the north. Well, maybe not covering him too well. He's got to dip down once again. But the crate has been retrieved. Hopefully it was worth it. Hopefully he got something other than just level 3 gear out of that thing as the circle's slowly collapsing a little bit more. You can see SDK still hanging out on Military Island. BSO and Snow Patrol eating the blue, but they should be okay. The question is, where is this next circle going to go? Okay.
All right, so now, I mean, if you're shoot to kill, do you go back to Nova, grab a boat, and just put down kind of in that area that the Rumblers are, or maybe even that ridgeline just to the south of NE? That could be a potential safety play where they don't need to worry about the bridge camp. We could see 300 just completely has their eyes locked south of the bridge. They know that somebody is still in that position. And Rumblers already let go of the coast. They very quickly repositioned to where I think is an open area. They are going to be rewarded for right now, and this is a good play for the long game, Poro.
That's a real good get for Rumblers as they've scouted that out, found out that it was completely unoccupied, and they'll be able to pick that up and actually be able to do a little 2-2 split as well. So things are looking pretty good for that squad. Veritas on the move as well. They're getting shot at in the back a little bit from Dodge, but nothing too substantial just yet as they try to find a place a little bit closer to the coast. Looks like SDK is going to hop in vehicles and make their way across the bridge. So no boat transitions, no Normandy type situation for them this time around.
It does worry me a little bit about shoot to kill because that's now giving them essentially the leftovers in the zone. They can't take some of those center prios that they would like to fight for. I mean, they're coming in.
They got to take the hill. They got to
yeah, they're coming in without very much information. But I mean, as we've seen them play that high ground hill in these circles, it does work out for them well. They just got to make sure that they clear out teams like Orion and BSO that are making their way out that way, just outside Lumberyard. But right now, Veritas, so close, right there in that tower, and oh, BBB.
Bing, bang, boom. Their game 1 winner. They lose 2 or take 2 knocks, rather. Oldless will be able to get the heal off, and it looks like they should be able to get the reses as they have control over the south side of Milta Power Plant now. Lethal Association on that northern side. Looks like Grant Land is looking over in this direction, but they're not too terribly interested in making a push over. Nightly, meanwhile, down to Vexel. On the side of the power play, they've got Sneak Attack watching the coast, and here you go, Snow Patrol. Well, they decided to get in the boats and take a send.
I mean, I'm not surprised to see a boat rotation here, but I'm curious. Are they trying to put down here and walk up into power? It looks like that might be the play, but they've got plenty of time, obviously, with so much water. It's only phase 2. I just, these circles, it's always interesting to see how the teams get creative in playing them. Shoot to kill, meanwhile, finding themselves actually in a fantastic position, still just on the outskirts here of Lumberyard. And again, BSO and Orion going to be their biggest threats once they, I think, pull the brakes up on this first stop.
Yeah, this was pretty much the most obvious path, really, for SDK to come in, but you make that push, you expect somebody to be up here, and it looks like they're already on the hunt, looking around to see what they can spot out. Haven't seen Mercy just yet. Alo starting to push forward a little bit more. You can see Mercy just on those rocks. The rest of BSO, is Alo going to hear the footsteps? Who's going to hear who first? Mercy just sitting that with that bullet hose. The M249 is going to take a few shots into Alo, but he's going to pull back down.
Ooh, It's a vulnerable position for sure. You can see the throwables already starting to come out, so this was a good move for Alo to give himself a little bit extra cover and also allow his teammates to have more eyes on any members of BSO that might take a peek over these rock face. Good nade is going to have enough time to do what it needs to do. You can see him trying to keep the arc very tight so that he can get anybody that might be standing just above him. Meanwhile, that circle, Poro, it shifted. We have so much water into play. We're going to Milta Power and Milta Power alone, and it's only phase 3.
Oh, this is so rough of a circle. They got to get to the bottom of this fight. And now, unfortunately, Orion, they hear the shots. The dinner bell is ringing. They're sending Pluis, they're sending Dialift over here to see if they can maybe get some shots in. Third-party action. Veritas, meanwhile, down to just J-Sank. He's going to hold the line. Knightley is down, but J-Sank is the last one alive for Veritas. Can he get the res onto Lobes? You see some other teams were kind of shooting at him from range, but this fight is starting to play out as BSO is just getting ripped to shreds. Melon, the last one up, as Kurt has now found Orion.
Orion sent 2 to investigate what was going on. It was Pluis and Dialift, and unfortunately, STK are going to be down to just Alo as they get punished just a little bit. You can see Melon getting a knock onto Penta as well. Meanwhile, along the coastline, what a rush coming up on top of Dodge. You can see Dodge with quite a few players down, but Hikerman seeing if he can get close enough to use the AR. Rockface getting himself just a bit of trouble. Dodge is going to go out, though. There you go. And it's going to be plenty of time to get that res onto Honey Badger.
5 kills in the bag for What a Rush already, and now they have control over the cliffs. 300 is off to the south, trying to kind of send over in that direction. Meanwhile, Alo was able to get some reses. STK still in this. They've got 2 knocks. Can Alo get these reses? It looks like they're just dropping meds right now. The blue is on top of them. I don't think they can do it. Luke 12 is already going to get taken out by Gwen. So now, once again, Alo finding himself all by himself as a little bit earlier this time. Still 14 teams remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Shoot to Kill know that they've still got some enemies in the area. In the terms of Orion, you saw Alo grab some of those meds out from other players. It's phase 3, so he can survive in the blue for a little bit, but he's got to be very careful for his time because they're still far away from the edge. You can see Throwables coming out, seeing if they can get what's left of Orion here. Dialift might have line of sight. Meanwhile, 300 we see in the bottom screen working on their rotation.
There you go. Alo goes down, but Shoot to Kill will get 4 points for their efforts. Meanwhile, Orion, they're going to bleed out as well. Bing, bang, boom, still holding down the corner of Milta Power. Lethal Association on the north side have crept down a little bit closer. Not too much closer, but 300 is able to get a couple of players in here. Richie and Vox, they still left Extreme down on the south side as he's got some rotating to do. United, they've collapsed all onto Milton Mini, and they are just shooting at everything around them. They've collected 4 kills so far, make it 5 as Kickstart will pick Newt.
You know, Nootropic really trying to get themselves in a good spot. The problem is that's a very open area, and with everybody right now, SRs, SLRs, every type of gun, Mini 14s, perfect for shooting, and you can see that circle still holding true onto Milta Power. Now, that said, I'm actually amazed they were able to just get inside the zone there. Newt, did they get everybody? Or nope, that's it. Lamp-a-Lot was spotted.
Ambitious. There's not really a whole lot Nootropic could really done there. I mean, they had to send something, and the vehicles just weren't. You don't want to have to do it in a buggy. You just that's worst case scenario, and that's kind of where Nootropic found themselves. As we see the Rumblers, they've collapsed everybody into this little compound off to the north, and they're pretty comfy. They've got Yahoo just off to the west. Orion, the last 2 have made it down from logging camp, but they've got to make it across the street under the eyes of Yahoo and Rumblers. Meanwhile, What a Rush. They've got the cliff. Nobody else coming from the south side. Remember, we do have Snow Patrol that made that botation. They have the cliffs on the north side. So they are just kind of holding court for the time being.
Ooh, Rumblers, though, Orion, using their position as well. Orion tried to get across the street, was not successful there, and that can be sometimes even a hard compound to shoot out from because of the way the positioning of the windows. It can be very vulnerable to anybody that might have a hill, or even for where Yahoo is playing from. They've got a little bit more coverage and some of that high ground. But United, I mean, you can see them right now peeking at the edge of that the wall. The only thing they can do from here on out is try to take that rotation across to Milta. They can do a bit of a smoke wall, see if they can drive across quickly, but they're going to have quite a lot of eyes on them when they do make that move.
Yeah, next circle's going to be huge. They're trying to see if they can do anything to Rumblers here, at least put a little bit of pressure on them, because they would love to be able to play that hillside just to the west of Milta. But with Rumblers there, it makes it a little bit more complicated. They can still come from the south, but they had spotted out What a Rush, so they know their options here are limited. J-Sank for Veritas still alive in the sniper tower, but that is looking real meaty for teams like Yahoo, for teams like United.
Here we go. I mean, I'm a little bit nervous about this rotation. We saw it not work out too well for Newt, but What a Rush being extremely careful to hug the coastline. You can see them putting down in that dip. It is going to be in the zone, so right as the blue closes, you should have easy access into Milta Power, or if they want to continue around the coastline to Snows, you can see Honey Badger and Balefrost already starting to investigate, make sure the rest of this area is clear. United, Yahoo, all going to have to potentially make moves for this next circle shift. Rumblers as well. A lot of open area surrounding that compound. I'm not quite sure the health of their vehicles. Yahoo's been taking quite a lot of shots in that direction, so it may not have many tires left, if at all, for what they've got. So as we hold our breath, see where this next zone takes us.
And, okay. United, hashtag blessed. They get to hang out. Yahoo and Rumblers now have to move. Rumblers already in the vehicles. You can see What a Rush also deciding what they want to do with this new information. Looks like they're heading back down towards the south, which is probably the better play here. Rumblers, they're going to push right into Snow Patrol. Is Snow Patrol ready for it, though?
Snow Patrol came in on a boat. They don't have any vehicles, so they're on foot for this. You can see Chachi Boy, I'm sorry, it's going to be so weird for me to say it, Chachi Boy out there with the barrel waiting for that close range engagement for Rumblers. And Snow Patrol, I'm not sure how much noise they've made for Rumblers to be entirely aware of their presence.
I've been kind of keeping an eye on them in the corner on my map stream here. They have not taken a single shot, so Rumblers has no idea, unless they managed to spot somebody out that was just walking around from tree to tree, which it looks like they may have. You can see they're playing this like they think somebody's here. He's got grenades in hand. They know somebody's up here. I'm not sure who got spotted, but Rumblers had their good eyes on. As now Chachi has that side spike, but Corsac gonna find Pizza Daddy with the opening grenade. Chachi waiting to try to come in from the side, but his whole team is down just like that. You sunk my battleship moment there with that nade, but Chachi Boy trying to give some of this damage you saw once he realized he didn't get that knock, try to pull away and reposition as not to be retaliated against by the members of Rumblers. Corsac, though, completely focused right now on getting that res for Valiant, so they're not even worried about Chachi Boy if they push him. It actually looks like Los might have gotten some damage into him, so that's going to be a very hard go for Snow Patrol. Yes, I don't see him making it. I don't know, Poro. A super clean take from Rumblers, though. I mean, they must have just happened to catch a passing glimpse of a head or a player just kind of moving in and out of the dip, and they acted on that so fast. I mean, Chachi had that beautiful flanking angle, but his whole team was dead before he even had a chance to kind of reveal himself. So really well done by Rumblers. While that was going on, What a Rush does make their way into Milta Power. They're right behind 300 here. So it looks like Honey Badger, what are you doing? He's on a mission. He's on a solo mission yet again. And he's going to find Chachi, and he's going to get the kill. And that's how Honey Badger gets 3 kills, as he is cleaning stuff up on the north side.
It was great is that right as that happened, all of the Rumblers looked and they're like, wait, what? Honey Badger's over here? And you can see them now starting to get a little bit concerned as to where Honey Badger might be. But Honey Badger is not stopping now, taking shots at LA. And, he's got to be a little bit careful with this confidence, because Rumblers are going to spot him out, and it is low. So that's it, Honey Badger.
Well, I mean, look, this is What a Rush. You look at that roster, and what I'm seeing is a team that's going to be playing for kills. Placement is absolutely arbitrary to this squad. They are going to be hyper aggressive. They are going to go out there and try to get their points through kills. And so far, it's been working out pretty well for them. Now, Honey Badger will go down. They should be able to get the res onto their knocked player, get back up to 3. Looks like Vegas is up, and they are pushing into 300 here. But everybody on the edges of these circles, Milta Power is a very dangerous place to be right now.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, you talk about the kills. I want to point something out real quick, Poro, is that Rumblers have pushed their way, fallen their way back into that 10th place spot. Wildcard's been knocked down to 14th, so Shoot to Kill in 11th, BSO in 13th.
Ooh.
It is getting very competitive now for those teams that are trying to push their way into the top 10. And talking about pushing their way, Vox with that nade onto Hikerman. Absolutely gorgeous. Balefrost is just going to have to bail out of there, and he spotted somebody.
What a great
Those
camera
Rumblers,
angle
yeah.
that was. That was awesome. You just have to see the arcing grenades over the top. Balefrost will be able to escape here. Looks like Vegas has been kind of feeding him information, letting him know what's going on. Yahoo, meanwhile, they've got to get 4 deep in the clown car and try to send it over. They will at least make it to a ridge line here, and that is inside the circle. Relo and the rest of E United going to be taking shots over. Actually, it's just going to be Relo and Kick as the rest of E United has been sent over, and now not coming through. J-Sank still alive.
And this is a really crazy split. You saw Snakers and Kickstart go across the street just outside of Milta Power early, and the last remaining 2 members send it to the north and try and see what they can get on Yahoo. 6 kills for them thus far, but they're split right now, and they're going to have to do a little bit of work if they want to get back into the zone safely. But I say Veritas, Yahoo, all with line of sight and eyes out in that position. Meanwhile, 300 and What a Rush going at it again.
I was keeping an eye on the minimap there. You can see Bing Bang Boom started to kind of creep down there towards that lower southern split from E United, but meanwhile, looks like they pulled back in. There things going off to the north a little bit more interesting as Balefrost working the low ground. They've got Extreme. They've got 300 hiding behind the angle. Balefrost! Oh, the AUG will win out, but just barely as Extreme. So close to winning that 1v1, but now the push keep coming. Vegas, we'll see the rest of 300 will have to pull back while Balefrost gets the heal off.
Meanwhile, the rest of E United have just been absolutely tearing into Yahoo as they continue to play out that position. We can see there on the bottom screen, another nade coming out from Kickstart as he tries to clean up. That is it. Yahoo eliminated into 7th place. Have a little bit of time for some recovery, but unfortunately, they did lose 2 players in that process. Now, Balefrost, meanwhile, also 2 players, their teams, 9 kills for What a Rush, but and they're going to have to play this one slow, and unfortunately not in the circle for this. So 51 seconds till the blue zone closes. They're going to have to figure out how to get through 300 pretty quickly right now, just waiting for Vox to take that peek. It looks like Balefrost saw him for just a moment.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for What a Rush to be in. They've got the blue creeping on their backs. 300 knows that they've got a pretty secure position here. Meanwhile, Relo is going to get taken down by Los, as Rumblers may have found an angle here. Bing Bang Boom. Meanwhile, he's going to spot out Vegas. Roth is going to shoot the toesies of the man himself. Will not be able to get the flush just yet. That's going to be the sign for Balefrost to maybe make a push here. Nope. Just going to pull back as the blue is slowly encroaching. Vegas will get flushed out, and that will be another point in Bing Bang Boom's pocket.
I mean, Bing Bang Boom is so interested in what's going on in this fight right now. I see Roth starting to kind of push along the ridge line here, see what they can kind of catch off guard, maybe pick off from the side. Balefrost did spot him out. Sharpshot is there to help him out, but I mean, this is going to make things really difficult. Balefrost even getting across this bridge, if he doesn't get taken out by Bing Bang Boom, Vox, Richie still there waiting for him. So he's got to be really precise with the movement here.
Everything's bad. Nothing is good right now. No utility. Helmet has been dismantled, so he's gonna have to pick up a level 2 off of that body. At least he's got that going for him. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom still holding the outside. Have not found any angle onto 300 here. I mean, this is an easy hold for Richie and Vox. I mean, you do this all day long. E United, meanwhile, was able to get the res back, but Rumblers are kind of slowly picking people apart from range. Balefrost has to make the push, and 300 absolutely ready for it. So that is going to be it for What a Rush. But hey, 9 kills and a 6th place for What a Rush. That I feel is pretty good for that team. That's what they want. They want the high kill point.
And United as well want to get into the zone right now as their last position wasn't in safely. They're going to play up to the ridge line, and you can see take just a minimal amount of damage. Now, Rumblers did lose 2 players when they first tried to move across, so this is going to be the big telling here is whether or not Rumblers or United survive. But Bing Bang Boom moved off from their previous location, now starting to play the fence and bully United. They want to make sure that they have the edge here as the zone shifts, and it shifts right on United's positioning.
Okay. Well, this is going to, I mean, you think this is good for United, but this is going to be really, really tough for them. I mean, they have to be concerned about Bing Bang Boom. If they can keep Bing Bang Boom on the Milta Power side of that fence, then they're okay. But I mean, they've got to worry about all angles here. Los will get taken down for Rumblers, so it is just down to 1 for Rumblers as he's right on top of Lethal Association. Credit to Lethal Association. This is now 2 games in a row that they've managed to make it into the top 5 and with a chance to win the game. This time they've got all 4 upped.
Mm-hmm. You know, it does say as well that they only have 1 kill so far this match, but they've actually been really engaging. They've gotten quite a lot of knocks, and they've been doing a good job at holding out this position. So as we see Corsac, I think Corsac's biggest threat right now is going to be Lethal Associations. That is going to be a bit of a help here to E United as BBB have their attention split a bit. You know, they were still a little focused, waiting for 300 to leave that facility. They know that 300's there, and they kind of picked part of that Balefrost engagement earlier, as well as knowing Lethal Association has the other 2 warehouse barns. So seeing the fact that Bing Bang Boom has been able to split their attention and still get some knocks, Richie is going to fall here.
Good spray from Roth as 300 is getting absolutely gate kept here. Vox is going to lay down the smoke wall. That's going to slow things down just a bit, but you can see that blue is pushing. Vox will try to pull back away. Fortunately, he is in Milta Power where there is a ton of cover to hide behind. He's going to have to push a little bit closer to Lethal Association, but fortunately for him, LA, they're just turtling. They're just kind of sitting back. They know that they've got a good spot here. They're trying to play for late game. Corsac using that to his advantage. It's just going to creepy crawl right next to him and try not to get shot by E United, who is just getting free reign, free roaming over this wall here. Bing Bang Boom couldn't really do anything to put him off of it.
Now as we're getting ready to go into phase 9, the dot, that final positioning, has landed itself right there where United is. So all they have to really at this point do is wait. Vox, Corsac inevitably going to start probably take that first engagement there for Lethal Association. You see Corsac trying not to get spotted out. The smokes are out. Vox actually is going to get a knock onto a member of Lethal Association, and that could be the time for Corsac to... Oh no, he got hit by a Molotov!
Oh no, the creepy Carly Caterpillar found the Molotov waiting for him in the smoke wall, and that's going to be it for E United. And Lethal Association is just getting pulled apart here as Vox is doing work as a solo player. Bing Bang Boom trying to regroup on the edge of circle here. They know exactly where E United is, but the question, can they do anything about it? They try to make the push here, but E United has that hard cover. They've got the vehicles that they can use to hide behind, and they've got multiple layers of vehicles here as well. I mean, you can see Flood is kind of the front man here, and he's actually going to find Keenan.
I mean, Bing Bang Boom is also another disadvantage in that they still have other teams on that side of the fence with them. You can see this Molotov's really punishing. Sharpshot healing, trying to stay ahead of the damage. Is going to be able to stay up for right now. Vox, meanwhile, still doing work, taking down Sociopath, getting some help there from Flood, as unfortunately members of Bing Bang Boom get taken down there. So 15 kills for E United. Not a bad game regardless, but they've got to continue taking down members of Bing Bang Boom. You see a flush coming there out onto Sharpshot.
I mean, they're going to end up with a lot more than just 15, as well as they are in a perfect position to clean up everything else that's coming out of here. Lethal Association goes down. It's just down to Oldless. He'll go down to the zone, but E United will get their 3rd win of the weekend, this time with 18 kills.
I mean, that's one of their best performances. They had, I believe, a 23 kill game earlier in the weekend. Rumblers had an 18 kill, so United finishing it out now with another high kill game. Their performance absolutely on point. Poro, we said E United really does well on their final day in a group stage, and I think we're starting to see that. Only 2 matches in, and they're looking absolutely primed.
I mean, it's just picking up where they left off last year, isn't it? I mean, they won the last 2 tournaments of 2021, and now they've come into 2022. They've replaced Balefrost. I mean, they were already built for NA dominance, and now they've replaced Balefrost. They brought in Flood, who is just taken like a duck to water. I mean, he's fitting in perfectly with that squad, and E United looks like the most dangerous team in North America as of right now. Now, that could change very quickly as Sonics is looking pretty comfortable as well.
Yeah, we'll go again through the replay. I mean, Poro, this very quickly made it obvious it was going to be a Milta Peninsula. By phase 2, phase 3, you knew it was going Milta Power, and those types of circles are dangerous because not only is the playable zone taken out, but that really puts these early fightings and have teams kind of make that decision early on, is if they can send it center, find that prio compound early, or are they going to, unfortunately, as we saw there with Newt, get stuck along the edge and kind of try to take what they can get at the last second. So really good, I think, play from Rumblers today. They were able to get quite a lot of kills from that position up to north, unfortunately just getting caught off there in the late game, as well as obviously BBB, E United, and even Lethal Association who really needed some of those points.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of teams that showed very good signs here. I think the Rumblers overtake of Snow Patrol there was just textbook. The push from E United there into Yahoo. I mean, you go back to our interview at the beginning of the day with Purdy Curdy where he felt like SDK was kind of treating these teams with too much respect. That push from E United with Yahoo was exactly what he's talking about. Just going in, just trying to take over a spot. I mean, Yahoo, a really damn good team. That is a fantastic team, but E United just cut right through them like they weren't even there. That's the kind of confidence push that you're coming out with from E United, and here they are at the very end here cleaning up. Bing, bang, boom. Oldest just going to go down to the blue, not give up the kill, but it doesn't matter. E United already got 18 of them.
Yeah, I would even say, as far as Bing Bang Boom, a bit of a similarity. Obviously, only 6 kills that game, but that confidence, the ability to bully, push into positions. I mean, Milta Power was already occupied, but they carved out a position for them, and they actually kind of kept a couple teams out of there for much longer. We really look at some of these top-performing teams, United, Bing Bang Boom, What a Rush, Rumblers. Those are 4 teams that just came back from having that international experience at PGC, and we're seeing them bring that game after game.
Yeah, you also got to give credit as well to Lethal Association. They've, like we said, they've found themselves in the late game here twice in a row. They've got to try to make top 10. They've got to try to climb. That's a good way to do it, but you're going to have to get a little bit more kills. They're sitting down there in 19th place with 35 points. Still, how many do we got? 4 games left to play. 4 games.
But that's only 10 behind Shoot to Kill. Like, Shoot to Kill is in 11th place with 45 points. So that's one good game. That's so close between all those teams right now.
Yeah. It is absolutely doable. Well, we are going to cut to break. When we come back, we are going to be getting ready for game number 3. Our final game on Erangel for the day. Clover, is it going to be more domination from these same squads?
I think that there is a very high probability that the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe United will get lucky and get another Milta Power circle again and just clean it up. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have game number 3, guys. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. We are back once again to these ESL Masters PUBG North America Group Stage Finals. We've got 2 games in the books. We've seen United collect another win and have now taken sole possession of first place on the leaderboard. Will they fall victim, Clover, to the group stage curse? That remains to be seen. But we still have to worry about who's going to get top 10.
Absolutely, and as we've been seeing 2 games in so far, we've already had big movement. Teams that are sitting out today have been knocked out of the top 10, but we still got a couple teams that haven't quite made it in just yet. They're getting very close, one of which was your pick, Shoot to Kill.
Yeah, it's been a tough couple of planes so far for Shoot to Kill. They've had to drop on Military Island, not where they usually like to play. But you know what? At the same time, they're still getting points, and they're still climbing the leaderboards, and they're now sitting right on the edge of that top 10 spot. So well within reach with 4 games remaining. But that being said, it's well within reach for a lot of squads with 4 games remaining. So it's very, very close at the bottom part of that leaderboard right now.
Yeah, I mean, Lethal Association, another team that we just saw have a good late game performance. They're on match number 2, 10 points behind Shoot to Kill. And that is 10 points. That's one good game. You know, that's a late placement, a bunch of kills, and you can take that jump. And thus far, again, we've seen Shoot to Kill be a little bit conservative on some of their kills, in part because they've been struggling rotating out of Military Island and kind of taking some of these rotations that haven't been good scenarios given where the circles are going. So point sponges so far today. What a rush as well. Bing bang boom, United. So we're gonna see maybe who can continue to get those kills.
Well, that's good news. I think if you're a fan of any of those teams that are really near the cut line, you'd love to see these point sponge teams that have already qualified take up all the points, because that's just going to make things a little bit tighter down there at the bottom. And all you really need to have is that one good game. Now we've got one more game left to go on Erangel before we switch over to Miramar. Do you have anybody that you're keeping your eyes on that maybe we haven't talked about as much for Erangel?
Honestly, I actually do kind of have my eyes on Yoho. I think that the circles that we have been decently favorable to where they like to drop out in that shelter, museum, prison kind of area. Given though, we might have finally a Western circle that could be something that might not be as favorable for them. But as I say that, this flight path should have just about everybody's drop spots in the zone, and finally Shoot to Kill can go Georgia Pole. Should they want? I imagine that we'll see them go there. That'll be heading home for the gang, as we do finally have, as you said, that east-west play. Now, it is cutting a little bit far south, so spots off to the northeast will be a little bit out of range here. But and it's also going to be interesting to see where this circle goes. I mean, this is a prime plane path for one of those Military Island circles, close. Yeah, I mean, we had that Milta Power last game, the other one a little bit centered up as well, Death Row. This could put both of those types of circles in a flight path like this. We could potentially maybe even see an Everest circle, another, in my opinion, very bloody kind of a circle. We have to play King of the Hill on here, but now as everybody's out of the plane, starting to see, looks like Shoot to Kill are going to take their Georgia Pole drop. BSO should take North George. We know they like to play one. They were ATC, and we'll see where that circle pops.
Yes, we will. It's going to be a little bit crowded on the south side. I was asking you who your team that you're kind of watching that maybe we haven't talked about is. You brought up Yoho. I'm kind of keeping an eye on 300. I mean, you can see they're currently sitting on 38 points. Okay. Well,
that's a great team to keep an eye on with a circle, Poro.
Yeah, I feel like a genius all of a sudden. And I promise our map feed is not on a delay, so I did not know that circle was going to go there before I said that. But 300 I think has been, performing pretty well here. They just haven't had their feet under them just yet, but maybe the circle will be the thing that does it. We could see Stuckers, Skaska all by himself in the GOP compound. He does have 2 Snow Patrol beside him. Guys, with that shotty in hand, that is a scary, scary thing. As looks like they are going to try to make that move, but that micro Uzi, that is so dangerous at close range, Clover.
You can see him just taking shots off the door, trying to eliminate any coverage that I think that might be sneak attack that's in there. No, excuse me, it's Kynes. But I mean, Micro Uzi, probably one of my favorite close range guns. A Micro Uzi versus a shotgun, though, that one's going to be a little bit tough, especially since we saw the Micro Uzi doesn't have any attachments. He has no armor. Oh, but he's still going to get that knock. You can see immediately running upstairs, try to cover his bases, but it's not going to be enough to stay up.
Big barrel energy. He was able to get one knock, but Chachi will be able to land that shoddy shot through the bars. Unfortunately, the bar's going to eat most of those barrel bullets, and that is going to be one down for Stuckers, who, well, it's been a little bit of a forgettable group stage for them, but room to grow. Room to grow is what we'll say for that squad.
You know, it's, well, you can talk about room. This is almost a reverse of the previous zone, where we had part of Military Island, a lot of water, and then the mainland. We're seeing that here. Bit of a mainland, well, more of a mainland presence here in the first phase than we saw last game. But that little area that Nightly Esports is rotating in right now is in the zone for this circle, but ultimately won't be in position next. So with that much playable zone out of play, I mean, pre-Morse, no team really set up just yet a good centralized spot, and we might see a lot of infighting outside the city, but this early on, you don't want to send it to the city if you don't have to, because getting out of a city is very difficult if you get stuck in it early in the phases.
Well, we watch Nightly make their rotation across the Western Bridge. We got a few stats for you, Clover. You ready?
Oh, I like stats.
Yeah. So after just 8 games, E United is leading in kills with 85 total, and they're leading in damage dealt with 16,645. The second place team is Sonics, that has 16,021 damage. So already E United just out damaging Sonics by 600-ish. And they still got 4 games left to play. Nikos is still your kill leader with 35, but Kickstart, Snakers, Bale, Flood, all have over 20. They're within reach of that top spot, and they've still got 4 games left to play.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to hear that as well, because before we started today, we asked 2 of the players that are playing today. We asked Purdy Curdy from Shoot to Kill and Kickstart from E United, who is a player that they feel like has been improving, that they've got their eyes on, and both of them said Niku. So maybe if Kickstart has his eyes on him a little bit too close, because Kickstart has been on an absolute kill spree today.
Yeah, I mean, you always, anytime a team makes a roster change and brings on a new player, particularly one of Flood's caliber that and has Flood's reputation as being just a fragger, it's always interesting to see what the impact will be on the other members of the team here, as Extreme gets caught out by the clown car of Veritas, and they are not leaving this man alone. They want that kill, and they will get it. Extreme going down, and Veritas will get back on the move once again.
Yeah, there's almost a little bit of a casual drive-by there.
I cursed him. I absolutely cursed him. I've never cursed anything this hard in my life. Holy
really?
moly.
Well, actually, no, that's true. You were not the cursor. I think that title might go to Toffees. Sorry, Toffees.
Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough one, buddy. Yeah, and it was a combined effort, really, there between Nootropic and Veritas. But unfortunately, 300 getting picked off, 300 down to just Vox, as he will try to solo his way through the rest of this game. Now, Lethal Association has that quarry position. Oh, no, Cratio. Veritas gets there first, and they get a kill off of it. So Veritas coming in frag heavy at the early part of game number 3 here.
Yeah, you know, they're just they're showing the drive-by love right now. It's almost in a way kind of feeling like the last game of the day, the silliness. But I mean, if you've got the confidence, you've got the placement, and other teams are dropping their guard, take full advantage of it by all means. And now you talked about Lethal Association, that position in Quarry. It's starting to be encroached a bit by Snow Patrol as they're coming just on the outside. Lethal Association 2 to the south, 2 to the north a bit, but it looks like Inland already spotting Chachi Boys to be the first to fall this time.
Oh, Snow Patrol will wrap on that quickly and make sure they take care of him. Unfortunately, Mitchy Boy does get flushed out by Sociopath. So the Lethal Association will at least pick up a kill off of that. But now it's a 3v3 on top of Quarry here. And it looks like Snow Patrol still wants this. And it's actually going to be Penta that gets the knock on a Kynes from range. And now Lethal Association, they've got to see that in the kill feed. They've got to know that they have the better position here. But they got to be also wondering, where is Shoot to Kill? Where is that angle? How can we avoid that?
Ooh, and you see Grant Lantis just with a little bit of that nice peek. And also, let's see Jaquil driving around now, scouting out a position to play from. So it's kind of interesting to see where teams are potentially thinking the center of the zone might be. And nice nade there by Hooligan, taking a knock onto Lister. That second one should be enough to get the flush. It does.
Easy. Nicely cleaned up by Lethal Association. It's unfortunate that Henlan gets caught out there, but I mean, Henlan doing his job. Got the opening knock on a Chachi boy, and Lethal Association, good job cleaning the rest of that up. Now they have the quarry to themselves as well. STK, though, starting to creep over in that direction as we see Yahoo starting to try to make their way into the east side, but they've got What a Rush down there. They've got United down there as well. Rumblers also coming in late.
And given where this circle could potentially end up, I don't think it's the worst thing to come in late for a zone like this, especially Rumblers. I mean, you've got so much of that free positioning out to the center is going to kind of take out the potential for them to sit center circle, but that's not typically how we see them play in circles like this anyway. We'll see them kind of hang along the edge and try to pick apart, not having to work too much about their backsides. But Shoot to Kill have managed to kind of squeeze their way to the center just outside of LA. BBB also in a nice, good central position once this shifts away water. I mean, you've got to imagine, Poro, you're drawing a circle on the mainland, ignoring everything that's in the water and down to the south, and that's potentially what the IGLs are considering center here, which is why we're not really seeing too many teams push up against the coast right now.
Yeah, everybody just kind of has their own spot to work with. It's really just posturing at this point more than anything. As you can see, United taking a few shots over at What a Rush as they transition through the fields. Yahoo off to the north. Doesn't look like they've stopped down just yet, but just kind of seeing what a Rush decides to do. It's a slow part of the game, Clover. It's fine.
Really until we see that phase 2 pop and know where this circle could potentially take us. Is this going to be a Korg circle? Is this going to swing wildly back up to the north and put chopsticks into play? Or are we going to hold out south to Primorsk and have water in the zones in the late game? That's kind of what we're holding our breath for, because this could have so many different flavors and styles for how this could potentially play out. And for teams that would prefer to sit center, prefer to play edge, or have a typical area in this zone that they like to play from, that they feel comfortable, they're trying not to overly commit just yet. And you can see What a Rush right now threading the needle through Veritas, through Newt, through Dodge, and thus far keeping 4 up, but I'm curious where they're going to put down, because there's not a lot of area that is free. But that said, Circle has popped.
All right.
Oh, did I jinx it now? Is it my turn to jinx it?
I don't know. You know what? I'm fine with giving you the blame for this one. That is rough for sure. And in fairness, What a Rush. I mean, that is the most fortunate rotation path to be clear for them. There was just nobody in the hills. Nobody plays the hills anymore. And I think What a Rush kind of reading that and just knowing that that's kind of the meta these days, is that nobody really plays the hills until later. So they had a free rotation through there. I mean, they got shot at going across the open fields, but now they have the compound. They've got a spot in circle. They're looking pretty damn good, but now they have to worry about defending it, as a number of teams, all our teams off to the north, are starting to make their way down. And good Lord, Primorsk, it is nothing but a Skittle party.
I mean, where else can you go? A few of the places that would be a good place to hide out from are already taken out. And meanwhile, this crash BBB right onto What a Rush.
Oh, nice
Balefrost
grenade.
Accidentally knocking out his own player. Honey Badger gets flushed out immediately, and Roth trying to return it. But I think that nade bounced back, and oh no.
Is this just a mass casualty, mass destruction between both teams? This is mutually assured destruction, if nothing else here. Oldest, the last player up, he's going to maybe try to go for the res on a sharp shot, but look at your mini-map. Who, of course, is waiting to come and feast off of this, but E United.
I mean,
they've got Relo leading the charge. Yeah, oh, absolutely. And that's going to be one. Almost gets the second one, but they will clean up What a Rush. They'll clean up Bing Bang Boom. And E United just casually rolls into 3 kills.
Just casually cleans that up. I mean,
And
look, the two teams that you have to worry about, you see a lot. right there in survival status. BBB.
Jeez.
112. What a rush. They're out. United can just take this one as casually as they'd like to. Veritas is 8th, Yahoo and 9th, Rumblers in 10th. I mean, those are the teams you really got to watch the rest of this game.
I'm looking down at Primorsk, and I can't even tell you how many teams are in there because it's so crowded. I want to say 5 to 6, maybe. There's so many different colors of dots there that on the mini map, it's so hard to tell. But there's so many, and they're all full strength. That's the other thing. I mean, you've got Vox that's there, the last player from 300, but most of the rest of these squads are all full strength, and they've committed to sending it into Primorsk.
There you go. You got 6 teams. If you count Vox, right? We've got what's left of LA, what's left of Veritas, Shoot to Kill 4 strong, NE, Newt 4 strong, Vox for 300. Just across the street from them, you've got United, and now coming in from the north is Rumblers. Rumblers,
there you go, Los.
Kind of rotating in between Yahoo, had a little bit of a drive-by fighting from them, and they're not going to have any relaxation or even restitution on this because they've got to kind of third-party this fight between Stuckers and Orion.
It looked like Orion thought they had free and clear gatekeeping over the north side, and then Stuckers just comes up and it gets the knock and the flush. Pufe is going to be the one to get the credit for that one as they turn their attention towards the rest of Orion. Where are they? You also have Black Sheep Office that's just off to the west. Tater will get the knock onto Pufe, but immediately gets traded back by Two Head Shakur, who's rocking the DP? ? But hey, you know what? I respect it.
That's my favorite gun. I can't hate on the DP28. The dinner plate, the pizza cannon. I mean, all right, PUBG, when are we going to get pizza skins for this gun? All right, I'm just, casually drop that one in there. But also casually, we are going to center up on Primorsk. All those Skittles in town don't have to move just yet. But it's all this fighting up to the north. Rumblers really starting to take the reins back. We'll have to now start focusing on getting into the zone.
I mean, that's about as good of outcome as you could hope for if you're a Rumblers. They were pinned down. They lose one, and then the team that was shooting at them gets third party, and they kind of opens it up. The new circle has popped, and holy moly, it is a 100% Primorsk circle. So that's going to be we get to deal with that. That's going to be fun. So all these teams that crashed Primorsk, I guess, brilliant. I don't know. I thought that it was a little bit early to send it City, but what do I know? These guys clearly have a better read on where these circles are going these days, as Rumblers are going to eat a little bit of blue here as BSO doing a little gatekeeping.
Now let me ask you, Poro, because at the top of the day, you said that all these Erangel circles, we've been playing Erangel for so many years. Every circle is a vanilla Erangel circle. Would you agree that now having a Milta Power and a Primorsk circle today, that these have been vanilla? Or would you say these have been a little bit hard mode for some of these teams?
Milta, I would say yes. This one, all right, you got me. This one's maybe a little less vanilla. I'll gladly admit that seeing the full-on Primorsk ending is a little bit more on the rare side for sure. But you know what? Hey, Erangel gives, Erangel takes, and this is what we're left with here as we check in with BSO, starting to move into circle, trying to get that high hill position while also still trying to keep a weather eye on Rumblers.
I've actually really like BSO's positioning for this. They don't have to move too far to still be inside the zone. They've got the high ground. You can see Aguila Mercy continuing to look to see where Los and the rest of the Rumblers are as they're rotating in. On the opposite end of that, you've got United. Kickstart just barely outside of the zone, joined in with Flood. Are going to get that knock there onto Waldo, so that's one member down. And Rumblers gonna really struggle to get in the zone with so many eyes on them. You do have Valiate that's off to the east. You can see just barely on the mini map his icon there as he's rotating very wide, trying not to get spotted out. Los HD, meanwhile, hoping to come in late might be enough. It looks like BSO have actually broken off from where they were watching to instead turn their eyes into United. So it's very possible Los may not be spotted.
Yeah, it's kind of the same situation we saw in game one with Alo, as now Rumblers kind of hoping that United maybe comes in and takes the fight with BSO and opens up a little bit of a gate for a little bit of a path for them to make their way into zone. But unfortunately, it looks like BSO doesn't want to bite. They're just going to go ahead and send it, and that's going to leave a United out there to do whatever they can do if they can spot out Rumble. I think Valiate's managed to sneak his way in, but Los is very much screwed.
Yeah, and this circle's centering up on Primorsk. it really doesn't change much moving forward. I mean, obviously, as phase 4, we knew we were going to lose the water. And so it's really just giving some of these teams on the edge a little bit more time to finish out this fighting before they can turn their attention and focus back down into the city. So that said, I mean, kudos to E United for taking this one slow enough that they don't have to worry too hard about BSO, but they're still patiently waiting to see where the last few members of the Rumblers come in from. But my one kind of eyebrow raise in this situation is if any of them are aware of Valiate.
Yeah, I'm kind of I'm keeping an eye on Rumblers here. Valiate obviously is okay, but it looks like he's been spotted out by E United, which actually might open up the door for Los to somehow make it in. Los on his mission impossible here is eating so much blue. But BSO, they sent 2 into the north side of Primorsk, but they left 2 on the hill here. That's actually really brave from them, knowing that E United was over there, but the push never really came out. Never really materialized from E United. So Melon and Mafu are kind of free and clear to hang out on this northern hill. Los somehow still alive. Valiate is now pinched between E United, and Dodge is starting to creep out, and they've actually sent Mirage north on the north side. He's actually going to find Valiate. Rip.
You know, that's also, I think you can see United aren't even going to waste their time with Dodge right now. They start to turn their attention back again. Snakers hung back. They know BSO was in the area, but I think once they saw Valiant in the kill feed, I think they were anticipating that person to be Los. They might have maybe misread that the Rumblers were 2 up instead of only 1 up, and keeping one person behind to kind of say, all right, this isn't a clear area yet. That person being Snakers, seeing if he can spot out Los HD or even a push coming in from BSO. It's a good position to have, right? They've got that information. They've got that knowledge of the space that's around them. And, you know, most players, you can talk to them in interviews, talk to them about how they play, and they for sure try to keep track of who's up in the kill feed, who's still alive, and who's in the area. And so, you know, it's a lot of people, though, and you can make mistakes.
I got to tell you, Los HD is not a snake that you want creeping around behind you. That is a dangerous, dangerous man when he's solo. And BSO, meanwhile, did send their other 2 down towards Primorsk, but you see Mafu just getting spotted out by Haruzen, so that's actually going to open up a spot here for Los. And now Snakers, if he's not aware, he could find himself getting bit in the back here by Los if he creeps a little bit too close. Now the circle will pop. It's going to go down Primorsk once again, and now E9's got a very difficult set of questions to ask themselves here. They know that Dodge is over on that eastern side. They know that Dodge has the hill, but that hill is looking like probably the best place to play if you're United.
Absolutely. I mean, that hill is probably one of the best positions. On the flip side of it, Yahoo is going to lose their hill. They've got that high ground, and coming into Primorsk from that position is going to be really difficult because you have so many teams, really stacked teams as well, waiting for them right across the street. And so E United, you know, wanting to play that high ground, you know, that's something that they oftentimes will look for. Could try and challenge Dodge for that position, but you've got to wonder at what cost. Kickstart's position just about barely into zone. They could try and hold on this edge just a little bit longer, instead see where that circle send it if they choose not to take that engagement. But we still have to remember there is the factor of Los, who's also up there to the north with them.
A little less worried about Yahoo. I mean, they've got to make a move, obviously, but they've had that high ground for quite some time. They should know where everybody is around them. And okay, Flood is so quick with it. And it's actually, I don't think it was actually Flood that landed the last shot. It was somebody from BSO. Okay, was it Yahoo? Yeah, it was Yahoo.
Yeah, I think it was Yahoo. I think Mafu, yeah, there we go. Yahoo does have a line of sight here onto BSO. Flood, though, is going to finally get that knock onto Melon, steal the kill on Mafu away from Yahoo. And you can see, even though Snakers has been taken out, they're still finding scoring chances. Los HD is going to also have to cross the street at some point.
Yeah, I actually lost track of the kill feed. I got to admit, I'm not sure how Snakers went down, if it was Los or if it was somebody else. But Yahoo now on the move. They're wrapping down to the south side of Primorsk, where they know that it is completely empty. Meanwhile, Veritas tries to make a push through, but they're going to go down as Lethal Association will hold the center. But STK now creeping out in that same direction. They are trying to get control over the middle of the city, but they pull back. Okay, this is one of those weird city endings. Oh, goodness. Oh, mercy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on.
Get you a kill, buddy.
Oh. Kickstart spot him out. Flood gets a hit on him too, but it's going to be the zone ultimately that gets credit for that kill. And meanwhile, as this is going on, we did get to see, or rather didn't get to see, but Yaho made it off the hill safely, fully and safely into a compound. Flood, meanwhile, let's go ahead and pop that first aid, buddy. He's still got plenty of health to go, but he needs to make sure he keeps himself healthy. And Vox, also, we haven't talked about him in a while, but he is alive and in one of those sheds, Poro. Leaving that shed, though, I mean, I don't know where he can go from there. There's so many people in this area. I mean, look at this aerial view, how close everybody is in neighbors in this city finish.
City endings, baby. It doesn't get crazier than this. We'll see how much it's going to be. Yeah, okay.
Okay, it's getting a little bit crazier.
Yeah, it's a little bit wild here. Still. Well, okay, so now obviously the two things we're going to keep an eye on. We got to keep an eye on Dodge and E United. Mirage has just been peppering Flood and the rest of the United boys. Flood has to make his way across the street. It looks like Yo going to find themselves with a nice little crate present and an alm. Okay, in the hands of Shimboy. We take those. Yeah. They have so much room on the south side to work with as well. I mean, the entire south side of Primorsk is pretty free. Looks like Dodge sent Finna down there, and he's actually finding himself all by himself. As Relo will get Mirage, but Mirage will get Kickstart. So a trade coming through here. Can United get this res up? Looks like they're going to try to go for it.
Oh, no! Oh, Vox! Oh, Vox absolutely denying it. You can see a bit of spray and pray into the smoke there. Did spot out Relo, but is going to go ahead and pull back inside for safety. Re-up on his health, and now he knows exactly where to look for him here. Now, the big problem, obviously, is that Kickstart and Flood, there's nowhere for them to go here. Flood is going to go ahead and bleed out. Kickstart can't be rezzed until Vox is taken care of. And, sneak attack coming in with a little bit of assistance. And Relo running down to see if he can get his teammate up.
Sneaky indeed from Sneak Attack, although they have to get on the move as well. Their current compound is outside of circle. You see Shoot to Kill having to move. They're just kind of trying to find any angle here. It looks like they have a pretty good idea of where a number of these teams are around them. Luke just kind of keeping an eye on those hills. But Aguila, did they... I'm not sure if they've been able to keep track of Aguila. This is your last player from BSO, and he has been very, very quiet ever since he's gone solo. So not sure if STK is going to be fully aware of him. And it wouldn't be STK if they didn't get bit by a snake at some point, wouldn't it?
You know, and Aguila is really good at playing Snake. So we can see he's just being very quiet, trying not to make too much noise as he's creeping in, hoping not to get spotted. And Vexel definitely not paying attention. He's trying to get that res onto Sneak Attack. We see right out there to the left. And there's so many teams. 8 teams alive, all but United in the circle right now. But they're going to just crash send it with that U as they find themselves a 3-story. Oh, but look at that, Kurt. That's from range, too.
I mean, that was a good pre-nade there from from Nootropic. Gets the knock there. And Kurt, I mean, they got the knock on the Sneak Attack, got the re-knock with the grenade, and Shoot to Kill and grenades. I mean, Kurt is just putting these right in their pocket every single time. They will get the flush most likely, but Penta has gone down to Aguila. The snake has struck. And they spot him out. Halo! There you go.
Yeah, it's, I mean, great for Ayla. I feel like Ayla is a member that I think is probably one of the, I hate saying better members of Shoot to Kill, but he's probably one of the most proactive members. We talk about in terms of his frag ability, and Penta. Oh.
Through the smoke, man. Unfortunate. With the Bolty from Hooligan. Okay, we take those.
Bolty in a city. We'll take those.
Yeah, that's interesting choice. See, I'm waiting for the shotguns to come out. That's when you know it's about to get real in the city ending when the shotties come out.
Is that DB28 still into play?
Let's go.
We'll take those.
Yeah. Well, you see Colton crept out a little bit too far for Nootropic, and Cherry will pick him up, and that's going to be a kill going over to Dodge. Sparking now spots out Curdy. Curdy. Well, I guess I was right. Curdy. As can STK go back and get this res? They might have to. I think it's doable.
Yeah, there's time. There's plenty of time. 5 seconds till the zone starts to move, and Kurt's in a relatively safe place. You can see Luke start to creep for it, and I mean, really, with Vexel and Kickstart completely distracted, now's the time to go, and you can see right there off in the distance that res is starting to come out now as the blue zone creeping in. They've got to be quick, though. I mean, there's not going to be any time to stop and heal. They're just going to have to run.
Leda going to do some big damage on the kickstart. Last player up for United. 7 kills already in the bag, though, so no matter how this one ends, the United looking pretty good. The Molotov is going to come in just a hair too late. Vexel hiding behind the wall. Kickstart knows somebody is there, but doesn't know exactly where. Vexel,
Did Molly not hit? Oh, it did.
Okay. He walked forward, walks into it. He's going to go down, and there you go. Kickstart will clean that one up. And that's another kill in the bag for United. But can he do any more from here? Nootropic has him pinned down, but okay. He somehow manages to leap the wall and is going to get shot from somewhere else.
I think it was Lethal Association that landed the damage there on the Kickstart. So once again, in that late game, they're showing their presence in Kickstart for the second time today. The last player up, but even in the blue, still trying to see if he could find a knock, but ultimately it's not going to be successful. Leda getting that kill. Meanwhile, we can see Kurt back up, standing and full health. So that res did come off for shoot to kill. And as we're down to 5 teams, 15 players left alive, and it is getting cozy, Poro.
Yes, indeed. A huge game for SDK here so far. They've still got 3 up, and with 8 kills, that's managed to put them into that 10th place spot for now. As you can see, it is still very, very close up and down that leaderboard, but this is a good direction for them to be heading in on our last Erangel game. We've still got 3 more to go on Miramar to figure out who our top 10 teams will be going over to the finals, but we've still got this one to settle up here as Nootropic has control of the north side. Dodge has a great compound. Yoho, they've still got 3 up, and they're still looking pretty damn dangerous.
Yeah, and, while all this was going on as well, through this match, Shoot to Kill have finally managed to climb into that 10th spot right now. Rumblers, Nootropic, not too terribly far behind him, and Rumblers actually tied for this game. So, depending on how this match, the next 3 matches go forward, we could see Rumblers continue to back and forth with Shoot to Kill for that position. But right now, Grant Lantis landing a beautiful nade onto Kurt Alo, trying to get that res, as you see Luke 12 seeing if he can keep any pressure to make sure a follow-up grenade does not follow suit.
And here we go. Once again, Lethal Association in the top 5. Let's see if they can collect a few more kills off of this one. That's a good place. Molotov will find Luke. Oh, man, if they had any grenades, that would be all of Shoot to Kill done and dusted. But instead, they will find another kill off of Luke. But Alo and Purdy Cardi still in this. 8 kills. Can Shoot to Kill find their way from behind this wall? Lethal Association, I got to imagine, has to be running low on utility at this point, as they're just continuing to send it. They're going to lay the smoke wall down and see if they can push in, but nope, it's not going to be Nootropic. It's going to be a combination of Nootropic and Shinboy.
I mean, Shoot to Kill just really ran out of time there. You saw the smoke wall being set up, hoping to get around the wall before the blue zone could collapse on them, but ultimately wasn't meant to be. Alo in a last ditch effort tried to vault over the wall, but as you saw there, Yahoo getting those last final kills. Meanwhile, Dodge has been kind of quiet this game. We saw them at the top of the hill to the north side of Primorsk earlier. They've managed to now rotate into the center of the zone. They've got a nice compound, 3 kills to show for them, but they are the strongest team with 4 players up. Newt also a nice little compound with 3. So depending, I guess, on who engages first, because the center of the zone is right in the middle of these 4 squads.
Yeah, this is looking real good for Dodge. 4 up, they've got a compound. The dot's right outside of their compound. They don't have to make a run. Now, the only thing they have to worry about here is this, the push from Yahoo. But unfortunately for fortunately for Dodge, unfortunately for Yahoo, the pressure from Lethal Association. What a grenade from Ethan. He just puts it right into the smoke cloud and finds 2. It's down to just Shinboy, and Dodge has to defend here. Nobody coming from the north just yet, but Lethal Association starting to make a push.
I mean, Lethal Association might be somebody to help out Dodge right now, as Newt could be the only person to really come in. Now, as Yahoo is eliminated, they can turn their attention back to the remaining team. See Grant Lantis getting spotted out. Hooligan as well. He's nowhere to go out in the open. Ethan gonna take care of that, and Dodge 4 versus Newt's 3. They've got nowhere to go but north, waiting for Newt to come to them.
How much utility you got? Both of these teams have to be sitting pretty low. Now, Dodge, as you said, hasn't been involved in a whole lot of fighting so far, so they may have a little bit more in the bag than Nootropic here, and they also got a little bit of a high ground spot to work with here. As you can see, Ethan having that rooftop position, but I think Lampalot has sniffed it out, and he's going to try to send a grenade up over and put it in the pocket of Ethan, and it's going to land right on top of him. Does have his HP, but doesn't get the knock. Leda using that as his opportunity to push in, and now Nootropic has a foothold position on the side of Dodge's compound.
I mean, Dodge have really split up and away, a 2-2, kind of watching either side of this building. Now, Newt's managed to get Leda and Lampola out into the center, just out of line of sight of all 4 members of Dodge. And with Halo Senpai hanging back, I mean, that's just such a good line of sight. The best thing Dodge can hope for right now is getting Halo down. You can see Ethan up on the roof is focusing on exactly that. Does see him on the peaks, but not quite able to connect just yet. Ethan getting him down to 23, finds the knock. There we go. They now know they can focus on the remaining members of Newt. Finds one. Can they find the last player? Lampalot just about to be spotted. Cherry lying prone, hoping to see him, getting some instructions from Ethan. I mean, surely they've got to be able to spot him out here, Poro.
Oh, Lampalot can get so much done here. Cherry, though, was retired but months ago and has now come in and won the game for Dodge. 10 kills and a victory. Huge stuff for Dodge, a team that is trying to make that top 10 spot. But a number of our teams that were chasing here, Clover, they found themselves climbing up a bit in the leaderboard.
I mean, it is so close right now. As we did say, Shoot to Kill managing to finally come in from 17th place into the running, finding themselves in the top 10. We'll get a better look at the leaderboard a little bit later, guys. But, I mean, there's so many teams that are making that run. The big question now is going to become, is Spicy Fish, who started the day in 5th place, not playing safe? As we've still got 3 more games left to go. There's so many more kills and points left on the board.
It's going to be close. I mean, your guess is as good as mine as to where that cut line is going to be. We knew it was going to be weird because there were so many teams that had that potential of doing some big point sponging. But this last game showed that we got teams that are on that right side of the leaderboard, that are a little bit lower, that are fully capable of collecting big games and collecting a nice little stack of kills. Big news for everybody right here, though, as 2 of our teams go out almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, this right here was a huge factor in so many other teams' performance for this match. You had, really 2 that killed teams. I think they were in, 3rd and 4th? As of this match plays,
yeah.
So allowing all the other teams that have kind of been losing out on killing chances from that point sponging to happen. Rumblers also once again fighting that engagement, struggling to get out of the mid game. But I mean, that split with Valiant and Los HD fighting for survival definitely took out some of the attention for E United. But at the same time, I mean, we really saw some proactivity from the teams that absolutely needed to step it up. I mean, we're looking at 12th place, 13th place, 15th place, all in positions to elevate themselves as we switch forward to Miramar. I mean, this is probably one of the closest group stages I've seen in a while, Poro.
It's damn close, and it's going to be close all the way up into the final game. But you got to give credit there, Cherry. That was very, very dangerous. That was a very sweaty moment there for Dodge, but they end up clutching it out. And Cherry, I love to see him be the one to do it. Lampalot also making it to the 2nd place. I mean, that's a good performance for both of those squads. As we said, they've got some climbing to do. But again, just another weird circle, weird ending there in Primora Square. Pretty much anything goes.
Yeah. And now here we go. Overall match standings. Dodge 20 points. You know, I can't remember if we got a chance to really talk about it, but we talked about a lot of the teams that had roster changes, what we expected from them coming into the 2022 esports season. Dodge definitely one of those on the radar. They had a lot of players moving around, and thus far this game with Fena, I mean, this looked like a good showing. This started to feel like a little bit of the Dodge of old, the Dodge of PCS4. If they can keep that consistency up through the rest of the game, I think they could be in a better position for the overall day. Shoot to Kill, much needed 11 points as well, which we did see help get them into that 10th spot.
That was great stuff for Shoot to Kill, great stuff for Dodge, great stuff for Nootropic. Another 14 points to go towards their effort. And again, Lethal Association gets that placement points, gets a lot of placement points. This time they add a few more kills to it as well. So they get 11 points for their Game 3 effort. And so they're still in the mix. They're still right behind trying to make this rush here as we take a look at the overall leaderboard. And there you go, top 10. The cutoff is 57 points, but Clover, it is so close.
It scares me. I mean, especially because when I look at who's at the cutoff, that's all the teams that just had a fantastic game, right? Again, Shoot to Kill, Rumblers, Dodge, Yahoo, even Veritas, right? They're finding the kills each and every match, and that's what's making this so close, because you've got 61 points for Spicy Fish, who's now been knocked down to the 7th place. They started today in 5th. Yahoo, also 61 points. They still have 3 games to go. Dodge, 58 points. Veritas, Shoot to Kill, Rumblers, all still playing today. So if you're Tech 8, you're Spicy Fish, you're sweating because you have all these teams that have way more than enough opportunity to get enough points to knock you out of the top 10.
Absolutely. You're absolutely sweating. Well, you're also hoping that maybe E United, bing, bang, boom, what a rush. Maybe they can turn it up once again for the final 3 games of Miramar and just keep that cut line low. But, you know, that last game was probably the first one that we've really had that's kind of brought everybody up to that cut line a little bit closer. But like you said, Shoot to Kill's right down there. I mean, it would just be crazy to think of a grand finals of an Americas event without Shoot to Kill in it. But it's looking like it's probably going to be okay. But three games left to play, Clover.
You know, and two, real quick before we go to this break, because we are going to go into Miramar, we're changing things up. 3 games left. E United have managed to get 53 points in 3 games. They started today with 94 points. They're already in the 140s. They're at 143.
It's nuts, man. It's absolutely nuts.
I mean, are we going to see them break 175? Like, what do you think is the cutoff for the teams that don't make it? And what do you think we're going to see United land at today?
Yeah, you know what? I'll do the caster math in my head during this break, and I'll have an answer for you when we get back. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be ready with game number 4 and a switch over to Miramar. So, guys, don't go anywhere. everybody. We are back once again for these ESL PUBG Masters North America Group Stage Finals. The final day of play, the final 3 games to play, Clover, to decide who the top 10 is going to be, who is going on to that grand finals. Dodge with a 10-kill win, making their presence known.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a single team win double yet today, and a couple teams in this lobby have shown that they can have a second chicken dinner day. So as we should switch things up to Miramar, I'm kind of curious to see if we might see another big win from E United. If Shoot to Kill can finally pull off a chicken dinner. They haven't had one really yet this tournament, especially I feel like on Miramar, right? This could be their chance to finally play catch up and make sure they secure. I mean, because right now, sitting in 10th place, and as we talked about before the break, it is so close.
Well, we've had some crazy late game circles and some pretty unfortunate planes for that squad in particular in the first couple of games there. That last game, the Primo score, they still managed to collect a nice little stack of points for themselves. But, it's not all about shoot to kill here. We still got 3 games left. To be honest, it's really been the E United show. And I think you bring up a great point, and we've already kind of touched on it a little bit here. But how many more points are E United going to soak up? How is that going to impact where that cut line falls? That all remains to be seen here, Clover, with 3 games left to play on the dusty brown map of Miramar.
Yeah, we saw them once again make it into the late game. In fact, I think all 3 matches we saw United up at the very end and managed to, even in situations where things look quite dire, find kills, kickstart the last player up in 2 of those situations. Now, we talked about flight paths, we talked about zones. Poro, this is a very, very southern flight path, and it's going to cut a lot of good spots that we know people like to jump to, like El Pozo, even water treatment, Cobb, the north part of San Martin. This is going to be a little tough going for some of those teams that like to loot in those areas.
Yeah, these planes have been extremely unforgiving today. And, a lot of these IGLs are having to try to figure out how to work around it, which is normally not a big deal. But when you're in our final day of play and you've only got so many games to try to get so many points to try to make that cut line, every little thing matters. And something that's so kind of overlooked a lot of times, such as a plane path, it just becomes that much more important. We'll see where these teams decide to go, given this craziness that we're having to look at here. But want to point out that we do have 63 alive. I'm sure a lot of you noticed that and pointed that out in chat. You guys are extremely good at pointing out things like that. Wanted to say that Orion has had a player that has had a power outage, and they're already playing with a sub because another one of the players went down with illness. So they will be playing with 3 here today. And you hate to see it, but that's kind of the way things go sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, now a good moderate circle to start. We've got kind of a lot of items into play. You've got, actually, I think, you know what? I don't want to jinx it, Poro, because I know you said it last game, but I will be the one to take it. This is a good 300 circle.
Good 300 circle. Well, I'm not saying it again. I'm not doing it to that team again. Any other team, I will happily talk about, but 300, I feel like I'm in the bag for them already, as they do have a fantastic spot there by the southeast of the La Bendita crater. And this is a circle that we see a lot of times, but, this one is one of those ones where Circle 1 looks fairly familiar, right? But it's all about what that second circle decides to do. If it decides to hard shift north or hard shift south, those are extremely different play styles depending on where you've decided to post up for Circle 1. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye out for that. Meanwhile, at least given that plane was so far to the east, Clover, at least the circle has decided to go over here as well.
Yeah, if anything, that does kind of set things up for a lot of teams. But, that said, we've still probably got a good 8 or 9 that right now are looting outside of the zone. So they're going to have to come into an area that's already kind of crowded. We've got 2 teams in Los Leones, United just to the north of that, right around Bendita. We should anticipate that as we get to about the 4.5 minute mark that we're going to see more and more teams start to push center, that area kind of right to the east of Chachi Boy, right out there in the center is probably expect 1 or 2 teams to take down. We could even see 112 kind of jump up onto Honey Badger's position, or maybe even pull back further south into Party. So, I mean, the thing about Miramar, and you brought it up a moment ago, is that hardships. And it's
Yeah.
not a matter of if there's going to be a hardships, but when, because at least every game we're guaranteed at best one. So the more center that you can get, it's great because you might be the center of the circle this match, but you could be on the edge in that next circle.
That's still a lot of question marks. We see everybody. One thing that I'm kind of not at all surprised to see, actually, Yahoo kind of taking this big, wide split off to the north side. Boonage does have BSO off to the north. She got Shinboy kind of already to the south. I'm curious to see who decides to start making moves first, really, and where they decide to go. So that's a pretty vague thing to say. As I'm coming up with all my best casting filler here right now.
You know, I've got a good casting filler
circle.
for you, Poro.
Hit me,
Are you ready
hit
for
me,
this?
man. Help me out. I need it.
There is a crate falling in the water
Please stop.
just past the islands.
Oh, no,
Vexel.
Hey, he's
Sorry, Crayshow's got it, right?
Yeah, give him a little love tap. Yep. There.
Oh,
Reverse. There we go.
There you go. That's teamwork, y'all.
You like to see it. I love to see it. Well, I got something to fill it. Lucid's going to take a few shots at Veritas while they pass. We got more stats. I like stats.
Ooh,
Stats. You know what my favorite part about stats is that they make for great filler for slow early games. So Los HD, the master of sneaking, has taken 827. Never mind. We have Richie getting crashed by Veritas. I'll tell you a little bit more about Los HD here in a second. But 300. See, it wasn't me this time, Clover. It was not me. This time it's going to be Clover. As Richie's going to go down to Lobes, and 300. Looks like they're going to send Vox over. They're going to try to salvage this. It looks like.
I mean, this is really interesting. 300 was really quick to move. They left that Impala and just kind of. They had this really nice spread out here in this area, but unfortunately, they kind of took too long to jump down onto this building here with Veritas, as you can see. I mean, Poro, you call these the unpushable buildings because of how difficult they can be to push. The long buildings, great use of a nade there is going to keep that pressure, but for how long can 300 keep that position? You can see Neferhor trying to see if he can spot out J-Sank, but Loads is coming in to push, and oh no, Neff, I don't know if he's going to get out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Neff was in a great position here, but, great grenade from J-Sank to start things off here. Lobes will try to clean it up, but it looks like Vox is going to find Danny. We'll trade out for Extreme. Now Vox has gone down. Neff, the last one up, and he's getting shot at from range. Of course, it's E-United, as they somehow have an angle onto this. 23 HP left for Neff, as it's only a matter of time. You feel, you see Chachi, Snow Patrol might be keeping Veritas honest here and keeping them inside the compound, so maybe Neff can survive? Question mark.
You know what? I'm actually really curious if Sneak Attack, the rest of any have an eyes on this. Oh, Flood. It's actually going to be Flood from E-United north of the road that spot him out here.
Well, that's why you bring the Aussies in, isn't it? To shoot at things from 5 miles away and get you points on third-partying fights that you weren't even a part of. Here's Nightly will do a little bit of repositioning off of that, as they've got Bing Bang Boom starting to creep in from the west. We'll see how much Bing Bang Boom wants to commit to this. Sharpshot is looking over in that direction, but Roth and Old is just going to full send into the compound where Krayshow is holding down right now.
I mean, it's going to be really tough, I think, for Krayshow to continue to hold this if Bing Bang Boom decide to take this position. You can see Vexel already down the ridge line up in the edge of the farmland right now, but Krayshow still taking shots at United. It's going to be a little bit of peacocking to alert BBB that no, this compound is occupied. I mean, Vexel also taking shots from his compound too, but looks like this might be a potential gamble. Sharpshot, oh, just barely keeping control of his cars. It looks like the crash is starting to come out, and nice shots there from Oldless.
And here comes the push. We got what's going to be the response from Nightly here. How long can Krayshow and Vexel hold it down? It looks like not long at all. Krayshow going to go down immediately. Vexel has the low ground here. The rest of the squad for Nightly on it's technically the south side. I want to call it the north side because it's the high ground, but they're going to try to push in here with Lucid as barrel in hand, ready to go, but the throwable's going to come out, going to do some damage. Roth lands a nice Molotov to keep the push coming through. Sneak Attack going to take some damage of his own, and Flood, well, of course, Flood is just going to keep peppering this from way downtown with the mini shots.
I mean, Sneak Attack's actually kind of been pressured away from this fight. You saw for a moment he looked like he might have wanted to come across the street and help out, but unfortunately he's stuck out in that position. You can see, though, Lucid getting a knock and flush onto Sharp Shot. He's going to have to take yet another healing break, and as we say that, Roth looks like he's also being rezzed. There we go. The pick is going to come, but Sneak Attack using that as an opportunity to get across the street. Can he make it there safely as the throwables come out?
Big surround coming on here from Sneak Attack. We'll hold down this. And again, you got to... It's tough for Nightly here. It's tough for Nightly and Bing Bang Boom because you have to also worry about E United just peppering you with shots from way downtown. And that's going to do a little bit of damage. It's going to be enough to kind of close down certain angles of attack here as Bing Bang Boom will try to reset. Sneak Attack just holding the line. He knows Keenan is inside that building, just checking that window, making sure he doesn't get pushed. Vexel cannot get rezzed, so he's just going to go ahead and bleed out. But Nightly, it seems like this push has stalled. And I'm looking at my map here. It looks like Rumblers is the one with the oversight here. They could get involved here.
Rumblers, I think it actually started to peek in on this, and as that was happening, Lethal Association actually kind of rotated through them and tore their attention away a little. You can see on the minimap now Inland driving through Rumblers territory, so that's kept that third party from engaging just yet. But now Lucid being taken out. That's it for Nightly Esports. You can see Rumblers and as well as LA are kind of the next big factor in this. So if BBB can recover from that fight, they're in a good position to potentially third party this should they choose.
Well, gotta go for that res. They need to kind of reset here. The hard shift. What did we say, Clover? It's all about that hard shift. If it goes north, if it goes south, it's two different games. This one goes north. It's going to center up around Impala. That puts Yoho in a fantastic position. BSO also on the move. STK, E United sharing the La Bendita fields as they'll try to decide where they want to go here. And meanwhile, everything off to the south is going to have to come to a head. As you can see, already a number of teams on the move. What a rush. Doing what they do. Trying to find kills wherever they can find them.
And, of course, Honey Badger also doing Honey Badger things out by his lonesome. I have to point out every time I see it. But look at this drive-by. Veritas has been absolutely styling on people today. And yet again, we see Sociopath taken down there. And a two-team there with Danny and J-Sync.
All right. Well, that new circle has popped and is going to have a big influence on the rest of the game. We're looking at who is a favorite after that circle going hard to the north. You got to look at Yoho. They were able to set up. They've got the great position, and they are dead center. They have control over everything around them. But who would you think is in the most unfavorable position here, Cliff?
I mean, when the circle popped, I honestly felt like it was Stuckers. They were out down to the south, having to wrap through quite a lot of teams. Looks like they're actually wrapping through Newt as we speak right now. And you can see just wanting to put down, but having to continue on going. Snow Patrol out in that area as well. I mean, it's... when you're coming in from the south in unfavorable position, the only thing you can really do is kind of hope to crash a place like Impala, which is what they're looking to do right now, but albeit unsuccessfully, as Veritas has been waiting for him.
And then we got one more to look at. It's going to be your wild card. And you're going to say E United with the 2-2 split on that south side and the strong compound in the La Bendita fields. But the question is, will they get pushed? Will they get crashed on any side? We've seen so many teams go down at that compound in the fields. This time, it's going to be E United that's going to have to hold strong, but the fights are going on everywhere as Veritas trying to hold on. As you said, Stuckers was in a very bad spot, and it is a much worse spot now as they have been eliminated in 14th place.
You know, I'm surprised in you, Poro, that you didn't make a Stuckers was stuck joke.
Oh dear,
that was set up for you.
It's low-hanging fruit. That's only Toffees goes for that. But
no, I mean, let's jump real quick back on that United fight, right? We're watching this happen right now, and right now happening successfully as they're trying to continue holding the dip against BBB. I mean, a 2-2 split in phase 2, not unheard of, something we don't, see surprising. But in a zone like this, given where the circle is, as you say, it can be a bit of a risk because you have teams that could, in full strength, push that position. But right now, Bing Bang Boom trying to recover.
Oh my gosh,
are going to lose Keenan in that position, but United might be able to just finish it here and now.
This res is so gutsy from Oldless as they managed to lay down just enough smoke to get the res off. Now Roth is back on up, and United, they're getting peppered from range here. I think that's STK and maybe Dodge that's taking shots over in that direction. And now Roth will find the knock on a reload as Bing Bang Boom. It looked like they were in a terrible spot, but they are not going down without a fight. Snakers will try to push out. Kickstar going to come and provide some support, but you can see the bullets coming from off in the east. That's going to be Snow Patrol that's kind of overlooking all of this.
Ooh, yeah, and you can see as well, Bing Bang Boom using that now as an opportunity to get out of there. That car is smoking. They've got some lost tires, and Chachi Boy, Snow Patrol putting in work, but Kickstart, that repositioning that we just saw him do, it's going to be enough. There was some help from Snow Patrol taking out Bing Bang Boom as they're eliminated in 13th place. I mean, you can see that's just such a great vantage point to have in Impala. And, you know, Poor, I was going to say this last game, why I think Yahoo had the better position. Leaving Impala can be hard in these circles, but right now, it's such a good place to be for some of those teams that are having the vantage points for the rest of the ones that are kind of caught out in the open.
Yeah, and that wild card pick with E United, they are starting to get picked apart a little bit here. Snakers will get finished off. It looks like they should be able to get the res on the reload, but that's going to put E United down to 3. You can see Flood still off in the distance, still hanging out in the fields as Rumblers continue to make their push through. But that's a spot taken away from E United, essentially, and that is a really, really hard spot to push from that direction that E United is in. Unless they can get a knock, unless they can open up some kind of door here, it's going to be really, really rough sledding for them. And you can see Nootropic just off to the south. They were the ones that got the flush, the knock and the flush onto Snakers. So they definitely know where E United is. But fortunately for now, they can kind of sit around and bide their time.
Now, I mean, biding time, I think right now, it's not too bad for him. But even Orion, who isn't in the circle, I mean, they've got so much open space and great playable space to the north. They're not in a bad place. Dodge keeping, I believe that is Mirage, up behind on the edge of La Bandita. Kind of having that high ground, scouting out, taking shots at shoot to kill, and what's left of Lethal Association, Grant Lantis, who's playing the dip. So they're getting that information, keeping that last member up as late as possible here. But depending on where this next circle shifts, and we could still see a real hard shift, that's going to really favor one of these groupings of teams, whether it goes Impala, whether it continues to stay on the west here versus United, or maybe even takes a big swing north back towards Yahoo and Orion.
What a rush. We talked about they are a team that's built to kill. They're built to fight. And that looks like what they are setting up to do here. They've left Honey Badger on that Impala mountain. He's kind of looking down here towards Nootropic, and Kickstart trying to cross the road and just gets lit up. Hasn't been flushed out just yet. The smokes are coming. Pizza Daddy will be the one to do it, though. Unfortunately, Relo cannot lay down enough cover to get his teammate up. So now United down to 2. But what a rush, positioning themselves for a push here onto Nootropic as they catch him out in the 2-2, and Balefrost will open up with the shots.
Again, this open area has me a little bit concerned. Holding my breath right now as Balefrost continuing the pressure there onto Newt. The circle is going to take that shift, and it is going to hard shift in favor of United, pulling away from half Impala. So you've got teams like Orion and like BSO, Black Sheep Office, that are going to have to continue to move and reposition. Grant Lantis, their solo from LA, in a nice spot. Good center position for the zone. A perfect place you want to be for a Snake.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to be okay for the time being. Shoot to kill looking pretty damn good with that ramp spot that they've kind of claimed for themselves. Yahoo, they can still hang out in this compound with this little bit of high ground if they want to, but you got to figure that they've got to be looking for a new home as they are just very much on that northern edge. Meanwhile, Orion also has to make moves in here. Relo all by himself on the south side. Can he get back over to Flood, or will Flood even remain alone? As you can see, Dodge making the run, and they are pushing right up on the backside of Flood's compound.
I mean, this is crazy to me because Mirage, again, he was in that building just outside of La Bandita in the long compound there. The rest of the team was already across the street. Mirage wasn't really able to get there, and just on foot has made it all the way here to E United's compound. And that's actually kind of scouted out, that rotation to come in from Dodge. Meanwhile, Balefrost taking in shots, gets a knock onto Hella Senpai. Help from Honey Badger getting down Colton. They've been waiting to take this fight to Newt for a while. And we see it start to finish its way out as they're getting a little bit of help there from Corsac of the Rumblers.
Yeah, what a rush. Tried to make the push in early and lost Vegas for their troubles did a little bit of a damage, but this one going a little bit more successfully as they'll lose Hikerman, or Hikerman will take the knock, but they immediately finish off Leda, and that is Newt gone down. And What a Rush has control over the south side here for now, for what it's worth. It's still inside circle, but we'll see what their vehicle situation is looking like. You can see the next thing the closest thing that they've got is Rumblers up close. Relo, meanwhile, looks like Flood has been cleared out, but Relo did finally get over here, and he's got the entirety of Dodge waiting for him now.
Yeah, and as well. Oh, there you go. United's going to sit the rest of this match out. And again, Poro, that is 2 point sponges out of this match. Again, offering opportunity for the teams that need to play catch-up. Black Sheep Office right now hurting Orion into a shack, throwing everything they've got into this. See if they can take out the remaining members. 2 knocked down. See if they can spot Gwyn. Just on the outside of the ridge line, out of sight. Hasn't quite been seen, but looks like once again, Chachi Boy up there on the high ground inside Impala, lending assistance.
Yeah, Snow Patrol has just been very active with this corner Impala position. Just been sending shots down range at just about everybody. BSO will clean up those kills onto Orion. Gwen now the last one up, and we'll still keep fighting here, fighting the good fight as the circle does shift, and it's going to go into the field. So Impala now completely out of play. Rumblers are good. Shoot to kill is good. Yo-ho, looks like they try to find a spot here to play. They will take a knock for their trouble, but they should be able to get that res.
I think the big thing here is if they can spot out Grand Lantis, that gives them that dip to play. Sparking just positioning outside of that, and Grant Lantis hasn't made so much of a peep, so there's a good potential here that he could, I say that, I think he made enough noise. Sparking sees the car, I think he knows that somebody's there, has seen him through the window, and so now, no, if they can take Grant Lantis out, this position is theirs. It's still going to be a little bit tough to hold. I mean, you don't have hardly any other protection outside of that shed, that shed area, excuse me, but you've also got now Dodge outside of the zone, open field ahead of them. What a Rush in a similar position, and now these 2 teams in Impala fighting to leave Snow Patrol down to just Pizza Daddy.
I mean, Veritas perfectly timed that push. Snow Patrol, as you said, like as we were talking about, was just kind of shooting at everybody, and somehow did not keep an eye on their backside, and Veritas just comes in and cleans them up just like that. Orion Gwen does get taken out, so that's Orion down in 9th place. We're down to our top 8 teams. BSO has that northeastern side. Veritas still has to make their way across the street to get inside this circle, and the question here, What a Rush, what do they decide to do? They know that Rumblers has this compound, but what else do you have to play? I mean, there's hills around there that they can kind of work around.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a tough compound to push again, and you can even see Dodge, right? They have got perfect line of sight of that compound, but the second they try to move, they get punished for it. Corsac gets the knock on a cherry. They're going to instead choose to take one of the little hay compounds. We see these played a lot, Poro, but they're really difficult to have coverage from when we're only in phase 5. Those are usually better to take a little bit later when you know that you can make sure you're not spotted from an off angle. But, I mean, for Dodge, there's not really anything else. So they do have to be careful now because both Shoot to Kill and Rumblers have that line of sight. But, I mean, what you talked about now, What a Rush, where are they going to go? And with Veritas coming in the backside of this, it's going to make this push that much harder for them now. And you can see Balefrost starting to realize what's going on.
Oof, and Cherry gets picked out again, so Dodge down to 2 on those hail bales. It looks like Shoot to Kill is going to start to press out and try to clean that up as they still have plenty of throwables left in the bag. It's Shoot to Kill. You wouldn't expect any less as the grenades are going to come through. We'll do a little bit of damage. We'll get the knock on a Mirage. The next one's coming for Ethan. Ethan trying to hide away, but it's not going to be enough. Does he get hit by that melee? No, he doesn't, but Corsac will find him with the Alm. Corsac making that Alm do work right now.
We talked about all the players that have retired from PUBG and then come back. Corsac, definitely one it's exciting to see coming back into play again. But you look at this. Shoot to Kill repositioning now has the entire western side available to them. Grant Lantis also, mind you, has not been spotted by you.
Drive-by
saw a little
grenade.
bit of engagement from Sparking, but there you go. That's it for Veritas. And Oh, Balefrost.
Yeah, that's fine. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. What a rush going down in 6th place, but they collected a few points for themselves, as is their custom. Rumblers now in a tough position, although that does clear things up on the south side. They have some hills that they can work around, some terrain features that they can use to their advantage to try to avoid this line of sight from shoot to kill, but it looks like they are sending it over to the west here. 2 in the vehicle, 2 left behind. This is dangerous stuff. But Corsac gets the opening knock on a Penta.
Ooh, I think the idea here is try to play the high ground and see if you can just clear out what's left here. Kurt is going to go and investigate. You can see Alo spotting out a member of the Rumblers as well. Meanwhile, you've got Yaho starting to kind of get engaged. Shinboy has found, I believe that is Mafu. And Mafu is going to get knocked down. A bit of help from Poonage there as Yaho continue to try and clear out the edge. But still, 5 teams left. One of them is the Snake Grant Lantis.
Nice flank from Kurt. It's going to get the opening knock onto Valiate, but it's Curdy going to have to pull back here a little bit. So Waldo should be able to get this res, maybe. But Kurt is, you can see, being active with this. He's trying to push up, and he's actually going to find some big damage onto Waldo. Doesn't get the knock, though, but that grenade might be the one that does it. No, it wasn't a grenade. It was a flashbang. Oh, no.
I saw Waldo too. He had a flashbang out. I think he was trying to smoke his teammate, but accidentally threw a flash instead. So not quite sure what the mix-up was there, but you can see the last bit of Rumblers trying to lend a hand, though, with 2 players down. They've got to act quick on this. Time is of the essence, and unfortunately, this position is not in the zone. So as we move forward through Phase 6, the blue closing in, they're going to try a little bit of a Hail Mary heal-off res here, but they're going to have to go now. You can see a little bit of a crouch, a couple bandages before the big run coming. And there you go, Penta, nice connection there onto Corsac as he gets the flush.
This is huge. Yaho has just basically won the game. It's going to be really tough for either of these 2 squads on the other side to try to take care of you. They've got so much room to work with. They've got so many different lines of sight. Rumblers are still on that high ground. They've got 3 up. They managed to get the res, shoot to kill down to 2. But you can see Yaho is just feasting on this. They've got so many different angles, they knew that Mitchy Boy was in, or Chachi Boy was, or not Chachi, Grant Lantis was inside that shed, and they just let him sit there. They didn't have to worry about him until they had to worry about him, and then they finally cleared it out. They kept 4 up, and now it's just it's all academic from this point on. We'll see if Yaho can collect a few more points, or if STK can try to climb a little bit further in the leaderboards.
This is a big shakeup, but up until this last fight, Shoot to Kill was actually in 12th place right after clearing the last few members and getting to this rotation. We're now at 3 up. They've managed to climb 64 points just ahead of Dodge, and so you can see this is a good breathing point. These are the 3 teams that absolutely needed it. They pushed into the cusp finally. Rumblers and Yaho can feel very comfortable in where they are, but Shoot to Kill definitely needs this win if they want to have any bit of breathing room for the rest of the day. But as I say that, Waldo landing a beautiful headshot there onto Penta. It's traded, though, as Waldo gets taken out by one from Hyruzen.
And Penta will bleed out, so they'll be down to just Luke 12. We've seen Luke do some pretty crazy stuff in the past. Can he get one? Yes, he can. Valiate will go down as the grenades rain down upon Luke 12. The pressure from Yaho is coming through. Luke not even paying attention to it, trying to see if he can maybe clean out what's left of Rumblers and at least get one more kill and one more placement point, or 2 more placement points really for Shoot to Kill here. As you can see, he's just pushing Los HD. The smoke wall is out. Luke has the Molotov in hand. He's getting shot from the back, but he does not care. He's like, you know what? Yaho can have this win. I just want to get this kill onto Los HD.
You see Los
not gonna happen.
Flush on to Luke 12. That's it for Shoot to Kill, but they have already surpassed Spicy Fish in points. They should be good through the rest of today. That said, now, question remains, can Yaho secure this chicken dinner? It's a 4v1, Poro. I'm feeling pretty confident right now.
Hey, Los HD is nuts, but he's also only got like 30 bullets left, so I don't know how much he's got. And he's also going to get flashed within an inch of his life. The man might not ever see a screen again. And oh no, the pants came out, but in the end it was Hyruzen with the bullets, and Yaho gets a 6-kill victory.
You know what? We talked about who had that good circle there when Phase 2 popped. Said it was Yaho. They played that one beautifully. Only 6 kills, but hey, a win is a win, Poro. And That was such I mean, we'll talk about it when we get to see the overall leaderboard in a few minutes, but that was such a great game for so many teams.
Yeah. I mean, look, hey, in certain situations, especially kind of situations like that, like Yo was in, I mean, they had the best position in Circle 2, and they had the compound, they had the hard cover. I mean, nobody is wanting to go into their line of sight. Everybody knows that they're going to be there, so that makes it kind of hard to pick up kills. But the fact that they were able to not only get that victory, but also collect 6 kills in the process, pretty strong for them, especially on a north side that was particularly sparsely populated. But once again, Shoot to Kill does manage to get a high placement and more kills, and they do find themselves above that 10th place cut line for I believe that's the first time today, isn't it?
Yeah, it was, I think, the best game yet we've seen from them. I was hoping to see, Miramar do some wonders for them. Additionally, as well, Veritas had a really good scoring game, and this is something that they needed. Seeing... It was a bit of a heartbreak, right? This play from not only E United, but Bing Bang Boom kind of struggling a bit in the mid game. But as we've said, there's a lot of these teams that have been point spudging all of their lobbies throughout the weekend. So when they go out early, it's really allotting the rest of these teams that opportunity to find those kills, find those points. And once again, too, Grant Landis, LA, up in the late game, right? I mean, they've really surprised me today.
Oh, what is he going to do? He's just going to sit in that shack forever. And I mean, you saw Sparking knew he was there from an early point. They just we don't have to do anything about it. Just let him sit there. Who cares? We'll just clear him out when we got everything else cleared up. But you got to appreciate Yoho putting a little bit of a spectacle going on with the final kill on Alyss HD there. But that's a dangerous man to be playing with. I don't know if I play with him too much. Alyss HD can come back and bite you in the butt. It's pretty
Absolutely,
easy.
but once again, another crazy day, a crazy circle. We've got 2 more games to go, Poro. My eyes are on so many teams moving forward. Obviously, United looking pretty comfortable in that first place position, but again, I mean, it's not about who gets first place. This is still a qualifying round. It's just about who gets to move forward at the end of the weekend.
Top 10 is all that matters. Let's take a look at our overall standings going into these final 2 games. You can see Rumblers do manage to get the most amount of points off of that last game, despite going out in second place. But 17 points, that's good stuff from the Rumblers. Corsac was on fire, man.
Absolutely. It's been so fun to watch. And again, Veritas also with 11 kills that game, but unfortunately going out a little bit earlier, so only had that 1 placement point. Yoho with the win. And what a rush, Shoot to Kill, also picking up some much needed points. They've been in the chase through much of today. But again, as we get a chance to look at the overall leaderboard, we'll start to see where things are settling out and who still has to push a little bit harder if they want that chance to make it in the top 10.
Yep, you can see Black Sheep Office also in that left side of the leaderboard, collecting a few points for themselves as we check the overall standings. And there you go, 10th place, TAC 8. Oof, Spicy Fish already out. TAC 8 barely holding on by 1 point as Dodge is 62 points, 63 points for TAC 8. Oh my goodness. I mean, going into today, you were looking at TAC 8, you were looking at Spicy Fish, and you're like, it could be close. But now with 2 games remaining, it's looking like more and more of a sure thing that these guys are not going to make the cut.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say typically in every situation that we've had group stages like this, we have a tendency to say that the cutoff is around 80 to 85 points, right? So for Spicy Fish and TAC 8 to only have the low 60s at 63 and 61, we kind of knew, I think, that this was going to be a potential depending on whether or not one team was able to share some kills, since it looks like we've actually had quite a lot of proactivity from the teams that were in the chase in the mid-ground today. We've seen so many move in from today's groupings, but I mean, as you say, we've still got 2 more matches left. I don't think things are looking good for TAC 8.
GG's, glad they made it. Well, we have a break to go to before we get ready for our final 2 games of the day. So guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. we are back once again with 2 games remaining in the ESL Masters PUBG North America group stage. Who will make the top 10? Who will be heading to our grand final? We have that left to decide, Clover, as it's been a lot of up and down here today.
Yeah, a lot up and down, a lot of big ups for teams that game that really needed to make the climb. But with 2 left, anything can happen because Poro has still got teams right on the cusp.
Indeed, we do. Anything is possible. I got to tell you, I'm just not going to talk about any teams at all. I don't want to curse anyone any more than we already have here today.
We're not allowed to talk about 300.
Not at all. No. I'm keeping their name out of my mouth exactly who. But yeah, I mean, look, like you said, it's really close. We've already lost Spicy Fish, who have 12 games in the book. They've not made the cut. TAC 8 right on the cut line right now. Most likely he's going to get passed here. So who's going to be the next ones that step up, or will we see United? I mean, they started off strong, obviously, and they've had a great day today, obviously. Not the same as they had in day one, but you know, how many times are you going to replicate a 94-point day performance? But they're not sponging as much as we thought maybe they would have here in the late day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely sponging placement points, that's for sure. You've seen them have that late game presence along with Lethal Association for a vast majority of the games that we've seen today. But, I mean, as you say, we've got 2 games left. A big share of that has gone to quite a lot of teams. But, you know, my eyes right now going forward, it is going to be teams like Dodge, like Nootropic, Lethal Association, BSO. Those are all teams in the chase. And there's a potential, because what we really need to see now is if Rumblers and Shoot to Kill can keep up the performance that they've had every match thus far. Because if they have one bad game and slip up, that's going to let one of those other teams the opportunity to knock them out. And Shoot to K's kind of yo-yoed a little bit. They've come in and out of that 10th place spot throughout the day.
Yeah, and I mean, there's other teams, like you already mentioned, Lethal Association, Nootropic up there as well that could also get involved. Veritas, Dodge, all teams that are kind of hanging around on that cut line. Rumblers is another one that, all capable of having a very good game and kind of leaving everybody behind and securing themselves a spot. Now, 2 games remaining. We have not had, we talked a little bit about it last game, but we've had some pretty rough play-ins so far today. It's not been easy for these guys.
I'm just real quick, we're seeing this flyby of the islands. You know, it just be a shame.
Just stop.
Just be an absolute shame to end today on the world's most toxic circle.
Yeah, I mean,
all right, no, we're gonna get some vanilla circles. We're probably gonna go up north, maybe have a lot of open hill ground, bring out the bolties, but. What I really want to see is how teams are able to play. Again, now we've seen a backfill for Picado. Sonics aren't playing today. I want to say that it was Orion or Snow Patrol that landed their last match. So I'm going to be curious to see, or maybe it was Veritas. Excuse me. It was one of the blue teams that had landed in Picado. I want to see who it is again to start. Additionally, to Poro, one thing that we didn't quite fully get to see because of that match was some of those teams that I think kind of, I don't want to say like had a bad drop, but maybe waited a little too long to rotate in and kind of got caught off guard early on. Teams like Nightly Esports. I'd like to see if they can maybe make something work a little bit better this match.
Well, I mean, when you start getting to this position where it's 2 games remaining and there's so much on the line, the cut line is obviously you can see on that overall leaderboard, TAC 8 is the cut line. So Shoot to Kill, not they're okay right now, but it's not by any means a set thing. Veritas, Rumblers, they still have work to do. But what are these teams that are on the very bottom of the leaderboard going to do? Like you said, I mean, you can never tell who's just going to say, you know what, we're just going to send it and try to do whatever we can to get whatever we can out of these games and get weird with it. And then you also have United, who's just running away with things as we get a very far southeastern circle. This now, to be fair, this is a circle we're pretty familiar with. We've seen this a lot.
Yeah, and if anything, the circle kind of has 2 flavors, right? It can go out to the fields, kind of just in the area that we see Neferhor at, or it can take the south side of Leonis, where Snow Patrol is right now. So by the middle of the game, we're going to be completely let go of the water. Yahoo, what a STK, pretty much every team inside the circle right now has a fantastic position. They just need to make sure that they kind of come together, because they're going to have to anticipate more teams crashing in. I also expect Los Leones to be an earlier bloodbath. I think teams aren't going to be as successful to rotate in some of the areas south of Los Leones just yet, given where we've got teams currently placed. And the safest route is going to be instead to come in through the city. So we might see 1 or 2 fights pop off early in there.
We'll see. Typically you don't want to go into Los Leones unless, or any city really, unless you absolutely have to, especially when there's that much of the circle on the south side. But again, Los Leones is one of those weird ones where I feel like we see it more often than any other city, where teams are content with going into the city and then trying to work their way out, trying to work from north to south. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. STK has that southern position. They're already inside circle, which given what I've seen from STK over the past several years, I feel like I like STK a lot more when they're coming into the circle late. Anytime the circle falls on top of them, I feel like it's kind of a mixed bag. But that's an area maybe where they've been working on and maybe looking to improve.
Sure, and I think another thing, at least in the current situation we have with how they're positioned in the circle, is that they do have some players that are close to another team. And speaking of close to another team, Neferhor taking this rotation right next to Chachipoi out on a scouting mission. I'm not going to say what team this is because we're not going to cast or curse them, but it looks like for now, Neferhor, though losing a tire, might be able to safely get away. Yahoo also get on in this action, but I mean, as I say, getting safely away, you could see Sparking thought about it for a second, but is instead going to pull back. So I wonder if that was enough information for Neff and the rest of 300 to kind of get an idea of where to go. And again, with a circle like this, you had 5 teams that kind of landed perfectly in the zone, but they were all spread out, right? They're in that looting position. And now with only 1:20 into this game, they're already finding themselves pinched out from engagement. And so they're going to have to be really careful with how they move forward. And that kind of tailors back into the STK conversation, right? You've got Neferhor and Yahoo now within a stone's throw of their position.
I'm not taking the blame for this one. I mean, if you're rotating in a buggy on that road in the middle of the circle, you're expected to get shot at. So I'm not taking the blame for that one, Neff. That one's on you. But the rest of 300 will be bringing up the rear now. Neff still staying alive, and he's feeding that information over that Punaj and Sparking are in that compound. So we'll see if it looks like 300 actually might want to take this fight. Maybe they are operating off the assumption that this is a split, and if they are absolutely right. So maybe they will catch them slipping here. Sparking only 30 bullets in the barrel, and it looks like they've found it, but Punaj will find the opening knock on a Richie.
Oh, it's a good shot out for Punaj, but as you say, I mean, are they going to call the bluff right now? Yahoo don't quite have the amount of loot that they really need to be successful on for this. So Neferhor, though, right now leading his team 300 damage with 1859, nearly twice as much as the next teammate, Richie. But that said, Sparking trying to battle it out here with Vox. And again, I mean, Sparking's starting to run out of bullet options, having to run back inside and kind of figure out what he can do from here as the rest of the team starting to close back in. And I mean, look at these Skittles. Lister starting a third party this from Snow Patrol.
Who needs bullets when you got Shinboy coming up from behind to provide you some cover here, as Richie will get flushed out. Fox should be flushed out as well. To be honest, I'm looking at 300 in this, going for this fight in the first circle. I get it. All right, you see them in 18th place. They need as many points as they possibly can get. They need to take these fights, so it makes sense that they would go for this fight. Now, it's unfortunately not working out for him here, and Yahoo is, of all the teams to get in a fight with, it had to be Yahoo, who's in 6th place. Like, that is a clean pickup there for Yahoo as they pick up 4 kills. Unfortunately, 300 does go out, but I 100% understand why 300 goes for that fight.
Yeah, and now Now, I mean, real quick, while we've got the map up, because I want to point something out. I brought up Los Leones in part because this area that we've been seeing some of this infighting for, it was getting crowded early, right? We had 4 teams laying out in this area. We've just lost 1 in losing 300. NE moving in kind of to backfill where Yahoo was. Everybody's left Los Leones, which is expected with the Miramar Circle. The problem now lies in the 6 teams who have not gotten into the zone yet are starting to run out of options. Playing the edge is going to be really difficult when you kind of take a look at what is available for the edge. Impala out to the north or Los Leones. There's not really anything else here. Even the water line has been taken between shoot to kill and what a rush. So if you're looking at teams like Newt, like BSO, like Stuckers and Dodge, there might be a situation where they have no choice but to go into Los Leones. And so as we've got 2 minutes, 37 seconds to go until the blue closes, it's going to be what we're kind of watching for, these last straggler teams and where they're going to go into the zone, as well as where that phase 2 circle is going to take us.
Keep an eye on Bing Bang Boom on the low side here. They've got Orion just in front of them on the edge of the circle. That have kind of set up, but they've set up on the high ground. It doesn't look like they're looking over in this direction to keep an eye on their backsides more, so they're looking to see where they want to go next. So Bing Bang Boom able to sneak in just below here, but they got to be careful. If Orion decides to kind of turn around here and start taking shots, they could be in trouble, but it looks like Bing Bang Boom should be able to make their way through, despite the fact that they spun Roth out, and now Roth is getting shot at.
Because why not? Oh, here we go. I mean,
and he
I
lost
feel
a
like
tire.
Bing Bang Boom's had a couple of like really unfortunate rotations in the last few games that have just resulted in holding the W key down a little bit too hard. But I mean, 4th place, they're not really at any risk. They're having some fun with it. But Pluis, come on, you got to land one of these.
I mean, they took out both of his tires, so I mean they're landing. It's just not landing on the man. They're landing on the vehicle, which is what you should do. I think is kind of something that we've kind of. Is Gwen rocking an M16 with a 6X? What is this? Early access? Good lord. Lethal Association, meanwhile, going to push right into Knightley. Knightley has a 2-2 split. This is a tough push here for Lethal Association, but they're going to find Vexel to open things off.
Quick flush, you see Sociopath wasting no time to secure that kill, and Sneak Attack watching the stairs as he continues to make the climb right now, trying to get some support from Krayshow across the street, but waiting. Molotov in hand, hoping to catch them as he knows the chase is coming. There we go, counts it out. Lucid spots one as well. As you can see, Krayshow actually gets taken down by Hooligan. That's going to be huge for Lethal Association as now NE loses that support across the street.
Wouldn't you know it, E-United's starting to come in from the north side here as Lucid gets spotted through the window. It's down to just Sneak Attack, who's got that top floor. We'll try to defend against the Molotovs, but immediately gets domed by Flood as soon as he peeks the window. So everything's just bad for Sneak Attack right now. Nothing is good as he's just going to try to delay the inevitable here and smoke off that stairwell, try to survive a little bit longer while he waits for the rest of E-United to come in and maybe take out his aggressors. Who knows? Shotgun in
he's
hand.
got a shotgun.
That's when
there you go.
That's when you know you've kind of accepted your fate.
But here we go, poor. Look, the circle is not going to really be a Los Leones focused at all, but instead this big open area in which all the teams really tried to establish a good presence. Stuckers, BSO, not in a great spot to start. Rumblers holding on outside of the circle, waiting for the edge. But speaking of holding on, Sneak Attack just waiting for the rest of Lethal Association to push up the hill. And now that the circle is kind of centered out on this building, they've got all the time in the world.
Yeah, I mean, look, hey, we're laughing about Sneak Attack kind of holding down the top floor here, but the fact is Lethal Association stands to lose a lot here. I mean, that is a team that's very much in contention right now. They picked up 3 kills, but they have lost 1 in the process. So they are trying to stay alive. They would love to clear Sneak Attack out, but they can't take the risk of losing another player when they are trying to make that climb up into 10th place. You can see them over there, 14th place right now. So LA, this could be huge for them if they're able to kind of keep things going, but they have to be careful with how they approach this.
I mean, we've seen their late game presence throughout every match just about today. And, we still have TAC 8 that can be knocked out. So Lethal Association needing to jump ahead of Newt, seeing if they can maybe vie for that final position to push another team out and claim that top 10 spot. But as you say, they've got to take this one carefully and slowly because they don't want to get down to 2 members. That's going to make things much tougher to work with forward in the late game. United did push off in that fight. We saw Flood and the rest of the team kind of put outside the building and wait to see if they wanted to get involved, but instead decided to turn their priority back into the center of a circle. And meanwhile, there you go. The push just about came. Sneak attack is going to land one shot there with the shotgun. And a throwable is going to give him a little bit of breathing room, but now back into the secret corridor, out through the holes in the ground, hoping to not get spotted, and is going to commit to the drop now as the chase starting to come out there for Lethal Association.
Sneak attack, playing this about as well as he could. Holding down with the smokes, with the shotgun.
Oh, is that nade?
Oh, that was a flash. Pops off. Built. Oh,
Oh,
maybe
he
it was
got
a
him. He
grenade.
got inland.
Never mind. I heard the flash pop off. I thought that was his, but I guess that was coming from Lethal Association. And this is exactly what Lethal Association didn't want to happen, as they are going to try to clean this man out. But Sneak Attack smells blood in the water. He's going to try to make the push while the knock is still through. Meanwhile, on the bottom part of your screen, Sociopath will clean it up. But Rumblers and Orion are squaring up in the southwest here. Rumblers pick up 2, or 1 off of Orion.
Rumblers were kind of hanging out on the western side, waiting to make that push, and you can see battling out Orion for that position, still continuing to try and play edge. Meanwhile, as Lethal Association try to clean up from this fight, Black Sheep Office moving in and encompassing this entire position here. I mean, they've got eyes on every angle of that building, so the moment that Lethal Association chooses to leave, we should see a fight break out. But it's this fight between Rumblers right now. Corsac getting a good angle onto Gwyn, is going to connect, doesn't quite find the knock just yet as Los gets found out by Orion, so trades back and forth on both teams.
Well, they want to clean this up as quickly as possible. There you go. Corsac will find Gwen, get the knock, get the flush as well. Maybe? Question. Okay, but they got to worry more about getting that res onto Los, as he is getting shot at from range here. Tater trying to get in there. Keenan actually going to steal it away as yep, I guess you have to get the flush there. You never know. You never know who's eyeing down your flush kill, as steals have been a big player. E United has stolen 17 kills so far, Clover. 10 of those being stolen away by Snakers.
Ooh. You know what? I do like that. I like crime. I like it when people get all sneaky and snaky. But Valiant, you know what? Valiant had a little rough run earlier on. A little vindication there as Tater gets taken out. That's it for Orion. Unfortunately, though, for Rumblers, they tried to play for that breathing room. They tried to play for the edge. The circle hard shifted away from them. So now they've got to do that all over again, but this time versus Veritas.
And you can see Bing Bang Boom on the coast, just off in the distance there. What a rush. Keeping an eye on them, but they've also got STK just off to their west. Pretty Curdy and Halo creeping a little bit closer, but their terrain is so wonky around this area that they could be right on top of each other without even having a sight line until it's too late. It looks like What a Rush is going to be more concerned with trying to gatekeep Bing Bang Boom here, as STK just flexing out here a little bit.
This is a little bit risky for, right? These are What a Rush. I mean, we know what Honey Badger likes to do. He likes to just kind of go on his own and scouting mission, but it looks like he might have spotted out BBB down to the south, Bing Bang Boom, and it's kind of broken his line of sight away from Shoot to Kill. Balefrost up to the north, left on his lonesome, but he's surrounded by not only Shoot to Kill, but also E United to the north, so it'd be an interesting position to leave just in case one of those teams chooses to act. But speaking of choosing to act, it actually is the Rumblers. They did manage to rotate away from Veritas, coming in a little bit close to Nuke, but this should be an easy wrap and a safe rotation for them. They might be looking to play the cave system.
Big shots coming out from Nootropic. They'll have to pull back in, as I believe Yoho. Actually, no, it might have been Melon from BSO taking the long-range shots here. Rumblers, as he said, sending it right into the caves. At least it'll be a little bit of time to reset here. I don't think we'll see them stay there too long, as it is right on the edge of the circle. But What a Rush now has been spotted out, and Honey Badger gets picked off by Keenan. And this is the problem when you play those solo positions, that single style, is if you do get knocked, you are almost 100% certain to get flushed, and that is what happened to Alo. We'll take a few shots, but we'll be able to pull back away.
Yeah, I mean, Hikerman and Vegas weren't too far behind out in the compound, but not in a position to lend assistance. As you say, Alo looked like he might have been interested in third party, but realizing how vulnerable he was to potentially be caught out by Sharpshot and Oldless. And whoa, what
goodness.
a hard shift. I mean, there's no time for this fight anymore. Those teams need to focus on getting in the zone, but look at Stuckers with such a large spread, and there's not a lot of coverage in that circle. I mean, where do you go? We're only in phase 4, Poro.
I mean, look, Stuckers playing with 3. One of their players was not able to join them for the last couple of games here, but they're playing as 3. You could tell that they were coming in super late. They wanted to play the north side. They're just trying to survive. They're just trying to see if they can stay up as long as they can, and now they are in a beautiful position for this late game. We'll see how they decide to react here, as it looks like What a Rush and STK still squaring off, but now Purdy Curdy has been finished off. Alo did manage to get out of that. Chachi Boy takes a few shots, but gets taken down by Hallow Senpai. Nootropic still quick with the trigger, as What a Rush back in the vehicles trying to make their way into this next circle.
United, I love this positioning that they have here. They've got pretty much full control of the South and try to bully into the teams that might try to square up here. Veritas hand in hand with Shoot to Kill down in the South. These Shoot to Kill still with their vehicles. So it's going to be interesting to see if this fight continues onward or if Veritas chooses to break away and focus on the zone. But it looks like instead they are going to choose violence. Lobes, J-Sync walking this one out. It looks like a member of United or potentially What a Rush might have hit a member of Veritas here, but that's not going to be enough to scare them away from this fight. The engagement still stands, and Lobes getting a knockout to pen to 2 members of STK down.
I mean, this is what happens when you're STK. When you're one of the best teams in North America, you can absolutely expect to get pushed out of zone here. As Luke 12, the last one up, he's going to try to do some damage here to Lobes. Does so. Will find the knock on a J-Sank. Luke 12 trying to be as difficult to take care of here and to finish off as possible, and he is doing a hell of a job of it here, as Danny will have to stop down and heal up a bit. And Light Show will push in. He's going to find Luke. That's him, and there you go. Lobes will be the one to do the honors.
Shoot to Kill falling out early. You know they wanted this game as an opportunity to score out, but Nootropic, another team really big in the chase right now, down to just Lampalot, falling in the blue, and this is phase 4 Poro, a recipe for disasters. He just looks for opportunities to clean up kills, but meanwhile, as you can see, the rest of Snow Patrol bleeding out, Kynes right on the edge of zone. This could spell potential disaster for Lampalot, who I think it's going to have a hard time getting into the zone safely. You can see he's able to pop off that first aid kit. Meanwhile,
no.
Yahoo, Rumblers. Oh, we knew this cave could be potential trouble, but I wasn't expecting it so soon.
Boy, oh boy, Yahoo was just sitting there ready and waiting to pepper Rumblers with all of this utility. It's down to just one player for them, but they are starting to lose their own, and they're losing them to their own team as Shinboy takes out a Ruzin, and that's out in the blue, and this blue is doing a lot more than tickling here, as that is a very unfortunate unforced error coming out from Shinboy. And Yahoo, they will pick up 3, and that's going to be good news for them, but Rumblers will keep 1 alive, and they're down to just 2 as they try to play this one out.
I think the only good news there for Yahoo and Rumblers is with Shoot to Kill already going out. The only threat that they really have on the leaderboard right now is what Dodge and Nuke can potentially pull off this game. Dodge have a bit of a problem in that is Bing Bang Boom, whether or not that they can get to the other side of the ridgeline. They have both sides of the hill that they can share with Bing Bang Boom. Bing Bang Boom staying on the south side of the hill really have to be mindful of United and What a Rush's position. So that could pay out well for Dodge, who right now in the chase, just a few points away from taking that 10th position. Right now sitting on 6 kills, you can see. Really, I think they just need 1 point. If Dodge can get 1 point this game.
I mean, look, the Dodge they damn well better be getting a lot more than 1 point. They are in a beautiful position to win this whole thing, as they have that north side. They've got 4 up. They've got the circle. They can do pretty much whatever they want. Everything, all the violence is occurring to the third. The only question is how many kills are going to be remaining, as this south side has just been extremely violent. Everybody pushing into each other. Lethal Association down to just Grant Lannis, but that's a good man to have as your final player up. He is leading that team in damage dealt. That is statistically at least their best player so far in this group stages. and they've already got 5 kills to their name. So we'll see if Grant can do anything more for the boys. Meanwhile, Stucker's starting to show up. 5 kills for them.
Yeah, I mean, even if they can just get some placement points here, that would be massive for Lethal Association. They're already going to jump ahead onto Newt, pushing him down to 13th position. Lethal Association started today in 21st place. They've had one of the biggest jumps so far of any team in the lobby throughout all stages. But there you go, Grant Lantis trying to stay alive. Is going to get the knock onto Flood, tries to go for the kill, the blue zone. Unfortunately, not going to be enough to happen here. You can see Kickstart immediately throwing out the smokes, hoping to get that res. And as we go forward now to the top 4 teams here in our penultimate game, Poro.
I think Grant Lantis was shocked at how free of a knock that was on the Flood. He missed a few shots there and actually ended up taking a bunch of damage in return, and unfortunately wasn't able to finish off the kill. But as you said, good stuff for Lethal Association. They are up to 13th place, and they are well within striking distance of that 10th place spot with 1 game remaining. Dodge, meanwhile, have you can see them. They've made their way into 9th, but they could actually secure their top 10 spot in this one if they manage to get the win and a few kills to go along with it. But unfortunately for them, E United still 4 up. BBB still 4 up, as we have, we're in phase 5 and we're down to our top 4. I mean, that's North American PUBG, isn't it?
It's a little bit wild, and I'm going to make the joke once again. Stucker's kind of stuck out in the open in a really tough position, being bullied a bit from E United, who actually has the edge of the zone here, but you can see right now strength in a bit of numbers as they try to herd Stuckers into a position that's going to be easier out. Actually, Kickstart's got the Look at this.
No.
Are we going to see an kill? Is it going to happen?
I love seeing Kickstart Almond. Mirage going to send a few grenades over towards Bing Bang Boom. If nothing else, he won't find any knocks with it, but it is going to prevent the push here, as Mirage will have to pull back and Dodge get in a little bit better position to maybe take this fight. It's the only 1 kill so far, but they've been hanging out on this north side. There just hadn't been anybody up here. So Dodge trying to see if they can reset a little bit here. Meanwhile, you can see in the kill feed, Stuckers and E United trading back and forth.
United just starting to flounder just a bit as trade does come out. Rello getting company man, Mirage helping. That's it for Stuckers. It might give United the time they need to recover from this fight, but you can see on the minimap out in the distance, Bing Bang Boom still a factor into this. So Rello working real fast, try to get that res onto Flood. Meanwhile, opposite side of the circle, see the rest of Bing Bang Boom, Roth and Sharpshot dealing with all 4 members of Dodge still up. So it's really nice to see the Bing Bang Boom have eyes on both remaining teams, but I mean, the potential for being pinched here is so incredibly high, especially considering the fact that Bing Bang Boom isn't really in the circle.
Feel like this is going to be one of the slowest end games we're going to see all day.
I think you might be right.
They have so much room to work around here. All teams are 4 up, with the exception of E United. They can get this res onto Snakers still, as he is kind of just hanging out on the edge of blue. But they should be able to res that back up. Roth takes some damage. Dodge just kind of playing the ridge line here. And they don't have to push into anybody. They can just kind of take their time. I want to watch Kickstart with the That's like literally all I want to see here is Reload will pick up Snakers. I love that mechanic. It's so fun.
I mean, Kickstart has the most sniper damage of any other player, 841. In fact, we've seen Kickstart been on an absolute killing spree for his team. And so E United able to get everybody up but Snakers, who should be bleeding out here in just a sec. Oh, no, I say that. Look, the res was finished. They finished it. I was so worried that they weren't going to get it, but I you know what? I'll eat my words there. So now we've got 4v4. Poro. Dodge currently 69 points. Bing Bang Boom 101, and nice. I believe United just broke the 150.
Well, they really. Oh, come on, Kiki. You can hit those. Really, it's just the question of Dodge, right? Can they get a few more points here? Can they get this win? Can they kind of cement their top 10 spot, or at least get in a little bit more comfortable of a position with 1 game remaining as the circle does pop? And Dodge will get a little bit of love here, but everybody should be okay. Bing Bang Boom is pretty much the most out of the circle here, but there's plenty of space for them to play, assuming that they have vehicles. I'm not actually sure of what Bing Bang Boom's vehicle situation here. They've been moving on foot quite a bit.
Another thing, too, that for me is interesting about this late game is that regardless of who wins, we're finally going to have somebody with 2 chicken dinners in a day today. So far, we've had 4 separate winners. So whoever wins, this will be their second in the books for today. If United wins, this will be 4 total for the weekend. So that said, they've got to keep this push from Dodge coming out. Rello, nice knock there onto Finna, trying to see if he can spot out Ethan, getting a little bit help there from Flood and Snakers.
What a spray. And look at that, Roth picks up an alm from the crate himself. So now we got 2 alms in play in the late game here as we are just trading knocks back and forth. Kickstart, both of our alms are knocked. Oh boy. That's just typical, isn't it? Okay, so the push coming through from Snakers and Relo. They've got to be careful. The smoke wall going to protect Ethan and Finna for now, and they'll pull back just a little bit. They have coverage from Cherry and Mirage from range, but as you see, the smoke wall making things a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I can see they're trying to hold on to the high ground for as long as they can inside the zone, but I mean, they're really being shot at from both directions, and you see Snakers trying what he can to take members up. Bing, bang, boom, out of play. Sharp Shot will take a bit of damage from both sides, but it actually is going to be Mirage that gets the knock there. Dodge, see if they can get the credit. Again, every kill matters right now. They're in chase with Shoot to Kill, with Lethal Association, with Newt for the top 10, and it's a big potential that we can see in that final match. These teams shifting around once more, so all eyes continue to be on Dodge throughout this.
Ethan goes down, but the smoke wall will keep him alive, and Cherry and Mirage will prevent the push from coming out from United. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom have lost 2. It's down to just Keenan and Oldless as the grenades come through, but they're not going to find the mark. Ethan will stay alive as the res comes through. Dodge back up to full strength. United stacked and playing the ridge. You can see Keenan and Oldless have kind of pulled back a little bit now that they've lost 2. They know that they've been spotted. There's only so much they can do. Snakers has full coverage onto Oldless here.
This circle shift is really good as well, once again, for Dodge. United just on the outside. Keenan does have a positioning in the zone, so if Bing Bang Boom can do a little bit of work onto United, give a little bit of assistance to Dodge, we could potentially see that chicken dinner go in the way of Dodge. But that said, there's still quite a lot of work, and the teams are being very careful right now. You can see everybody keeping their scopes moving as they try to keep as much information as they can on the enemies at hand. But I mean, look at this overhead view, Poro, with the handful of, you've got a little bit of ridge lines, a few trees, but otherwise it's a lot of open area, and unfortunately a lot of open area that United is trying to snake into. I mean, they've got to kind of lie prone here. There's not much else they can.
Yeah, Kickstart still got that alm in hand. I'm waiting for it to come into play here as Keenan has actually managed to creep up a little bit closer. Don't think he's in grenade range, but 2 of the Dodge boys certainly are. Finna and Cherry right underneath United. As Kickstart will creep back over in that direction. Look, and not going to spot anything. Dodge using this opportunity to get very, very close. But it's that weird time of the game where you want to be the one to get involved in the fight, but that might be the dinner bell, actually. Flood getting that knock on the Oldless means BBB down to just 1. Dodge wants to third party anything.
Oh, Cherry steals the kill.
There you go.
Oh, Dodge is 1 point away from leaping Veritas into 8th place right now. Every little kill like this, every point is going to matter. And you can see just how close they are to United as Kickstart still with the arm out in close range, trying to see who he can spot there for Dodge. I mean, that's just wild.
I got to imagine Dodge is sitting on pretty low utility. They haven't really been involved in much fighting as, they've only had a couple of kills and they've been playing this north side. So no grenades really. Otherwise, I would imagine they'd be peppering them right now. They do have flashbangs. You saw Cherry pull out a Molotov there. So they got a little bit of something, but really Dodge is just waiting for the perfect time to make this push onto E United. And it has not revealed itself just yet, but they're going to have to do it eventually.
And patience a virtue as we move forward through phase 9. The blues creeping in the circle.
There it is.
In between all 3 of these teams. Nice headshot there for Mirage. Gets a knock onto Snakers. As you can see, Keenan losing coverage there, being forced out of that rocket just in the blink of an eye. Dodge wins it 7 kills. They jump up to 7th place. Poro, we're going into the final game with 5 teams. Still not entirely safe.
Man, Keenan. Keenan was the unofficial 5th member of Dodge in that one. As Dodge, I mean, they had beautiful position on E United. Right underneath them, they were waiting for that perfect opportunity to try to make that push. Mirage gets that opening knock, and that is when the push comes through. And Keenan uses that to his advantage. I think he might have gotten 2 kills for himself off of that one, just off of the confusion that was created from the Dodge push. But huge victory for Dodge. That is exactly what they needed to secure their top 10 spot.
And I mean, it was just such an insane play for them. There were so many opportunities for Dodge to just get impatient, take a push, crest over to E United, make themselves vulnerable not only to E United, but to Bing Bang Boom. But they were very slow to move. They were waiting until the absolute last moment. As you said, I mean, the utility that they just didn't have, instead using what they could and ultimately finding that victory in the end as the last dinner bell rang there with the fall of Keenan. But, I want to give another shout out again to Lethal Association with, once again, Grant Lantis putting in so much work for his team today. We've seen a huge leap in performance from them. I think they've climbed now 8 position points, and they've put themselves in the chase going into the final game, along with Nootropic, who's also been very quietly but steadily finding points every match.
Yeah, they've been doing what they need to do, but eventually they got to have one of those big points games if they're going to make that jump. Other teams are finding it, unfortunately, for Lethal Association, for Nootropic. They haven't had that second or big point game that they need to try to secure themselves a spot. This was probably the slowest developing late game in forever that I've seen, but that was because there was so much crazy action going on in the first part. We get that southeastern Miramar circle that always tends to see some wildness happening. The hard shift to the north was just insane.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought that we would have seen some former action of Los Leones, but the circle hard shifted away from it so fast that we didn't really have to worry about that at all, and instead saw some really interesting fights that I actually wasn't anticipating. But, I mean, that said, we've had some crazy circles throughout the day that, all right, still we kind of get used to at this point because the players get used to playing it. So going into this last game, it's going to definitely be putting on a show regardless of where we go. But here you have it. Poro, Dodge, 17 points. Chef's kiss.
17 points. This goes a long way to try to make your way into the grand finals. E United, once again, right behind them, sponging up a few more for themselves. Bing, bang, boom, doing the same. Yo-ho, up there as well with 10. Stuckers, only 3 of their teammates left to play, but they find themselves in 5th place and 9 points for themselves. So a nice little showing for them. I think that's more points in that one game than they had going into that game in total. So good stuff for Stuckers. You like to see it.
Absolutely. And there you go. The overall standings, 157 points for E United. Now, as remember, Gas Cans and Sonics have not played today. They finished their games yesterday. Bing Bang Boom broke the triple digits with the 104. What a rush. 91. But, I mean, look at this. Dodge, Rumblers, Veritas, Shoot to Kill. All a handful of points. TAC 8, Spicy Fish have been pushed out. At this point, it's all the teams playing today kind of fighting against each other, and Lethal Association just on the outside cusp of that too. If Shoot to Kill go out early again and Lethal Association can find another 10+ point game, they're in. And I believe it's possible.
I mean, it's Lethal Association and Nootropic at this point, with one game remaining. Can they find that elusive big point game? They've been getting to the late game. They've been doing everything they need to do to get those placement points, but they just haven't been able to find the kills. Only 28 kill points there for Lethal Association. Can they manage to pull something together here in the final game of the group stages and make probably probably the biggest upset in North American PUBG in several years if Lethal Association or Nootropic are able to jump Shoot to Kill and keep them out of the finals? But that remains to be seen, Clover. We've got one game left to play. Before we get into it, we are going to take a short break, so guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back with the conclusion of these group stages. we are back once again for the final game of the ESL Masters PUBG North America group stages. We have 10 spots that are going on to the grand finals, and we have two teams, realistically, two teams that still have a shot at it, and a few teams that are still trying to hold on desperately for dear life to their position, Clover. It is very, very close with one game remaining.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in one way I love to see this because it just keeps the excitement rolling, but you know that those teams that haven't quite secured everything are really feeling the pressure. They've got to be sweating. One of them has been a story since the beginning of the day, Shoot to Kill. They started today in 17th place. They've managed to climb into the top 10, but they've kind of traded that position of safety around with a couple other teams. Dodge, most noticeably, pushing them back into that number 10 spot after that last match. But as we go forward to the final game of this weekend of the group stage, you've got to keep your eyes on Lethal Association and Nootropic, who have had a heck of a day. Lethal Association especially starting the day in 21st place, but consecutively in the late game, just about all 5 matches today.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've been doing everything they need to do to get to the late game, as we were discussing earlier. It's just been the kills. The kills have just been hard to come by, and you know, now that we're back to our normal format, it matters. Both sides matter. You have to have placement points. You have to have kills if you're going to make it to the grand finals. And and right now, so far, Lethal Association has been finding that late game, but the kills have been a little bit harder to come by. Nootropic, meanwhile, has just been very up and down, kind of all over the place. Really, I feel like it's been more kills on their part, but again, you know, they've got to get both. They've got to find their way to the late game as well.
Yeah, and another thing as well, I mean, Lethal Association sitting on 30 placement points right now. Part of what we talked about, right? They're struggling a little bit on the kills. On the flip side of that, Shoot to Kill has been finding those engagements. They've been getting the kills. I mean, living up to their namesake. The problem is they haven't been finding the late game as much as we know that they're capable of doing right now, sitting on 17 placement points for the whole weekend, and that is wherein lies the problem. We saw them go out early last match and kind of lose out on any opportunity to find any kills. Oftentimes early in the game, you're not going to have but maybe more than 1 or 2 if you're lucky, and that takes away the scoring opportunities for them, the chances to jump up on the team. As we look at the overall leaderboard there on the left, Shoot to Kill with 66, Veritas 72, Rumblers 76, Dodge really finishing out strong now with 79 points. Tactical 8 and Spicy Fish, they're out. They are done playing and not really at a risk. So we jump down below Lethal Association with 58. So what we're watching for this match is where Shoot to Kill is able to get through the game. If they can find the kills, if they can find the late game or even the chicken dinner, that will cement them moving forward. Or if they go out early, can Lethal Association and Tropic do enough to knock them out?
Oof. And just got a very unfortunate stat. Lethal Association has had 8 kills stolen from them throughout the course of these group stages, the most of any team. And you think those 8 points, you think they're missing those 8 points right about now, Clover? I mean, goodness.
Yeah, and you know, I'm holding my breath right now because I'm waiting to see this circle pop. We've had a lot of water into play throughout the day, and I jinxed it because look how much water and unplayable. I mean, this is already a 50% circle to start, and I'm not going to say a specific team, Poro, because I'm not going to cast or curse them. But I will say, once again, Yahoo! I mean, that's looking great for them.
Well, you can't cast or curse a team that's only got 40 points and is already pretty much out. I mean, any curses that could come through aren't really going to do much at this point. But yeah, I mean, you look at Yahoo, they've got a decent position here. But again, looking at the teams that we're interested in, right? Lethal Association, Nootropic, and Shoot to Kill. Shoot to Kill looting up in their normal spot. They're just outside of circle. Lethal Association, I'm trying to see where they are. I mean, you can see them on your screen right now, but they are just over there by Power Grid. Nootropic is... Where are they?
You know, they're south. They're just south of Los Leones near...
Oh, there
I
they
think,
are. Okay,
yeah.
That's Sky Blue. Sky Blue on the very, very southern coast there. So depending on how they decide to rotate in, a little bit concerning for Nootropic as they have What a Rush that is in Puerto Pariso, so they could be doing a little bit of gatekeeping for themselves. But you got to think, in terms of favorite, underdog, or wild card, in terms of these three teams in particular, who do you think is your favorite?
My favorite right now is going to be Shoot to Kill. They've got an easy rotation. The only thing they really need to be worried about is poonage for Yahoo. It should be, otherwise, I think, a pretty easy way for them to get in the zone, especially considering they're just a stones throughout. This is an area that they're really familiar with rotating.
Ooh, Snow Patrol getting a little
Talking about
froggy
rotating.
in Los Leones. So yeah, Knightley once again involved in some early fighting here. Is Lister going to take a few shots in there? But as far as the three teams that we're keeping an eye on, I think the most unfavorable position has to be Nootropic, just for those reasons that we were just bringing up. I mean, you got What a Rush that's on that southern coast that's doing that could possibly gatekeep them. You know that they have two teams just to their north in Los Leones, so this is going to be a really rough rotation for them. But as far as Lethal Association concerned, they're kind of a wild card. It really just depends on how long they decide to loot, how late they decide to go into this circle, which way they decide to go. Are they going to go north? Are they going to go south? These decisions that Lethal Association make could have a huge impact on how they finish this game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them hang in the blue, come in really, really late, try to play the edge. We've also seen them feel a little bit confident in some situations and try to send it a little bit early. It's hurt in some situations. They've lost some players earlier on those rotations. But, I mean, if there's anybody who can pull off a miracle, potential is there to be Grant Lantis. He's been one of the, I think, longest surviving members, not only of his team, but I think of probably anybody in this lobby today. Don't quote me on that entirely. But I think that we know the patience is there. We know that their ability to kind of read how to play, that survival status is there. But again, it's not about whether or not Lethal Association can survive this match. They absolutely have to find these kills. And with that also means that the rest of the team does need to stay up and alive. But that said, there's still so many other teams outside of the zone. It's going to be enough or another rough early rotation. Al-Zahar is inside. We talk about teams not wanting to push in circle earlier on. There's a couple of edges to play, but when you factor that in, you factor what's kind of remaining, I think that we're going to see early fighting, mid-level bloodbaths, and potentially an early finish for this game, depending on how these circles continue to hard shift.
While we watch these teams try to find their way into this first circle, obviously the story is the top 10. And keeping an eye on who makes it into the top 10. But there is another thing, Clover, that we are kind of keeping a side eye on. But top 16 are going to get invited to the PCS regional playoffs. Right now, Wildcard is in 16th place with 45 points, but they're no longer playing. And you can see 300 is there in 18th with 40 points, so they have a chance to make that top 16 and get that invite as well. So just another thing to kind of keep an eye on as we make this way through. But obviously the story for now is going to be that top 10 and getting to these grand finals of the ESL Masters.
Yeah, and I think we've kind of talked about the points sponging. Excuse me. Try saying that 5 times fast. The points sponging. E United. Bing Bang Boom. What a Rush, 112 right now on the leaderboard. Even Yahoo, I mean, they've just been having phenomenal games. Yahoo always seems to find the center of the zone. They found it the center of this game as well, so they don't have to move. We might see a low-scoring but late-game finish from them. But once again, two teams that always seem to find action early on, Nightly Esports and 300, this time with each other.
Yes, indeed, and as you said, it's 300. I mean, they're doing exactly what they did last game, and this is, fortunately, this time they're not running into Yahoo. Instead, they're running into Nightly. You'd much rather run into the last place team in the lobby rather than the 6th place team in the lobby if you're trying to go hunting kills early on here. Right now, it's down to just Lucid, who's going to be holding that door with the Scar L. As the rest of 300 arrives, they're going to try to collect as many points as they can. They will find him, and that's going to be it for Nightly. They will go down in 16th place, but Bing Bang Boom now squaring up with BSO.
I mean, just immediately throwing that W key down once again. Are going to lose Sharp Shot, but you can see Keenan has himself a nice angle, knows if he can take out Mafu, that's going to make things a whole lot easier. So with the assistance of Keenan, just about finding that knock, Mafu somehow still alive, though very low on damage. You saw the tag team coming out from Bing Bang Boom, and here comes the throwables. Roth trying to keep Sharp Shot alive. If they can take down Mafu, should be able to get that res off and keep Bing Bang Boom up as a 4-man, but they've got to take care of BSO. As we can see in the mini-map, 2 more members, Melon and Aguila, coming in for assistance.
Fortunately for both of these teams, it's all going on so far off to the north that there not really any major risk of a third party coming through, so they have time to play this out. Sharpshot does get res, but immediately Keenan goes down, so BBB down to 3 once again as BSO tries to reset. Sharpshot gets Roth up. The smoke wall is starting to slowly go down, though, but Malone is going to come and provide some support to his teammate, as it looks like Bing Bang Boom will regroup on top of these buildings. Oh, we missed the jump. That sucks. You hate to see it.
You can see it. Still Oldless being very careful to creep around the corner, seeing if he can take out Mercy, but Aguila is just going to straight send it, but it's not going to work. Roth takes him out there as he gets the drive-by and a failed attempt. Melon, though, plenty of throwables. You can see him switching between the grenade and the molly. Is going to land one onto Sharp Shot, but he still hasn't been flushed out just yet. You can see Oldless trying desperately what he can to help out his teammate, but now that Sharp Shot's bled out, he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. We're pushing in, taking that knock to Melon, but it's going to get him down to 14 HP.
Bunch of damage taken in return, though, and now Matthew will get the knock onto Oldless. Roth will trade it back, and BSO actually goes down. Bing Bang Boom will stay alive with just Roth and Oldless, but that is a big early game fight there between two teams that, BSO had a shot. Technically, they would have had to done that about 5 more times, but they do go down, and that is going to be Bing Bang Boom playing forward with 2 more as we take a look at Dodge, our winners from last game. They're creeping over just on the south side of El Azahar. They might have vision onto this, but it looks like they've spotted out Snow Patrol instead.
I mean, again, we just kind of see which teams play patiently and which teams are playing aggressive going into this last game, and whether or not they're just kind of choosing to maybe practice those crashes, whether or not we can deem it being successful. But shoot to kill, one we're keeping an eye on in a bit of a bowl here with E United creeping up on top. Rello scouting out, and the circle is going to hard shift. We still got plenty of water into this, but everybody in a decent position, and you can see off to the west, look at this Poro. Lethal Association is just choosing to keep their head down, which is going to be great once again for keeping them up to the late game, but they need to finish this game with a lot more kills than SDK does.
They do indeed. And SDK in a center position, I'm actually looking and saw 2 crates going off to the island and out into the cell. I'm like, well, yeah, there's a. I was waiting to see if Honey Badger was going to go for him and try to swim for it. I would not have been shocked in the least. But Corsac going to take a few shots at Dodge and trailing as Rumblers are kind of backfilling Dodge right now, trying to get into that northern part of the circle over by El Azahar. But Orion's starting to come back down there as well. Bing Bang Boom, our final duo from Bing Bang Boom, has started to creep in. They've found a spot for themselves for the time being, but they might have company here soon, deciding, depending on what Dodge and Rumblers decide to do. It looked like Dodge was kind of posting up for a gatekeep, but they end up opting instead to just send it and maybe do their fighting from inside the circle, and it looks like that'll pay off for them.
I mean, really, at this point, the only person I've got my eyes still on is Orion, and we can see in the mini-map, you've got 2 just on the outside of the zone, but Pluis still off to the north, so they're going to be a little bit late coming into this, but there you go, drive-by here from Mirage, attempting it onto Roth, not quite connecting, a little extra assistance from his teammates down behind him, but nothing quite to show from that. Now they're losing a little bit of control as they're going to veer off the road, try to play the edge, but again, I mean...
Oh, this grenade.
Who's it? Stuckers? Stuckers in the area.
Oh, Cherry gets the... did he get the heal off right before the grenade hit, or did he just get scared away from the heal? Either way, Cherry is in a world of hurt right now. The rest of his teammates are going to try to provide him some support and might keep Oldless from continuing to throw these down. This is ballsy from Oldless, gonna cross the street when he knows that there's a full squad right there. And meanwhile, Tater gonna be taking the shots over the top at him as well. Oldless gonna be paying the price for his avarice here, as he is knocked very, very low. He is just staying alive at this point, more than anything. He can't even do anything.
You know, and herein lies Poro. Before we went into this match, we were wondering what the teams that were in the bottom and not really in a mathematical position to move forward to the finals going to be doing. Were they going to W key? Were they just going to kind of keep their head down low? Orion absolutely choosing violence, getting engaged right now as they're coming into the backside here of Rumblers. Gwendo is spotted out by Los. The flush comes and is going to turn Rumblers' attention. They can't fully focus right now onto Bing Bang Boom. And so you've got kind of a four-way fight here between these teams.
And there you go. Roth will go down, but not before Oldest takes out Waldo with a well-placed Molotov here. Rumblers having a little bit of a hard time clearing out this last duo because they are, once again, I'm telling you, those long buildings, man, they're not entirely unpushable, but they are extremely hard to push, and you don't want to do it if you don't have to do it, as Bing Bang Boom will get the res up, and they will turn their attention towards Corsac. Pre-fire from Oldest will come through. The Molotov will keep the push from coming through, as now Rumblers will have to pull back and heal up.
And Oldless really trying to find the angle. The Molotov is going to land perfectly inside the window, but I'm not quite sure if the damage was enough to connect. It is. You see the res attempt to come off, but it's not going to be enough. Waldo is going to bleed out in the circle. Hard shifting down to the south. Still water into play, but that means that all these teams up here that are fighting Poro are starting to run out of time.
Absolutely. Bing Bang Boom, 5 kills in the bag already, and they are proving to be a tough nut to crack here for Rumblers as the push comes through. Corsac trying to take the shots from range. Will go down. Valiate will find it, but Bing Bang Boom is keeping 2 alive. They're going to add another kill to their total as Rumblers taking a 2-way fight as Los HG gets pulled down. I think Valiate might be the last one up here as Dylan was feeling sick earlier. Looks like he's back in. Plu is still up as well. Going to keep Valiate pinned down as much as possible. The smoke cloud will stay up. Again, the circle has shifted hard down to the south while all this craziness is going on to the north. Need to point out Nootropic, dead center of the circle, just north of the mining camp, north of Impala. You can see Lethal Association also 4 strong on that western side. So both of our teams that are chasing are still in it, but STK also 4 strong. You can see Alo start to creep out, keeping an eye on Stuckers, taking shots at 2-head Shakur, but they have to make their way into circle, and you can see United is going to be the one gatekeeping them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Stuckers, Shoot to Kill, and Snow Patrol that are all between those teams clustered up to the very northern edge and the zone. And at some point, they also need to make a move and find themselves securely in the circle because you got United waiting for them. So as teams start to finish up this fight, you can see Bing Bang Boom trying to see if they can get that res onto Roth. The blue zone's going to be here, so it's a bit of a gamble right now for Oldless. Roth's going to have to immediately start hitting those bandages before he pops that first aid kit if he wants any chance of out-healing the zone. And you can see Oldless now trying to spot who he can of dodge. It's Cherry trying to shoot both sides of the crate's going to connect. The zone's going to help him out here, but he's got to hit this last shot. There you go. Orion also eliminated as Finna finds Dylan. Roth getting the last member of Plua. So 8 kills for Bing Bang Boom. They've got that opportunity to heal, but now they've got to make a run. Finna's still alive.
They're freaking raid bosses. How hard is it to kill Bing Bang Boom? This is like the 4th team that's crashed down on top of these guys trying to kill them, and now they have 8 kills. These guys are absolutely nuts, and they are going to get in the vehicles. They are going to get in. Finna will try to take the shots from the roadside, maybe in their backs, but that's just trying to make yourself feel better at this point. Oldless and Roth just embarrassed like 3 teams on the north side. Absolutely insane stuff from them. We'll see if they can get in. STK, meanwhile, engaging in a fight with Stuckers. They managed to get right underneath them. They will find Company Man, and that's going to be another point picked up, and that has to be noted by Lethal Association and Nootropic. They're staying alive. They're making it to the late game, but STK is out here collecting kills, and now Bing Bang Boom is right in the midst of STK. Can they prove to be hard to kill yet again, or will STK clean them up? Oldless will go down to Penta.
Yeah, you see Penta, though, is going to have to pull back and focus on healing. He got down to 21 health. Luke 12 making sure to flush that kill and continue to climb up that count. They're still a couple of points behind Veritas. Remember, also still 4 up. So, there you go. The kills that we've been wanting to see here from Lethal Association, picking up 2 knocks. If they can secure this out, make sure it's not stolen. It looks like
one got stolen.
This is brutal.
I mean, this is we brought it up beforehand. Lethal Association has had the most kills stolen away from them as any team in the lobby, and it is just killing them right now. It is absolutely killing them. 9 kills now, I believe that is, stolen away from them in total. United will find, oh my God, Flood, you're just disgusting. Finna just gets absolutely picked apart out of the car here. As looks like 2-head Shakur has been spotted out, but will run away from Flood, which, gotta say, that's probably the right call.
I mean, kudos to Shoot to Kill as well, looking for those opportunities. They did manage to pick up 2 kills from this, but I mean, we're still Nootropic sitting center. Even if Lethal Association was only able to secure 1 thus far, this game has, again, had a whole bunch of them stolen at that last moment. We could see Nootropic pop off, so we're still watching these 3 teams to see where that top 10 cutoff is moving forward into the grand finals. 10 members here from the NA region will move forward. 6 teams will move in from LATAM to give us a total of 16 for the ESL PUBG Masters grand finals, the first ESL PUBG Masters here for 2020, and the first opportunity for these teams to win PGC points for the year. But it's not over just yet. Shoot to Kill, 3 kills on the board now. Looks like they've taken the chase to E United. They want this northern area to play from, and they don't want to have to worry about E United at their back.
Absolutely not. And if you're STK, you got to take your own destiny into your hands and try to go out there and get those kills. Don't worry about Lethal Association. They probably saw LA get that kill in the kill feed. But, you know, Purdy Curdy's a smart guy. Like, he's keeping track of all of this stuff here, and it probably knows exactly how many points they need to get. They've already collected 3 kills for themselves. They'd like to add a few more, and they will find Valiate, and that will be their 4th one in the bag. So STK doing exactly what they need to do in this situation, as well, we would expect no less from this squad.
My eyes are actually starting to teeter towards Veritas and what they've been accomplishing. It's been a bit quiet for them over on the eastern side thus far, but as you see, the flush coming out, Luke 12 getting Rello taken out. Yahoo! Also kind of been picking at E United, now having to take a bit of a break. This was a tension splitter for them for a while, but the circle is going to center itself up onto 300. Nootropic still looking in a phenomenal position, but they're on 0 kills. The only team still alive this match that has not gotten a kill just yet, Poro.
Yeah. I mean, they've got fantastic positioning, obviously, but like you said, I mean, they need the points, especially when you're looking at that kill feed and you see STK constantly showing up. 5 kills already for STK now. Nootropic has a fantastic position, but the problem is 29 alive, Clover. I mean, this lobby is just emptying out. It's clearing out extremely quickly, and the amount of points that are even available to pick up are just going down. But if you're Nootropic, you're in a fantastic position. You're dead center. Well, you have been dead center of the circle. You're still inside the circle. You've got a compound. You've got to play for the win at the same time. So Nootropic kind of in this weird catch-22 position where they know they need kills, but they also know that they're in the best position for the late game.
Of all the players to have knocked out of your card, Grant Lannis is probably not the one. And now the 2 teams that are vying for the chase, crashing and starting this fight here is Lethal Association putting down their roots here onto Newt. And you can see Hooligan is going to throw out a nade, but it's traded out with the Molotov. And what a rush behind this. This is not a safe position, Poro, and it's not looking good for them.
Okay, Colton will at least get the flush onto Hooligan, but What a Rush is picking up all these kills instead. Okay, Lampalot will pick up one as well. So Newt now with 2 kills, but What a Rush starting to creep down in this direction. Now Hikerman right on top of them, but you can see Vegas and Honey Badger still off at range. So What a Rush not fully committing to this fight, but they've got Hikerman, they've got Balefrost that are within range here. Lobes will take a few shots at Haruzan, who will try to stay alive here for Yahoo. They will manage to get everybody into the circle. I think they should be able to get a res as well. Light Show with Alm in hand as Veritas trying to fight their way into this northwestern side.
Newt right now, 13 points difference between them and Shoot to Kill. They need Shoot to Kill to fall now and fall soon, as well as get at least 4 kills if they want an opportunity to move forward. But that said, right now, Veritas, Yahoo, I mean, they're kind of the only thing that's really stopping Shoot to Kill. In fact, if anything, Shoot to Kill is actively hunting these teams, and so we might see that kill continue to climb. Oh, no, excuse me. Hyruzen with that beautiful nade taking down Veritas. No longer a threat.
All right, Shoot to Kill now has a prio here onto Yahoo. They have the high ground, and of course, Purdy Curdy will find the Molotov, will get the kill, the knock and the kill, as the rest of SGK will arrive to see if they can dispatch with the rest of Yahoo, clean up this north side, maybe secure themselves. I think at this point, it's done. SDK has secured this. They've got 9 kills. They knew exactly what they needed to do coming into this final game, and they did it. That is what you expect from this squad. Now, it may not have been the most inspiring group stage for Shoot to Kill, but when it came down to brass tacks, they took over, and they did exactly what they needed to do. So kudos to them. Now, Veritas in 10th place. Can Nootropic actually catch Veritas?
You know, Nootropic's going to have to start fragging out really heavily, and they're in a good position to see teams to both the north and the south. You've got a lot of open area. I mean, what a rush holding on to this rock face with Vox, but otherwise everybody else just about in point of view. But that means that Nootropic has to kill just about everybody else that's alive and find a chicken dinner. So I can't discount it just yet, but they're going to have to put in a whole lot more work and become a lot more aggressive than we've seen from them today. So curious to see how we land at the last game. But now that said, Yahoo, Hyruzen, I don't think he's coming out of here. That's easily going to be another kill for Shoot to Kill.
This is going to be this is sweaty time for Veritas. There you go. 61 points for Nootropic. They need to catch 62 points for Nootropic. 74 is the goal as Veritas is out. They're done. They cannot collect any more. Nootropic 15 players alive, and they're going to pick up another one there. They pick up Hikerman. So Nootropic, they're starting to come alive in the late game. If they can get the victory and a few more kills in their pocket, they have a run. They have a shot here.
I mean, Colton has just been an absolute damage leader for his team right now. As we see him continue to pick up those kills, that's exactly the action they need to bring. Now, Shoot to Kill, rotating in the open, actually getting a little bit of help from Voxic as he gets a knock onto Kurt. This is the time for Nootropic to try and steal something as Penta and the rest of Shoot to Kill struggle to put down here at the hay bales. And you can see 300 Extreme Vox. I mean, they're just tearing them a new one, getting help there from What a Rush. This is the time for Nootropic to act, and unfortunately, they're just not able to clean up anything on this rotation.
I mean, goodness, we finally decided to say, let's not talk about 300. They have the widest split on Earth going on the western side, and they've picked up 7 kills so far. They are making a case for themselves here in this final game. Now, Richie will spot out What a Rush on that cliff side. We'll take some damage in return, but Vegas and Balefrost in a little bit of a tough spot. They don't have to move. This is the last 2 players for What a Rush. They're inside circle. They don't necessarily have to make a move, but you can see Colton starting to creep out here for Nootropic to see if he can maybe get an angle on everybody that's hiding in the fields. But we're down to just, what is that, 4, 8, 9 players remaining. And this is setting up beautifully for Nootropic if they can clean up whatever's left here.
I mean, yeah, they've got to take out both members of What a Rush, both members of 300, the remaining member of E United, and get the chicken dinner. I feel like the chicken dinner is very probable right now, not only in their circle presence, having Colton up there on the hill for alive, but they need to make sure they don't let everybody else kill each other, because the placement points are where I'm struggling with the math, and I think that we are there. That mathematically, with first or second and 3 kills, that's all they need, and they will knock Veritas out of the top 10.
Wow. Well, Nootropic is beautifully set up for this. As they've, we were talking about it. They had that fantastic circle position, but we were worried that they were in the compound, that they weren't going to have enough kills available for them when we got to the late game. We know how Game 6s can be in North America. I mean, we saw how Game 5 was. There was just nobody left. But Nootropic managed to pick up 4 kills so far. Now, they still have a few left that they can get here, but look at this. Kickstart, hiding by the rock, the snake in the grass. Could that be the thing that throws a spanner in the works for Nootropic here? Vegas and Balefrost still have high ground. Nootropic should have a pretty good read on where everybody is, though.
I mean, if there was ever a situation, Kickstart winning a 1v4 versus Nootropic, absolutely doable. Vegas and Balefrost winning a 2v4 versus Nootropic, absolutely available. So we're not looking at this and saying Nootropic is going to win this flat out, but they need to make sure that they take all of their cards seriously moving forward, because the probability of them moving in the top 10 at this moment is high. They just need to make sure they don't waste those opportunities. And right now, my fear is what's going to happen here with Kickstart. Balefrost getting spotted out by Extreme, though, might be enough to make Kickstart turn around, look away from Nootropic. Can we start to see it happen, Poro? I still know.
They got to get these kills. Okay, Colton will find Richie, and Hella Senpai will finish off Vegas. Okay, that's another 2 kills in the bag for Nootropic. They're up to 6. I believe they have 1 more kill that they need to get. Kickstart. It's going to find Leda. Sneak attack. The snake comes through, and that's going to be another point in the bag for E United, a team that needs absolutely no more points, but that's going to let Extreme know exactly where Kickstart is. The grenade falls just short. Will that one be enough? Yes, it will. Hello Senpai will pick up Kickstart, and now Nootropic has 70 points. If they can get this win, I think that's it.
I mean, they've got to find 300. There we go. Extreme is taken down. 8 kills. Nootropic gets the win. We're going to wait for the final leaderboard to see where the top 10 lies. But Poro, down to the final second, we might have just seen an absolute upset for this lobby.
I mean, look, it was going to be a huge upset if either Lethal Association or Nootropic were able to catch Shoot to Kill, but Shoot to Kill came in and had a fantastic game. Great game for that squad, but little did we know Veritas was going to go out early with only 1 kill, and all of a sudden it was so close all the way up and down that leaderboard that one team that was going to pop off was going to be able to catch up with Veritas. I don't know if it was enough. I don't know. I'm not doing the caster math. I know you guys probably are in the chat. You're probably like, Poro, you're an idiot. Clearly, Nootropic has passed them. Chat, I don't know. I'm sitting here talking about the game, man. You do math on your own time. I'm going to cast on mine, but it is going to be very, very close. I can't wait to see what these leaderboards look like, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, my heart is pounding right now. I'm trying not to faint because there was just so much adrenaline rushing through my body watching that final fight. I mean, again, Kickstart, Balefrost, those are people you don't want up at the very end and start to see things go a little bit sour there as Kickstart did get that, knock and flush onto a member of Nootropic, but ultimately, I think it happened. I also do want to shout out Shoot to Kill, 11 kills that game. That was what we needed to see from them, to see them move forward. I mean, as you said, Poro, what is a final without Shoot to Kill?
Absolutely. I mean, look, I was never in doubt that they were going to be able to make it, right? But I thought they lifted to the the fact that they lifted to the very end was a little bit nerve-wracking. But look, that's if nothing else, it lets you know that Shoot to Kill, when everything's on the line, whenever they need to perform, they can still deliver, and it should shock absolutely nobody. Again, this is just 2 days worth of play. All of these teams, really, when you're down to 12 games to make it to a grand finals, it's very difficult. It's tough. It's stressful. And the fact that Shoot to Kill has as much experience as they do, that they've been around as long, means that they're able to respond so well to that. So that's exactly what we saw here today. But you got to give credit where credit is due. Nootropic, everything on the line, 1 game left, and they absolutely deliver.
Yeah, I mean, again, this was so down to the wire for them. I really hate that it even had to get to a point where it came down to a wire, but in other iterations that we've seen some of these teams play, we've seen them kind of do that, right? Pop off at the very last minute. I think that was something we used to kind of joke about a little bit with Dodge last year of sometimes we wouldn't really see much until the very late game, and then all of a sudden just boom, kills everywhere. That's really what we're seeing with Nootropic, that iteration of this team on a new roster. And so really excited to see where it goes. 18 points that game, but Poro, was it enough? We'll find out in just a moment. Again, shout out to Shoot to Kill. 14.
It had to be. I mean, it has to be enough, doesn't it? I mean, that was such a great performance by them. At this point, if they don't make it, it's going to be disappointing. But Shoot to Kill, as you said, 11 kills, 3 placement points to go along with a good reset from them coming out here in the final game of the day. Now, is that going to raise questions for them going into these grand finals? Well, we'll have to see, but I expect some big adjustments to come out of that squad to make sure that they, get the ship righted a little bit.
And there you have it, guys. The overall standings for the weekend groups A, B, and C. United obviously leading in first place with 165 points. That's no surprise. Gas Cans and Sonics, who are sitting out today, securing the second and third spot. Bing Bang Boom ending in fourth with 112 points. What a Rush in fifth. Yahoo in sixth. Dodge in seventh. Shoot to Kill eighth. Rumblers in ninth. And 10th place by 1 point.
Oof.
Nootropic, 44 kills, 31 placement points. It's those placement points and the 2 chicken dinners that made all the difference there in that final push, Poro.
I mean, absolutely fantastic stuff for Nootropic. You love to see that for them. 2 chicken dinners as well, doing what they needed to do to get things done in the final game of the day. But you hate to see it for Veritas, man. 1 point. That is just brutal. And that is that's a team of veterans. That's a team of guys that have been around forever. A fantastic team. Would love to have seen them in the grand finals. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for this PUBG ESL Masters this time around, but hopefully that team sticks around and we'll get to see them in maybe PCS, next PCS. Again, a reminder, top 16 gets the PCS invite there. So, 300 managed to actually catch up and take that over and take over wildcard. So well done by them. But again, Clover, at the end of the day, the story has to be E-United just looking absolutely unstoppable so far. Gas Cans looking like a legit contender for that 4th top North American team spot. It's just, there's so many storylines coming out of this. I'm running through them in my head right now, but there's just too many.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had a lot of roster shifts. We've had a lot of new teams kind of come out of that, players coming out of retirement. This is such an exciting time to be looking at North American PUBG as we're finally getting our first grand final of the year moving forward for the ESL Masters PUBG Grand Finals. We're going to be bringing 6 of the best LATAM teams up from their region and seeing how that region has grown as well. Because again, I mean, we've had some phenomenal LATAM teams that we've gotten to watch through the PGI, PCSs, PGC even. And then that region, I think, has actually grown in a way that we've really seen ours become more and more exciting. So I'm just giddy with the anticipation.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what some of these squads learned from PGC, from our Latin American squads, what they've learned, what they've been able to, how they've been able to adjust their play styles, and they're going to bring even more to the table this time around. And now that we're outside of that MC format and we've moved over, I'm excited to see what they play like in this new format. If they decide to be a little bit more aggressive, I mean, something that we got to know the Latin American teams for back in the past was just this reckless abandon. Man, they will push anything at any time of the game in a way that a lot of the North American teams, it takes them by surprise and they're not always expecting it. So I'm interested to see if that shows its face here in these grand finals. But man, again, Sonics looking like they're back on track now that they're back in the friendly confines of an American lobby. They're looking like their old selves again, which is great to see. E-United looking just, it looks like Flood might be have filled in, have just added to the domination of that team. That's exciting to see. STK, a few more question marks, but those guys have been around so long and have been so consistently good that they've earned the benefit of the doubt for one questionable performances in the group stage. We'll let them get to the grand finals and we'll see how it goes. But the story right now has to be Nootropic coming from behind, final game of the day and qualifying for these grand finals. And we have an interview with a player from Nootropic right now. It is going to be Leda. Sir, how you doing right now? How you feeling? You feeling good? Calm?
Yeah, I'm calm.
Heart rate's not up at all, right? You guys knew you had it from the second you were in there.
No, we actually didn't. I had to do some quick maths right when the game finished.
And it's always dangerous to have to do the quick math. Let me tell you, from a caster, you never want to do the math in your head. But
no,
you guys,
we've got production team to help us with math. Like we can't even do the quick math.
I think we got a little bit of a delay. So here, I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay, so you guys are sitting in that compound, right? In the final game, and you're seeing shoot to kill kind of collect all these kills in the kill feed. You're seeing Lethal Association pop up in the kill feed, and you're sitting there and you're thinking, hey, we've got this great position, but we see all these teams that we're chasing or that we're trying to compete with that are getting kills. Did you start getting a little bit nervous there, or were you thinking, you know what, just stay in this compound, play for late game?
I mean, we know it was either two situations that happened. It's either we get the win and we pass VTS by 16 points, or we were only 9 points behind STK, but we noticed that they were just fragging everybody and wiping all the solos and duos. So we knew that we just needed to win the game at that point, get as many kills as we can, and push out and be aggressive to get maximum points.
Now, I've got to ask, because obviously that final fight versus 300, is there any personal rivalry or feeling of satisfaction when you get to kill a former team like that? I know you, before Nootropic, you were with 300. Is there anything that's kind of going through your mind, or are you just like, oh, never mind, like the game's over, winner, winner, chicken dinner at that point?
No, I'm more focused on the faults that we made, because it shouldn't have been this close, like my team right now. I got love for those guys. I had really fun playing with 300. They're a bunch of good guys. I don't have any bad blood against them. It's unlucky they couldn't qual with us, and I could see them in the finals. But I mean, it is what it is, man.
Well, Leda, you've been around for quite some time. Glad to see you with this new squad. It seems like you guys are clicking and playing really, really well. Is there where can we expect to see you guys finish in the grand finals here? Are you feeling pretty confident going into this thing?
I mean, we got some stuff to fix as a team, and hopefully we could do it in this short amount of time. But I'm hoping we can finish at least top 5, because we're a new team. We have a guy that just turned 18, and we really didn't have any time to prepare with him. No preparation at all, and we're just trying to slot him in and hope for the best.
Well, now that you're not an MC anymore, you can just go out there and frag, right? That's what those 18-year-olds are good at, I know for a fact. But congratulations once again, man. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go?
Just shout out to my teammates' family, my family, everyone that's watching, everyone that in the community that watches, that keeps us running and going. I appreciate you all, and I appreciate you guys for casting, and that's it.
Well, thanks so much, man. We appreciate you for being here. Congratulations once again, and we'll look forward to seeing you in those grand finals, and hopefully we'll see Nootropic up there at the end.
Thank you.
Well, there you go, guys. Nootropic clutching it out in the most spectacular fashion in the final game of the day. And you can tell guy's got awesome ice water in his veins, man. He's like, no big deal. We're not nervous at all.
No, you know what? I think especially as down to the wire as that last game was, as he said, he shouldn't have let it get that close. I mean, your brain's got to be fried. You've got to just be feeling like, hey, I need to unplug, go out for a walk or something, because that was so intense. I mean, I thought my adrenaline was pumping. We've seen heart rate monitors on some of these players before.
Yeah.
And it gets up there. So, again, congratulations to Nootropic for a well-deserved climb. I mean, going into that last match, we had our eyes set on 3 different teams, ultimately 2 of them able to make sure that they kept that position. Unfortunately for Veritas, getting knocked out in that final moment. But, I mean, Poro, as you say, the top 16 do have something to look forward to moving forward with PCS. So not all is lost for the rest of those 6 teams outside the top 10 didn't quite make it to the ESL finals.
Yes, indeed. Well, our top 10 from North America is set. Our top 6 from Latin America, I believe, is set. So I think we have our whole lobby ready to go. The grand finals are just around the corner, guys. But we told you 2022 was going to be jam-packed with PUBG esports action. And while you're watching ESL PUBG Masters go down, take notes, because your next chance of showing off your skills is right now. Registration is open for PCS 6 America's Open qualifiers. Round 1 starts on March 9th, and registration closes on the 7th. So make sure you get your guys together and sign up now. More details can be found at na.pubgesports.com. So make sure you go and check that out. Get signed up. Stop talking about it in the chat. Start being about it in the lobbies. Come take these guys out. If Nootropic can do it, if Nootropic can come from behind at the last minute and make the grand finals, by God, you can too. But I think that's going to do it for us, Clover. Are we ready to wrap it up?
Absolutely, and see how the grand finals go. I mean, can we get a time machine so we can go ahead and get there? Because I'm
ready.
excited. I'm ready.
I'm absolutely ready. I can't wait to see how this plays out. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us once again. This has been the group stage of ESL PUBG Masters. The grand finals are right around the corner, but I have been Porosaurus. She has been Clover. On behalf of us, on behalf of the production team, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you then. Bye.